ætla mér út að halda. Örlögin valda því, mörgum á ég greiða gjalda. Það gömul saga og ný, Guð einn veit hvert leið mín liggur. Lífið svo flókið oft ég í hjarta hryggur. En ég harka samt af mér eitt lítið knús. Elsku mamma, áður en ég fer, nú ég komin til að kveðja. Ég kem aldrei fram að ég. Ljósið fegrar fjöllin, ég feta veginn minn, þar opnar draumahöllin og dregur mig þar inn. Ég þakkir sendið öllum. Þetta kveðjan mín, ég mun ganga á þessum vegi. Uns lífsins dagur því, já ég mun ganga á þessum vegi. Lífsins dagur því.
Dear conversationists, please welcome your MC, Valerie Keller, co-founder and co-chair, Imagine.
Good morning. Good morning. Hi. Oh, you're beautiful. It's so good to see you. Hi. Good morning, Katja. Okay, we start the morning off with blowing kisses to each other. Okay. Thanks for that. So great to see you. We have quite a few of us who are still getting COVID tested, so that's great. We're taking care of our health and safety, and it'll be coming in as we get going for the day. But we thought, since you worked so hard to be here, to spend time together, we would go ahead and start our time together, if that works for you. Yeah? Okay. So I just want to invite us to land. Take a deep breath in, let it out. We're here. We've traveled from lots of far places to come. We've been spending some of our precious time. That is our life, to be together. It wasn't easy probably to come to be here, but we think, and I think it will be worth it. My name is Valerie Keller. I'm the co-founder and co-chair of Imagine, but actually I identify as, and have an American accent, but don't hold that against me. I identify as a member of Tribe Humanity. And within the tribe humanity, a very, very special half of the global population that is womanity and the sisterhood. So I'm so excited to be here with the sisterhood and the goddesses that are here together. And within Imagine, we work on helping CEOs come together to form what we call courageous collectives to address climate change and inequality, because we all know what the challenges of our world are today, right? And we also know that if we come together, we can work together to help to change it. But if you think about what we talk about there is very much what we are in the spirit of here, which is courageous collectives. What does it mean about the courageous collective? Is that we get courage when we come together. The root of the word courage, cur, is what? What is it? It's heart. Yeah, so we get courage in the heart as well. So it's exciting when we think about coming together to find courage together or to have power together, as we talk about here. But let me tell you a personal reason why I said yes to come and be a conversationalist here today. I've had the privilege of joining Silvana and Hannah and many of you in similar conversations here, and it's always been a space of nurturing and hope and possibility. But the last couple of years, as we've been working, getting CEOs together across the value chain, what do you think that looked like? What does it look like if we've got CEOs kind of coming together to say, how do we help stop climate change and inequality? Men, yeah, and particularly maybe white men. Good human beings doing their best in their state of consciousness, but when we did food CEOs across the value chain, it was 27 human beings, 26 men, 1 woman. All right? So the aha, as we were coming through this, like, my God, what's happened in the pandemic, what's happened in the rest of the world in terms of the acceleration of our global challenges, and of course many of us are coming from COP, or we're going to have a conversation with people that are at the COP today, was, my God, where is the other half of the human population that is going to help to heal our world? So I came very much a personal space of saying, I need the goddess energy of what's around, and where are the women who have the power, who can come together to help to accelerate the solutions we need, and then quite selfishly, because I just needed the energy that was around us. So we thought we'd actually, and in some ways, as I was telling Silvana, I'm kind of complete with why I came, because yesterday I went and sat in, what's the Sky Lagoon? Is that the place? Who has been there? Oh my God, right? So good. And we ended up forming kind of a circle of finding each other, a couple of the other women who were there. And we just, in the middle of this incredible, like, gorgeous, like, surreal landscape, just started sharing why we had come. And I don't know, Pearlie, are you in the room? Where's Pearlie? She's probably still getting COVID tested as well. So I met this amazing woman, Pearlie, and she said, you know, I'm here because I just need some more goddess energy around me, and very selfishly, this is for me. I've given birth to 3 goddesses, 3 girls, and I just came here to be with the women there. And the woman, Donna, is Donna here yet? I know she's getting... Yeah, Donna's saying, I'm here because every time I come to this event, I go home, and my husband says, you're a ball of fire. You've got the optimism for that. And then Bayet Sareng, who will be in here, and if she's not here now, she said, I just need a space to be vulnerable. You know, I'm not doing so well sometimes, and I just need that space. So we thought while we're in conversation here, we would just take a couple of minutes to land, why are you here? What made you give some of your time, your precious life, to come into space, to be here at this historic moment in time? And just to say, what do you want to create here? This is your time. I'm a facilitator, so I'm going to make it easy for you to get what you want. Hannah and Savannah and the others who are here have really put their time into making it special, but this is for you, to create what you would like to have. So why don't you find somebody just right next to you? We'll take just a moment. It's been so while since we've been, some of us, in real person conversations. And if you're joining us virtually and you've got somebody there with you, then take the time too. But look at somebody in the yummy in the eyes opportunity that you have, yeah? Just to turn to each other. And just take a few minutes to share, why are you here? Why did you come? Go all this way to be here? What do you need? And if you've been here before, why did you come back? Yeah? Is that all right? We'll just take 2 minutes to do that. So one person share and then switch, and then we'll just hear what came up for you. Okay? Why are you here? And if you've been here before, why did you come back? Why are you here? Why did you come? Why are you here? Why did you give a precious moment in your time of your life that you won't get back to come and be together today? Well, what would make this special for you? What came up for you? Couple. Katja? See you.
Well, here it's great conversation already, and it's those conversations that we're just going to have 100 of the next couple of days.
Yeah.
And it was both, I want to become a CEO, but also I want to learn.
Yeah.
Energy.
Learn, get energy. Yeah.
Space that is just where we can come as our authentic selves.
Come as our authentic selves. Learn, get energy. Yeah. Anything up? What else came up for you guys? Yeah. What about you? Why?
We were discussing as two Icelandic female leaders.
Yeah.
It's important for us also to interact and meet other leaders from abroad.
Yeah. So Iceland is wanting to welcome the other leaders from abroad. That's why you're here.
Them as well.
Learn from them.
Going in
Yeah.
the right direction in Iceland.
Super. And things are going in the right direction. In fact, we would see you as global leaders, right, on the mini bacon, the leadership of, which is why we're here. A way to go. Other thoughts? What else came up for you? No?
Get inspiration from powerful women all around and
Yeah. Get inspiration. Yeah, from powerful women on their own. Yeah? What else? Yes, tell us. Can you speak up as well? Is that, yeah? Yeah? Beautiful. Thank you. Could you hear her? As a black woman, also coming from the UK, so she identified a right to be heard. Yes. Yeah.
As a leader, I'm here to maybe get experience from others. What happened during the pandemic? How have you managed to overcome those problems, which were all left to mothers?
Yeah.
All mothers.
Beautiful.
That's why I'm here. I'm interested so much to meet my colleagues after 2-3 years of the pandemic.
Yeah.
So I'm here to understand what is going to be the next call.
Perfect. Thanks for that, because we are all mothers on that. We all have an opportunity over the next 2 days to create that time, to learn from each other, to find inspiration, to get energy. But I'd ask that you would help me to invite to the stage the two women who have given their time and energy to help to create this for us. Many of you already know the founder and president of Women Political Leaders, who I'd like to say my dear friend, sister goddess girlfriend, Silvana Kochmarin. Please to give her a applause. And the Reykjavík Global Forum Women Leadership Chair, as you might know, of the board, Hannah Brina. We are also, by the way, saying, if it's okay with us, that we dispense with titles and also the formalities of the last names, and we go by first names, which is also happens to be Icelandic tradition, but also it makes it easier for those of us who don't want to butcher your names as well, but also that we show up as friends in our home together. Please give a warm round of applause to Silvana and to Hannah. Our time here. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Valerie, for this wonderful, wonderful setting the scene and bringing everybody in. This is the place where the conversation starts, and we all are conversationists. It just so happens that sometimes people are taking those 1.5 steps up here, but we've got many places that we continue the conversation and just really be part of this community that we want to celebrate. And I'm Silvana Koch-Merin, as Valerie already said. I'm the founder and president of Women Political Leaders, and I just wanted to welcome you back to wonderful, beautiful Iceland, and I'm just so glad to be here with all of you.
Thank you so much, Silvana. My name is Hanna, and as was said earlier, we use first name in Iceland, so please take part in that informality of ours. We even call our ministers that are here with us today by their first name, so let's just do that the same way here. I chair the Reykjavík Global Forum, but I'm also a senior advisor on women's leadership with UN Women, adding that to that intro. And we would like, as Silvana said, to especially say welcome, of course, to those of you that managed to come to Iceland. As you know, that have been with us before, we are usually a bit more cramped. The whole community is usually here, 500 to 600 women. But this year, of course, things are different, but at least we are in person. So we are 200 here in-house, and then we have 400 joining us virtually. So also a warm welcome to those that could not be with us, but in spirit, they obviously are welcome.
And let me just pick up on what Valerie so beautifully created, this appreciation of each other's presence and looking at each other, really being conscious of each other's presence. And at our table, we just almost all started to cry, because one of our conversationists there, when she was asked, what is it that brings you here? She said, gratitude, and explained what these gratitude elements are. And we all were about to start crying, and I thought, my God, Hannah and I, we just got makeup done. That's not a good moment to do that. But just this, this possibility to show this passion, to show this vulnerability that you refer to, and to also say, I'm here to learn, and I'm here to converse, and here to be part of this community is a very, very strong driver of creating and having for the 4th time the Reykjavík Global Forum. And of course, we're here to learn from Iceland. Iceland is this country where I'm from Germany, I'm coming here and find it very interesting to know that in official registers, people are listed by first name. Or you told me when you were Minister of Transport, and it's still apparently in the government like this, when you do plans for infrastructure building, you take into consideration where fairies and elves are living. And isn't that beautiful? Isn't it just beautiful? And I think it's what...
You like to tell the story that way, but thanks.
No, I find it just so wonderful, and to be so in tune with what is your cultural heritage, your environmental heritage, and respecting of this. And that, I think, is a big part of learning. And of course, Iceland, no surprise then, is the global champion of gender equality. And we all want to learn from that and take this small bit of Iceland back to wherever we go afterwards, to grow this community and to grow this spirit of gender equality.
Thank you so much, Silvana. And on that note, we would like to make sure that we go into what we see as our goals for all of this. All of us are, of course, here to discuss the issues around women's leadership. It's totally unacceptable in these times that they are so far and few in between that we need to make sure that we, of course, change that. And I want to underline that this event and this community is not just about us gathering here or the 400 listening to us from abroad. It's also around what we produce, if you like, the outcomes. And there is, of course, the Reykjavík Index that we will be talking about later today, the Reykjavík Manual, and then the World Atlas. So without further ado, I would still like to make sure that we move into the section of our co-hosts. This is not just a WPL Women Political event, it's co-hosted by the Government and the Parliament of Iceland. And we have here with us today the Prime Minister of Iceland, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Speaker of Parliament in a formal role. And could we get to the stage Katrín, Guðlaugur, and Willem? Please.
And we use Michelle Bachelet. He was about to check if they're okay with having her because he has only a few more minutes to take her into it.
Segi bara, gaman að sjá.
Hello.
Do you want to start us off?
Sure.
Huge thanks first. Thanks to these great leaders that here in Iceland have made sure that the forum is held. It's co-hosted with the women political leaders. It's been hosted with these partners for 4 years. And the amazing thing about all of those people is that none of them belong to the same political party, but every political party in Iceland supports this initiative. And the greatest issues around gender equality, I would say, is that consensus. So thank you so much, and thanks for all your hard work on that.
Yeah, well, let me start by addressing Katrín. I take the liberty, as you said, everything on first name here. So Katrín, we're here for the fourth time, so four years we have this wonderful cooperation. But Iceland, for the last 12 years, so more than a decade, has always been the number one, the global champion in all the rankings for gender equality. And you're the Prime Minister, all of you just had an election, and one thing that was not debated is that gender equality is such an important issue. But I'd like to really know from you, what is it? What's that magic that Iceland is at the spot where it is?
Well, the good thing in Iceland is that gender equality has become a mainstream issue, which is absolutely not the fact everywhere in the world. And I think I would like to mention maybe 3 things. I think we owe a lot to women in Iceland and the women's movement in Iceland and women's solidarity, because we have seen that a lot of progress has been made because women have united around some issues. Women from different political parties, different classes, they have united around some issues that have proven to be vital for all of us. And I would like to mention, for example, universal daycare for Icelandic women, which is an essential part of our system to ensure gender equality, and the shared parental leave, which we actually have now prolonged to 12 months, but is still supposed to be shared between mother and father. And that's a very important part, not just for women, but also for men, because they are actually getting to take equal parts in the upbringing of their children. And I don't think we would be here with those important systematic changes without the women's movement, which has regularly stood up. And now what we're seeing in Iceland is really that same women's movement is bringing up the issue of gender-based violence and has been doing for the last 4 years. We are seeing progress being made, but I think maybe that's the biggest next step.
Thanks so much, Katrin. And if you, for our audiences, if you feel that we are sort of moving around, we're trying to do it differently this year. We're trying to have the states in a different sort of set, and we are supposed to walk around, but I'm just worried that we will constantly be doing that like this, so please bear with us if we feel a bit awkward in the first session of this, but we're doing our best to be mobile here. I would like to turn to the Speaker of Parliament. What amazes our group again and again and again is the fact that Parliament unites. I mean, in many of the political fields, there is like a different political sense around how we should deal with gender equality. But where in Iceland, we would sit in the legislative sort of room, and you would have progressive legislation around gender equality, and all of the members of Parliament, from left to right, would raise their hand. How come?
Yes, well, I want to start with, because the question is about this gender equality and this all-party support for more gender equality in the Parliament. I think we need to trace back for generations of women fighting bravely or demanding more gender equality. And I got the right to vote in 1983. And that time the women's list emerged. And sort of, can we say, it was a wake-up call for the more traditional parties. And since then, a lot have changed, both in legislation, like our Prime Minister said here, and so I think we need to reflect on the historical battle for more gender equality to explain this all-party support.
Yeah, exactly.
Because Hannah told me, and I'm always curious about this Icelandic lifestyle, and she told me you have 5 children?
5 children. I'm rich indeed.
Congratulations, you have 3 boys and 2 girls, and I'm just curious, because you described when you got voting rights, when you described the street, do you think your kids, how do they see this? Is it an issue for them? What is their perception on it?
I believe this, talking about gender equality, becomes much more natural to them. Though I consider myself an active supporter of gender equality, I realize it comes more natural to them. If we go back in history, and 1980, when Vigdís Finnbogadóttir was elected as president, a role model, as you all are. My children are brought up with their mother being in a leading position in business. And that's very important.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And on that note around role models, I want to turn to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I'm going to ask you kindly, we call him Gulli, that's not his first name, it's his sort of nickname also.
Trækvöðlur
Þórðarson. I want to ask you, because, I mean, you are in the one position, you are the sort of minister that needs, of course, to reflect on Iceland's foreign policy, and you'd be to sort of tell about how Icelanders would like to see themselves to the world. Could you reflect on that a bit, and how you see gender equality in that aspect? But also, I've heard you say again and again that your role model was your mother. Not necessarily all of the women that went on the big stage, but your mother showing it every day of your life, that she was as much the sort of breadwinner and the leader of the family as your father. Could you reflect on how you see this sort of coming together and how that affected you being the gender equality advocate that you are?
Well, first of all, I never quite understood the narrative when, because even though we are still very young, then...
Relatively.
Yeah. Then, of course, I remember the discussion that can women do everything that men can do? And to be honest, I never understood the discussion. My mother, at the time, you could say she was a career woman of her generation in a small municipality in Iceland. She was the only mother who was working every day. And when she quit in the municipalities, her job was split up in two, and 2 men took over.
Exactly.
So try to explain to me that women can do everything that men can do. But I think it's also important, and that's something that brings from my mother and father, that it was, of course, perfectly normal, but also my father, he always had the confidence that he just supported my mother, because I've been recruiting people, especially women, for elections and trying to get them in leader's position. And I have very often found out that the reason they are not ready to take the step is that the partner doesn't agree, because the partner feels that she will be some kind of superior. And that's a problem. So I take this with me, and of course my partner now and my wife is also a very, very strong woman, and I only see strong women in my life, and I think the reason I fight for gender equality is that I believe that every individual is special and should have the opportunities to use his credential in the best way as possible. It makes no difference which way it is. You talk about also that I'm a foreign minister, which is true. I have the least international name ever, Guðlaugur Þórðarson, and that's the reason you call me Gulli like many others. But I think that in the international stage we have found out, for example in Human Rights Council and all over, that even though we are small nations, we do have a voice, we are heard, and we have a story to tell. And as we have been mentioning here, we just came from this election. No one, not one politician, not one political party is opposing gender equality, because it's a win-win situations. There are no losers for gender equality. There are only winners. And we will, of course, proceed when it comes to getting gender equality in forefront on the international arena. And it's never been as important now, because our values are not only when it comes to gender equality, but when it comes to human rights, democracy, rule of law, they are under threat, and that is really serious.
Maybe can I ask a final question to Katrín?
Yeah.
Because you really positioned Iceland as this champion of gender equality that it is on the international stage by making sure that Iceland, despite some would say smaller size, becomes very, very big when it's on the international stage and recognized. So what effects does this have for Iceland on the international stage, but also what does affect this? How does this affect maybe the self-perception of Icelanders?
Well, I think, Icelandic women, they never stop. There is always a new project that needs to be done. There are new problems to be solved. So even though we're at the top of the global gender gap index, Icelandic women say, but things are still not good enough. And I think that Icelandic women won't stop until they're there, until they really have that full equality. And we know that we don't have that. Even though we're doing many great things, there are other issues. We still haven't closed the gender pay gap. We still have gender-based violence. And this is maybe, as I said earlier, a top priority. But then when you go and meet a lot of your foreign and international friends and colleagues, I was at the COP. I think there were less than 10 of us at the Leader Summit of the COP. And you could really feel the lack of female energy in that room, because you need to look at climate through the gender lens. You need to think about the different effects of the climate crisis on men and women, and you need to have men and women at the table who make the decisions.
Absolutely.
And then you can really feel the responsibility of Iceland to share its experiences and try to inspire, because as my colleague said here, gender equality is a win-win. It's not just the right and just thing to do, it's also the sensible thing to do for society and economy.
And do you think, Katrín, just on a final note, because Katrín is not only, and she is the only prime minister in the world, just for the audiences to know, that actually also holds the everything that has to do with gender equality falls also under her ministry. This is something she did in the beginning. Do you think, Katrín, just on a personal final note, if you would have grown up somewhere else, would you be a prime minister?
I definitely think that the reason that I'm prime minister, because I have 3 boys, the reason that I'm Prime Minister is because the women's movement in Iceland fought for kindergartens, fought for shared parental leave, and fought for equality. So I'm not sure that I would be Prime Minister anywhere else, because I sincerely believe that you should not have to choose between having a career for what you have a passion for and having a family.
Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you so
so
very
much.
much. Now, let me check. Thank you so very much, our co-host. And let me check, because once more, COVID made us test our flexibility and adaptability. Let me check, is Michelle Bachelet still available? Because then we would ask, no, she's no longer available. Maybe sometimes later on the day. So then I asked Valerie to briefly introduce the panel so that we hopefully can do the other live conversation later on. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much. Valerie, please.
So, as Silvana said, we've got the focus as we are in the conversations today about the most meaningful crisis of our time, and the COP26 is going on. So we have the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, who will be joining us a little bit later in conversation. And while we're focusing right now also on resiliency and what's needed for our times, we wanted to introduce you to another Icelandic example of resiliency. This is DJ Sole, which also means is that sun, as you would say, the Sole.
Sunny island, yeah.
Yeah, so what we thought we would introduce you to her as well is representing the kind of personal stories of resilience in the time of the crisis as well. And Sole, tell us a little bit about your story, because you're 37 years old and you survived breast cancer recently. So tell us a little bit about why you were so vocal about sharing your story and what that means in terms of resilience. And then we're going to have a conversation about what that means for all of us.
Okay, I'm actually 41, but I was 37 when I was diagnosed with breast cancer.
Yeah.
And it was, for me, the previous generations, my grandmother and my mother's generation, this was a real taboo to talk about. Nobody was supposed to know, and you should keep it to yourself, or at least only to your family. But it's a very small community here, and I thought everybody's going to be talking about it anyways. So I felt more empowered to speak about it and control the conversation and the stories about me.
And she ended up becoming a model leader for that in Iceland as well. And then why song? Why the power of song as well?
Music actually can make you feel so good and bring good emotions to your life. So I don't know, if you feel blues, you can just put on a good song and feel much better, at least for me. It's very related to my emotions.
And to the healing, right, as well. So I think one of the things that we were inviting to say is that music and song has been so much a healing part of also resiliency. And so you're with us today to bring your gifts, also to share your story and to be an example of resilience and how Iceland is one of the leadings on that. But you also then are going to help to create our space in song. So we had an invitation for those of us who have songs that have been meaningful for you and that have been healing for you, or that give you courage or resiliency in the time of the world that we're in, to share them with us, and we'll be able to share them also throughout the day. Is that possible?
Very good.
Yeah, awesome. So if you want to share us the songs that have meant something for you, that's what we have an opportunity to do. I'm going to invite us to join up on the center stage now as we talk about the resiliency that's needed in the time that is facing our world right now with the climate crisis. And as we're at Gender Day at the COP, we've invited, and I'm going to walk over here and ask her to join us on the center stage, also with her panelists, Bayat Satsarang, to come and to host a conversation with us around the resilience that's needed for us today. Let's sit near each other so we can coordinate this with joy.
morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Bayat Stukjigmidash. I'm from Mongolia, but I'm currently in South Korea, work with the Green Climate Fund. And now our panel session's title is Finding the Path to Net Zero. Such an important and timely topic that we're going to discuss today. And this is a joint session with COP26, right now happening in Glasgow. And we have a wonderful line of speakers. Our first speaker, Sarah Rix Amico, and she's executive chairperson from Jack Cooper Holding Corp. Thank you. And our another speaker, Mariut Falkstedt, Secretary General of the European Investment Bank. And nowadays, we have different setting of the conference format, and we have virtual participants. And straight from Glasgow, Mrs. Adenike Oladasu. She's the founder of the I Lead Climate and climate activist and ecofeminist and initiator of the Fridays for Future movement in Nigeria. So welcome and thanks for coming, everyone, for the session. And as you see from the title, today's session, we will discuss how we can reach net zero emission by 2050 across the world, which is very ambitious but yet important collective goal. So I have a very tough job to keep today's panel within the 20 minutes, and we have 3 wonderful panelists. So we would ask our panelists to keep their answers short and brief in 3 minutes. And unfortunately, we don't have time for question and answers. But we hope that our panelists will provide enough information for that topic. Okay, so without further ado, let's start. So my first question for everyone. So we all agree that tackling climate change is important. And now we have this common goal to achieve net zero emission by 2050 across the globe, so that we can reach 1.5 Celsius within the reach. Is it realistic goal? Can we reach there? What do you think? Especially from the economical perspective. Thank you. You want to go first?
Sure. I think the question really is, can we afford not to make it economically incentivized? It's necessary. There is no planet B. And so we're at a moment in time where we have to come together as a global community, and we have to influence everything from our political processes, which have been an impediment to change, to the regulatory frameworks that guide our industries, to the capital markets that provide the path for businesses to invest in clean energy infrastructure. So absolutely, we can make this not only powerful, but we can make it profitable, but more importantly, we have to.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have no choice. There are no alternatives to discuss any longer about whether this makes economically sense or not. And I think it's very telling that the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change named its report Code Red Warning for Humanity. It is very, very telling. As regards our children and their children, we really have to take urgent and joint action for both climate adaptation and climate mitigation, both climate adaptation and climate mitigation. It is a challenge to make this transition to net zero, but if we continue with the slow path, the impact will be such that we will really, really regret afterwards. You will certainly know, and many people here in the room hope I will know, that a couple of years ago the EIB did take the decision to stop financing new energy projects for unabated fossil fuels. This decision 2 years ago was very important because now we can see many others are following, also in the context of COP26.
Thank you. And now we move to our screen. And I'm sorry, I also need to introduce our fourth panelist. I'm very sorry. I've been just provided information. So our fourth panelist, also straight from Glasgow, Toijin Sariki. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, but I hope I got it right. And she is the president and founder of Wellbeing. And thanks for joining us from the Glasgow. And can you please also answer the question if it's a realistic goal to achieve net zero?
Thank you so much. You know, from my perspective, which is working directly at the front line with women and with the health workers that look after them, net zero is far from simple. It does have particular challenges for our industry in the hard-to-abate sector, but we feel that consistent and attainable support from world leaders and from policymakers will be needed in a centralized structure. We will need a mix of approaches that are tailored to localized characteristics, such as our geography, our societal needs, and our levels of industrialization. So it's not going to be one bit fits all that we will use to get to net zero. We will need to empower change makers across all the countries. And because we work directly with people at the front line, we feel that we need to also integrate the Sustainable Development Goals as a guiding framework to ensure a just and inclusive transition where nobody in society is left behind. So I'm looking at it more as a climate positive, not just climate positive, carbon negative approach. Net zero is a fantastic target, but the policy that is being developed must take everything into account, and we need to work together to actually achieve planetary health at the same time as public health for future generations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And our last panelist, Mrs. Adeneko Ladasu, if you can add more on our target, the goal.
Yeah, thank you so much. Net zero or carbon neutrality is possible even before 2050 because the world cannot wait for 2050. You could imagine the number of women suffering the impact of the climate change crisis every day, looking at the Lake Chad issue and several of these crises that are happening right now. So it's very possible, for us to achieve net zero before 2050 if we have economic smart investment in different sectors and not only about the environmental sector, because the climate crisis is affecting women due to energy poverty, due to land poverty, education, lack of access to education and other basic resources. Because I believe in the fact that tackling or achieving net zero or carbon neutrality is possible when we have gender smart approach in tackling our societal issue, which is going to help us to center more women at the stage of leadership strategically in attaining all of this ambition. So it's very important that we attain carbon neutrality before 2050 because the world just can't wait, as women and girls cannot wait. Because the more we wait, the more it affects women and girls in different ways. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Indeed, we cannot afford to wait to debate any longer and discuss what to do. We have to act now. And in order to reach that, indeed, we have to be inclusive and equitable in our approach. So my next question is to Mrs. Marriott Falkstedt. So you work with EIB, financial institution, international financial institution. So can you please explain what's the role of international institutions, especially institutions like your multilateral organization, how you can balance the climate goal with the economic transition plan?
Thank you for the question. And as we are now in the Reykjavík Global Forum for Women Leaders, I would like to make a bit of promotion and also talk about the gender issues related to climate. When I was reading this report, this is a report about European Union, and the report states, why are women entrepreneurs missing out on funding? You can find this on EIB website. And there's one sentence which I was reading, which is as follows. The world over, one of its best assets, the world over, one of its best assets is underrepresented, undervalued, and unevenly treated. I think this fits both for women and also for our environment, the climate. Now, much of the climate action has been seen as women being victims, that we have to protect vulnerable groups, including women, for the effects of climate change. Now, we are looking for urgent and collective solution, as I said before. And here, women should not only be in the decision-making of COP26, for example, but we should look into the women entrepreneurship, women as the driver, as an employee driving the corporate culture of a company, women as fund managers, venture capital managers, women as researchers, innovators, as bank managers. We are part of the solution. Now, gender-smart climate investing, it is smart investment, it's smart business. And bringing together the climate and the gender objectives can act as an impact amplifier. It is not the trade-off. It's not the trade-off between gender or climate. I'm happy to say that as the European Union Climate Bank, we have started to understand this. It is not many years ago that this happened, but we are starting to understand this. You were referring to capital markets before. I think it's very telling that in the European Union 2018, 90% of the funding for venture capital funds went to venture capital funds where there were no female funder at all. And the venture capital funds are those that are innovative, they are financing innovative projects, technologies, also in climate, all types of circular economy and so on. This is very telling, and this is European Union. 10% goes only to female-found venture capital funds. That was in 2018. There's a lot to improve in European Union. Now, when I think about the multilateral development institutions, now I have to go back into my papers. There are a few things I would like to mention, because these are important. We, multilateral development institutions and financiers, we can really make a difference, and we are working on it. And I would like to mention in particular the 2x challenge, which we at the European Investment Bank joined as the very first multilateral development institution. And under this 2x challenge, we mobilized, together with our partners, $4.5 billion. Now we increased it to $15 billion by the end of 2022. This is what we want to achieve, and we can achieve that together. And in a couple of hours today, in COP26, our team from the EIB, together with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the CDC, the UK's Development Finance Institution, will formally launch something very important, and this is Gender Lens Climate Financing Investing Guide. I'm sorry for the long name. Gender Lens Climate Financing Investing Guide by the 2x Gender and Climate Finance Task Force. These are important issues to improve female participation to capital market financing, and the investors to understand what can be done, and the corporates to understand what they need to do. So all very, very important initiatives. And today is indeed the Gender Day in COP26. And there I would like to invite you all. I would like to invite you all to join the 2x collaborative. This is a new global industry body for gender lens investing. 2x collaborative. It was launched with the goal to expand gender lens investing practices to a wider group of commercial investors. And I would really like you to spread the word. So why I'm here today is to invite you to spread the word about these good things that we try to help women to get funding for all of the different initiatives, whether entrepreneur or venture capitalist. And I am really convinced that these type of initiatives, just as investments into climate mitigation adaptation themselves, they can really help us to make the difference and speed up the path to really go to net zero. Thank you.
Thank you. It's indeed great news that international financing institutions like your organization have this gender lens to fund more and more climate projects for the women. Thank you. And my next question to our panelist, Sara Amico. So you're from the trucking industry, and it's very intriguing for many of us would think trucking industry is not necessarily climate-friendly industry. So how do you see your industry's role in this ambitious goal to reach carbon emission by 2015?
Yeah, I'd venture to say that no one in this room came in thinking that trucking companies would be crucial to meeting carbon neutrality. But my goal would be to come back in 10 years and you've all converted to the point of view that it was in fact not only necessary, but possible. And the way to think of it is this, you know, I use math, right? A common set of data and facts. And in the United States, about 28% of our emissions are from surface transportation. And of that, nearly a quarter, 23%, comes from Class 8 trucks, heavy trucking. So in other words, if you want to meet what is a shared goal by the Biden-Harris administration of complete carbon neutrality by 2050, you cannot achieve that goal without addressing surface transportation and trucking. And so as a mom, and we've heard from the Prime Minister this morning, from Marjor, and from every other speaker, as a mom, we know and experience this very differently. Women experience the impacts of climate change differently, and we think about what the world needs. So we're going to look at business now. We need to look at business as not only doing well, but doing good, creating the kind of world and environment we want our kids to inherit. Now, to do that, you're going to have to address a multi-front battle. We're going to have to talk about the legislative and political processes that make it difficult to get sensible transportation legislation. A great example is in the United States right now. Trucks are limited to about 80,000 pounds in weight, which is fine for diesels. But electric batteries for Class 6, 7, and 8, or what you think of as big rigs, right? They weigh about 5,000 pounds more. That's the nature of lithium batteries. And so trucking companies on average make about a 6% profit margin. You're not going to convince them to give up 6 or 7% of their capacity for that battery. We're going to have to make weight exemptions to make zero emissions trucking possible. We're also going to have to look at the capital markets. We're going to have to go to places like Blackstone that are not only making a commitment to investing in women-led businesses and green businesses, but they're putting their money where their mouth is. They actually have to give the money back to their LPs if they fail to meet that commitment. We need more people in the capital markets. We need more Marjuts. We need more women in those boardrooms, in the C-suite, who can drive this kind of change, because let's be honest, every working mom in this room knows that we will figure it out. If it has to get done, that's what we do. That's what women have always done. And then the final thing is, I think we have to prove to the market that this is profitable. We have to incentivize that. In the case of trucking, for example, we ran a pilot in Arlington, Texas. We move about 3.5 to 4 million cars a year in North America, about 25% of the total market for new cars. In Arlington, Texas, we have a General Motors facility that makes the giant SUVs, right? We ran a pilot there with one electric-powered Class 8 heavy truck, one big rig. Our maintenance cost per mile dropped from 87 cents to 10 cents per mile. I spend $50 million a year on fuel expenses for a fleet of about 1,400 trucks. At least 2/3 of that disappears when we go carbon neutral. So this can do good and do well at the same time, and we need the business community, even the industrial sector like trucking, to come on board and make this change possible so we can meet this global goal.
Yeah, thank you, Sara. It's indeed very reassuring to hear the industry voice that we in this together. And it's, as you rightly said, it's a collaboration. It requires collaboration across the board, across the sector. And it's not only industry that needs commitment and action, but also political commitment, regulation, incentives, more incentives, so that we can reach the carbon neutrality. And thanks for the commitment and the modeling for the business companies.
Thank you.
Yeah. And my last question for our panelists. you mentioned very important topic, and today's very important topic is gender equality, inclusivity, and equitable, and especially the climate change affects everyone, but especially the vulnerable and under disadvantaged groups in each and every country. So how we can ensure to have a more inclusive and equitable approach to reach that common goal? If you can share your perspectives and experience from your local context. Thank you. You can start, Mrs. Adenike Oladaso, you can start first.
Okay, thank you so much. As an eco-feminist, I believe in a world whereby women have a safe place where they can exercise their rights without any form of injustice, and where they can also find a safe place where they can have access to land, because to a certain extent, we have to break free from traditional, social, and any kind of barriers that will affect women's rights right now, because women produces 60 to 80% of the world food production, but yet has limited or zero access to own a land. And land ownership to a large extent is going to position women towards acquisition of loan and other basic resources that they need for them to grow. And at the same time, it's going to help to bring in their indigenous knowledge, adaptation practices, and different kind of practices that they need to help to tackle the climate change crisis. And also owning a land will help them to grow more long-term crops and trees in their farms to help to serve as a windbreaker and in dealing with the impact of the climate change crisis. To a certain extent, women have to be given access to own a land for us to have reduced food insecurity, poverty, and any kind of crisis that's affecting us right now. And also more finance for women. And I'm also happy that one of the panelists stated that trying to finance women, and also we have seen a very big announcement from the UK government here in Glasgow concerning financing women. But at a certain level, I'm also looking at it that how is it going to reach at the bottom? That is the grassroots organizations that are really trying to help women in different forms in trying to deal with the impact of the climate change crisis. Because as a Nigerian youth delegate here in COP, it gives me access to be able to have access to rooms, like negotiation rooms, of which it's very scarce for women in this space to be able to have such access. So we have to keep thinking of how we can have more women on the decision table like this, to have access to negotiation rooms, so that they can have their voice being heard, they can contribute meaningfully to decision-making positions, just as we have all women panelists today that are really doing great things strategically. And also it reminds me of my experience yesterday when I saw all male panelists in the side event. It shows that that we are not yet getting there yet, because in a gathering like this, you can't tell me that you won't find 2 or more female in such panel. Why all male panel? We should have gone beyond that extent. We should know that there's no climate justice without gender justice. They are all integrated to each other. And that's why I call myself an eco-feminist. And also, lack of access to energy is also one of the biggest impacts to women's disempowerment. Because looking at the Lake Chad issue that I'm advocating for, it has displaced 2/3 of women. And climate change over time, we have seen it to be leading to refugee, of which leads to internally displaced people camps. Then women now depend totally on aid for survival. And at the same time, women are the largest sector in informal economy, of which we need to make it more resilient enough to be able to tackle the impact of the climate change crisis. Because in terms of the COVID-19, we have seen it that when there was food loss of livelihood, women were the biggest impacted by it, and it led to increase in gender-based violence. So when we are channeling finance, we have to channel it more to the informal sectors on how we can build resilience with women and girls in tackling the climate change crisis. And more important, we also need to talk about education as one of the powerful weapons that we need in tackling the climate change crisis, because when we have more women getting educated. It's going
Thank
to
you.
help to make them to be resilient. It's going to help our society, change makers, and different forms. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alden. And so thanks for such a powerful stories and your excellent experience. And I'm sorry we need to wrap up. Our session is going to be closed quite soon. So the last panelist, if you can briefly, shortly share your story on the inclusivity.
Thank you so much. Well, having attended COP, I would say that the Wellbeing Foundation Africa is very encouraged that the leaders are urgently tackling the climate crisis. But I'm calling for action to intentionally engage the subject of public health and women's health within the urgency of the climate crisis within the Global South into their actions on planetary health. And I'm calling for a spirit and a purpose of togetherness while we move this sea change. As we're speaking, vulnerable communities, women and children around the world are being affected by environmental harm. And NGOs such as ourselves play a critical role at the grassroots level movement of protecting our people and our environment on a local level. I think it was 15 years ago that I wrote an op-ed called 12 Candles, because a Nigerian woman going to a primary healthcare center to deliver her baby needed to take not just a clean birth kit, but 12 candles in case there was no power at the health center for them to be able to see to deliver her. Today, we are calling for clean energy at every health center. There is difficult policy work to be done, and it will need a lot more than just global political leaders at the table. But their commitment can come from them recognizing, replicating, and integrating frontline models of work that is being done firsthand by NGOs such as the Wellbeing Foundation Africa that focus on women and children into their policy making. The evidence is very, very clear. At COP, there was actually no health day. I spoke at Planetary Health and Public Health at a roundtable, which featured experts from EcoHealth Alliance and the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, but this was a side event. It highlighted that by 2100, 40% of the world's population will be exposed to extreme heat episodes, and the yearly burden of temperature-related mortality alone is projected to reach 4.6 million per year, on a par with the current impact of obesity. So this is one example of how climate change is impacting human health, and I insist that public health, human health, must be integrated with planetary health. I'm very grateful for this opportunity, and I hope we'll be able to collaborate further.
Thank you, Saraki, for such a powerful, inspirational experience. And it's a very nice way of wrapping up our today's session. Indeed, we need call for united action in such an important time. And thanks again, our wonderful panelists, and wish you all the best of luck in your important endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bayatso Sarang. Thank you so much to Marjut. Thank you, Sarah. And then joining us live, Token and Antonike. Thank you so much for being who you are and being with us today. Yeah.
Climate and ecological crisis is a global crisis and the biggest crisis humanity has ever faced. And if we don't manage to work together despite our differences, then we will fail.
Backwards in a forward time, all good, but it's not on point.
The song that we're listening to now actually was penned by a member of the Next Generation, the climate crisis, and started with a conversation with Greta and Greta's voice, because as Elena Candon, who's joining me here, isn't she beautiful, smart, accomplished, representing the next generation of people who aren't going to be okay with where the planet is going? Yeah, exactly. So welcome, Elena, to make her feel comfortable with us on stage here as well. Thank you. So you don't mind being a token representative of the next generation that's passionate and cares, yeah?
No, I think it's very important, actually, to have someone be a representative.
Yeah. Tell us what you're seeing from your kind of...
Well, a lot is not going as it should be, first of all, but it never really does go as it should. Definitely a lot has to still be done. That's why we're all here today talking about what we can do to improve. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for being with us, and thanks for being the representative of the next generation in conversation, because before Elena came into the planet, into this reality, there was a group called the Club of Rome that 50 years ago, how many of you remember the Club of Rome? You know this? Yeah, 50 years ago started calling for action on climate. Well, now the world is waking up. We know that we need to move beyond rhetoric, that this is the global challenge of our times. This is the next generation that says we're not going to have a planet if we're not a world that isn't around to sustain us. So we're having conversation live from the COP. Now there's 2 women presidents of the Club of Rome. So we're inviting a conversation between Elena Candon and Sandrine Dixon, who's joining us live from the COP to share with us. Please give her a warm welcome and have a great conversation. Thank you.
So welcome, Sandrine Dixon de Clèves, and thank you for joining this fireside chat on the human rights angle of climate change.
It's a pleasure to be here with you, Elena, and all the incredible women and some of those men that I'm seeing that are supporting this very important event.
As I was preparing for our conversation today, I saw that you signed the emergency appeal for climate action. Girls and young women like Greta Thunberg, Mitsitan, Dominica Lazzotto promoted. They are sending an urgent call to world leaders to face up to the climate emergency. What do you think about this? What are your thoughts?
Well, absolutely. And actually, I've seen many of those young women running around the corridors of COP. I'm, for the moment, in my Airbnb because it's too noisy in the COP. But what I feel is that we need to have this call to action. And in fact, the Club of Rome also published the Planetary Emergency Plan. And we really believe that through intergenerational dialogue, we will continue to make a change. Your voice is being heard. Now, is it enough? That's the other question. So I think that if I have a bit of time, do you want me to quickly give a bit of an update, Elena, or how would you like me to proceed?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead with an update, whatever you feel.
So I think that some of you clearly are getting the signal that we're not doing enough here at COP, and that signal is correct. And it's not only the youth that are frustrated. I was with Johan Rockström recently, and we are both very concerned that the science that is clearly telling us that we are in the midst of the greatest existential risk to humanity, and in particular, right now, hitting the most vulnerable, is not being matched by policy decisions on the ground. We do see that there has been some movement. The 100 countries that came behind deforestation and stopping deforestation by 2030 is a huge commitment. It has all of the biggest forestry areas, so 85% of the forests have been actually covered. We also see that we do have trillions now moving in terms of stopping investment in fossil energy. We've got the multilateral development banks that are pulling out. We also have commitments with regard to deforestation in terms of funding also for indigenous people. So some of these are some of the lenses of positive commitments. Now, what's negative? Negative is the national determined contributions are not going far enough. The national plans are clearly not hitting our mark. And we know that they're not going to get us to 1.5. And also the fact that we haven't agreed to the 100 billion for developing countries to enable them to truly transition. So we're seeing some positive, and these are the things that we want to hold on to, but we're looking to you and to scientists and to the economists that I work for to continue to hold governments accountable. That's what we need to do, Elena, and we need to bring in other voices as well, the voices of indigenous people, the voices of the most vulnerable, the incredible stories that we've heard of women who are on the front lines, who truly are solution providers. And maybe I can just close by saying that what I'm hearing in the corridors is a positive shift. Whether it be governments who are still not going far enough, I think they truly realize that we are all getting hit by climate, weather effects, and also tipping points. And so we are starting to see that there is a shift in mentality. And that for us is very important because as introduced in the beginning, we don't have another 50 years to wait around for things to be turned around. This is the decisive decade.
Thank you. You yourself have dedicated your career to this work. Just now you are in COP in Glasgow. What do you think? Are world leaders facing up?
Well, again, as I say, I think some world leaders are. And, you know, we can criticize the UK presidency for many things, but I know that they're trying very hard to get a deal here at COP. What I think is going to be important, again, is when they all go home, these leaders, that we hold them accountable on divestment from fossil energy, that we hold them accountable on their methane pledge that they have made here, that we hold them accountable on deforestation. I mean, if you take those three, right, the pullout from fossil and oil and gas and coal, if you pull out also and you try to ensure that you decrease methane, and if we ensure that we stop deforestation by 2030, starting with the capital flows already in 2021. So this year we will start to see money flowing to those countries to stop deforestation. What we've done, Elena, and this is a message I want to give to the youth, is we've actually decreased the potential of hitting 2.7 degrees, which was the periphery, the actual pathway we were on, to 1.8. It's not yet 1.5 by 2030, but it's 1.8. That is actually incredibly important.
You have advised at the highest levels. What's your advice for my generation, and what more can we do to advocate climate action?
So I advise the youth, and first of all, I don't want the youth to be token youth. I think the youth need to be part of our conversation every day. We need to have an intergenerational dialogue. So my advice is, don't think that you're doing this alone. There are scientists, economists, many people who want to do exactly what you're doing. Go into the streets and protest when we're not actually getting the signals we need from leaders. We are here to support and to work with you. So that's my first message. You're not doing this alone. You have many of us who are supportive of your incredible voice. But my next message is, I think we can be more specific in terms of our calls. I think that the blah, blah, blah speech of Greta is important, but also not everyone is blah, blah, blah. Not everything that's happening is blah, blah, blah. We need to call out the real blah, blah, blah. We need to call out the real leaders that are not doing what they should be doing or showing leadership, and start to really get behind those leaders that are. Because the most important thing is that we show people around the world that actually a decarbonized economy is not just about sacrifice. It is the greatest, most beautiful challenge that can lead us to a well-being economy, that can lead us to something much more positive for the youth. So I would say, let's work together to call out those governments that need to be called out, to call out those companies that are not doing the right thing, but to start to show what the youth want from the future. What does that vision look like? So it's not just negative doomsday and despair visuals.
Mm-hmm. Beautifully said. Does that sound like a... Sandrine, I don't think you could have nailed it more in terms of saying it's moving beyond the blah, blah, blah and the rhetoric, right? To then say, what is it that we're going to be able to do together, right? As both countries, companies, human beings who care, and as members of tribe humanity and all generations, right? Yes. Is there anything else that you would like to say to be complete with our conversation with Sandrine? Another invitation or a response to what she's put out?
Well, thank you for this conversation. I hope you can make COP a success. We depend on leaders today. Yeah.
Thank you, Elena. And don't worry, I'm trying. I'm doing my very best. And with many incredible women. Today I will be standing with Mary Robinson and many others and Indigenous people and women from across the globe to show the unity of women. Yeah. And when I heard many of you today, once again, I'm reminded of the incredible way in which women lead, which is not only from the head, but it's from the heart and the soul. Yeah. So we will make a difference together collectively as women, and also by bringing those men who are open to new leadership.
Yeah. Sandrine, beautifully said, from your head, from your heart, from COP to ours. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being on the front lines with us, and also to know that you've got an army of youth as well who are a part of our conversation, and these false divides between age and gender and what kind of space are we on the planet, it just doesn't fit anymore. So thank you for being who you are and what you're creating today, and for spending your time with us, and Elena for spending your time as well. Yeah, and your passion. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me.
So to march on, and as Sandrine was saying so passionately, in conversation with Elena, as we know, it's about conversation, but it's about cooperation, and it's about moving as quickly as we can. So, of course, in order to be able to move to address the climate issues, yes, it takes all of us. It takes the next generation. It takes people in positions of power, though, inside countries, but it's not one country issue. So, as you all know, the 20 biggest economies of the world, the G20, met recently, and they were able to do something that historically hasn't been done before, which was a move to say, how can we redirect how money flows in the tax deal? So we're going to have a conversation now that we look at saying, and of course the Women Political Leaders was a member of this G20 conversation, hosting it there. And we've invited today to have the conversation about what does that mean for the world's 20 biggest countries to have come together. By the way, how many women are now represented on the G20? One. Yeah. But in conversation with us today, we have Susanna. Susanna, you may remember, she was the former chief of staff for the UN. She was a candidate for Secretary General. I like to think about what would have happened in history or herstory had Susanna achieved that role. But she wasn't slacking on other means. You may remember her when she was the Argentinian foreign minister. And in that capacity, when Susanna served in that role, she also was the G20 Sherpa when Argentina had the chair. So I can't think of a better, more capable woman to be able to guide our conversation now to say, what does this mean for us next in terms of country cooperation and specifically with the tax deal? Please give a very warm welcome to honor Susanna. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, friends. It's great to be here. We really thank women political leaders and the Reykjavík Forum for inviting us. We came as a Global Women Leaders Voices, a group that some of us belong to, but we have also some good friends joining us in this conversation. Let me start by recognizing who are going to take part of this conversation. Let me start with Arantxa González. Arantxa is the former Foreign Minister of Spain. She was also the head of the ITC in the United Nations. She is a great multilateralist. So, Arantxa, great to have you here.
Thank you.
Then we have Maria Fernandez Espinosa. Maria Fernandez Espinosa is a long-standing friend. She was the former president of the General Assembly, only the fourth one still today. So she's a significant power woman from Ecuador, former foreign minister of Ecuador, former defense minister of Ecuador, and many other things that relate her to gender, to indigenous peoples, powerful woman. And then I have here Bogolo Kenewendo. Bogolo is the former trade minister of her country, Botswana. She was the youngest minister in Botswana, but also the youngest minister in the whole of Africa. So great, Bogolo. She's a global economist, and she's always in the middle of all these issues that we discuss. Let's go to our subject here. I know taxes is not an appealing subject. It doesn't sound like something that we want to discuss and talk about, but let me tell you, unless we talk taxes, it's unlikely that we'll be able to talk the policies that are required to get to real gender equality. So the G20 just adopted a resolution on a common tax policy, 15%, a first step that we are going to discuss. Clearly, policy discussions at the global level and at the national level require a gender perspective, and that's part of our conversation today. And they are critical to the availability of resources to foster development and to foster equality. So Arantxa, let me start with you. How do you see this?
Well, let me start where you left it. You know, there is this famous song, "Money makes the world go round." So this conversation is about money, and how it can help us move into a more equal world, because this is what we care about too. I want to make 3 points briefly, Susanna. First, what we've seen from the COVID crisis is that we cannot just simply rebuild our economies and our social tissues on the basis of the previous model, that we have to rethink the way our economy and our social systems work. We have to build back better. So we have a unique opportunity to do this also with a gender lens. The second thing I would say is that what we've seen also with the recent G20 summit is that when leaders want to make something a priority, they make it happen. When they want to make sure that taxation of multinationals is a priority, they've made it happen. So I guess what we need to do now is make sure that they put gender equality and fiscal policies for gender equality as a priority in the international agenda. This will be my third point, and I think this is where I'd like us to see how we do this, how we make sure that there is political capital invested into fiscal policies that support gender equality.
Political capital, that's what we need to invest in all the policies related to gender, and now we are talking taxes, as Arantxa said. Maria Fernanda, let me hear from you. What is your spin on this issue?
Well, I have to say that I agree, about the importance of money, but I think that the importance of money comes with the importance of power, of political power, and that's why we have struggled so much for having more women in power. And I think that this decision of the G20, that was an echo of an OECD decision of 137 countries, I think it's a way to speak to inequalities. Because we do have, a huge global health crisis with COVID, but we have come up with a vaccine. My question is, what is the vaccine to inequalities? Is proper, progressive fiscal policies. And that was the response of the G20 and OECD countries. And let's just remind that 1% of people worldwide have as much wealth as 6.9 billion people and 30% of their tax liability. So we need to address the issue of inequalities, and of course the gender inequality is perhaps the more painful and bigger, that I think this decision is speaking in a way to that. And I agree with you, Arantxa, that it's not because we're going to have money injection, and because of this decision, more than $300 billion, that automatically then we will have more investment in women. There is a long way to get there. Affirmative action policies, affirmative action regulatory frameworks, the feminist movement really doing what we need to do, continue the struggle, and of course we need proper accountability mechanisms, proper monitoring, proper data to make sure that the money goes where it needs to go, which is to close the gender gap and to close the huge inequalities, vertical and horizontal inequalities. So good news, but there's a long way to go still.
First step in a long journey where we all need to be very actively involved, and potential loopholes there. So, Bogolo, what is your view on this matter?
Thanks. I was listening to both Maria and Arantxa, and I agree entirely that it is the right time for us to start talking about ensuring that we include gender indicators in our fiscal policies, and in particular into our recovery policies. And I was looking at this global agreement on tax, and yes, we agree it's important that we stop this race to the bottom for taxes. It's what's important. It has deprived many countries of that tax revenues. But we have to make sure that in our effort to deal with inequalities, as Maria has rightfully said, we don't inadvertently create more inequalities. And I say this because, yes, there were 130 countries that have agreed, but if you look at it, really, the beginning of the agreement did not include certain countries. From low-income countries, middle-income earning countries were also left out of this conversation, and many of those, their current tax rates are between 25 and 35%. So if we're saying that the minimum is 15%, then we are in part putting the economies in jeopardy here, and we are essentially saying that they are no longer a feasible environment to invest in. And I think that is a conversation that needs to be had more intricately, particularly when we look at the inclusive framework which is part of this agreement. And as such, I think it's important for us to look at it with that gender lens, because many of these multinational companies employ lots of women. You look at the textile industry, manufacturing industry, and these are some of the multinationals we're talking about. If we are not careful, we are going to lead to hundreds and thousands of women in developing countries losing jobs because those countries no longer are attractive tax-wise. But what I like, on the flip side, now taking away my hat from former Minister of Trade and thinking about the arguments that we used to have with Minister of Finance whenever we were talking about incentives of bringing businesses into the country. It is important for countries to find other incentives to bring in foreign direct investment that does not take away from tax revenues, that can lead to development, providing health care for women, providing social welfare protection programs for women and for children in particular. So I think altogether the conversation is necessary, but we need to make sure that we are not creating further economic inequalities by trying to deal with them.
As is always the case, new decisions bring opportunities, but bring challenges, potential loopholes. What will you add to this at this point, having here the colleagues and knowing that this is, again, a long journey?
What I would say is that our starting point has to be that there is no such thing as gender-neutral policies. And if I look at fiscal policies, there is no such thing as gender-neutral fiscal policies. If I take the figures that we already have, by the way, for every 100 poor men, there is 118 poor women. 1 out of 3 women that in this world have no income on their own. So how we do taxes matters for how we deal with the empowerment of women and the equal treatment of women. If we put the weight of fiscal policies on indirect fiscal taxes, consumption taxes, for example, they are going to affect in a harsher way those that are poorer. And we know there are more poor women than men. If we do differently taxes on dependent workers from independent workers, and we know that a big part of women employment is in the independent sector, it's going to affect women. So what I would like us to maybe think and advance, and I would hope that there is a representative from the Indonesian caucus in this room, because they would have the G20 next year, is ask the G20 for 3 things. One is that every government commits to gender disaggregated data, which is 100%. What will allow us to then analyze the impact differently. 2, to make sure that the fiscal policies are developed with a gender lens, and that there is a mechanism to evaluate how these fiscal policies are impacting on women and men. And number 3, I think we also have to ask for gender-based budgeting. So how we collect the money, but also how we spend the money. Mm-hmm. And with these very 3, these are not microeconomic, this is macroeconomic. With these 3 macro actions, we would have taken, the G20 would have taken a leadership, a real one, in addressing gender inequalities.
No question about it. It's not only about the income, it's also about the expending. The problem is that we need to emphasize at this point that we need those additional resources that Maria Fernanda referred to, which are potential to materialize in the right way, to apply them to the expenses in the right way. Maria Fernanda, what is your view after this first round? What will you want to add to this conversation?
Well, I would say perhaps 3 things, just to echo how important this measure is to counter the race to the bottom policies. Because developing countries, especially middle-income countries, we are between a wall and a hard place. because we have a fiscal crisis, we need liquidity. This is going to, bring an influx of resources. But the secret is how, for the de-risking purposes, to get more investment, you make your labor laws more flexible, the welfare states is weakened, and also the leakage factor that I was mentioning. 60 countries have not signed into that. What is going to happen? There is a risk of relocation, for example, but once you get the money, how is that you wisely invested? It is not only with a gender lens, but with a carbon neutrality lens. We had just, a panel before this one on how to achieve the net zero target of the Paris Agreement. So I think it's a tough call. It's not there is no an easy fix. But we all are multilateralists. I think that the lesson that we have learned with that is multilateralism matters. That we need a strong, vital, retooled multilateral system to take care not only of a new global economic order that is fairer, that has a gender lens, that is carbon neutral, but that cooperation, interconnectedness, global cooperation and solidarity is what we need if we are very serious about building forward better. We cannot build back because, what we had before did not work. We are experiencing a huge systemic crisis. The issue of tax unfairness is a symptom of a more, systemic, profound, structural deficit. And I think that I like what happened with the G20. It is a good sign, but I think that we have a long way to go. Again, coming back to developing countries, I think that fair tax cooperation and has to come with debt restructuring, has to come with access to more liquidity, with compliance of the Addis Ababa agenda on financing for development and ODA. So it is a huge package that we need to put together in order to build forward better to a new, I would say, feminist, carbon-neutral economic order.
Thank you, Maria Fernanda. Bogolo, we are pretty much getting to the end. How will you want to wrap up this conversation?
Well, I think, it's important that the conversations that we have right now really reflect that in 2020 and 2021, many countries found themselves in heightened debt pressures, and that anything that we talk about in terms of recovery really focuses in releasing liquidity to the countries that need it the most. And what we have seen is that there is a very clear need for multilateral negotiations, cooperations, agreements, but we need those ones that really show a strengthened financial system that help us tackle the most difficult of socioeconomic issues, because now we see all the cracks that exist. We see the inequalities with women. We see that 40% more likely for women to leave the job place right now in order to fall into the care economy. These are cracks that are not new, but that are showing exactly what has been happening. And I think that when we look at multilateralism and we talk about a strengthened financial system, we also cannot leave behind the issues of the SDR reallocation, right? And this is something that was, it was an exciting conversation for us to have, only to find that African countries were only allocated 33 billion of the $650 billion, right? And it has been a clear call from the AU to say, no, we'd like an additional 100 billion in order to ensure that we work well with our COVID recovery policies. Because you cannot expect countries that are paying double, triple for COVID vaccines, that are paying more in order to deal with infrastructure, just to deal with COVID protocols, those that are feeling very tightened fiscal pressure to only share $33 billion. And we hope that there will be an equitable recovery globally, This is the challenge that we have to deal with. And then secondly, I want to plug my other piece of work because I have been involved with the G7 Gender Equality Advisory Council, and we just released our report. And I have said this about our report, that we have put forward a set of recommendations that have relevance in every country's COVID recovery policy. And it's because we bring in issues of gender indicators, and they are evidence-based, they are practical, and they are measurable. And to that end, that report, I recommend for everybody to read it and see the proposals that we have made for gender equality monitoring and accountability mechanism for the G7, and we have further proposed it to be ascended to by the G20. So if there's anybody here from Indonesia, please, the plea for both Italy and Indonesia is that there be a G20 GIAC as well. And the other thing would be to ensure that this traction that has been made during the pandemic, as we were talking about COVID recovery with a gender lens, that the traction that has been made towards empowerment of women economically, towards the protection of women from gender-based violence, and towards educating girls, that traction is not lost when we have now recovered and economies are doing better. But this continues to be a high-level plenary discussion, and that we see it even during the leaders' summits.
Thank you very much. We are here in the end. Let me summarize. It has been a rich conversation. The first takeaway, taxes matter. So let's pay attention and let's raise our voices. Let's be here in that conversation. Second, there is no such a thing as gender-neutral policies. So let's work on that. Let's work on data. Let's work on having real information that allows for decisions to be taken on an evidence-based manner. And thirdly, in times where multilateralism and global cooperation is under threat, and where there is doubts about these questions, clearly all these global public goods that we are discussing, and we just hear the discussion on climate change, now on taxes, indicate that we need to come together more than ever before to share perspectives and to have a common agenda to build back, to build forward better, and to make this world a more equal one. So thanks to everybody. It has been a pleasure to be here.
This was special. To imagine a world with the four of you as representing what's holding the space in the other conversations around the world, right? Let's just take a moment to land that and to appreciate you for being who you are and what you do and how you show up, and visualizing for us what this feels like when we have women leaders at the table having the conversation around money and power, and that it's not okay to have the way that we've been doing it before. So I wanted to say, honestly, before you get off stage, to just stand up and turn around and let us say thank you and see you for who you are, Susanna. Just to say thank you. It hasn't been easy. Hello? Turn around. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I think hearing this conversation, and I don't know about you, but it gives me hope for womanity and humanity. And I would say, imagine what history would be like if we had more women leaders like this and like you in the positions of parliamentary conversations. So we are going to go now into our next delegation, national delegation statements as well, and the leaders' talks. And we're going to move into conversations with each other, and also the conversations that we're having as the national delegate statements. And so there's going to be 40 statements that are being made to accelerate the participation, leadership, and decision-making power of women around the world. So if you're participating in that, you're one of the parliamentary leaders, that's a closed session. We're going to invite you to go into that session. And also, we have the leaders' talks with the partners here. I don't know, is there anybody in the room, or they're off ball preparing for you to be in the leaders' talks conversations? Hi, Bettina, tell us what your talk is. Come on up, come on up. Is there anybody else who's hosting a Leaders Talk who's in the room? Come on up. And I know some of you might be off getting prepared for it. Come on. Perfect. Bettina, tell us.
A snapshot into the world of work.
Yeah.
The future of work, we've heard it being mentioned today.
Do we have a mic for Bettina?
I think it's good.
You can hear her? Great.
So join me in ESJA 4.
ESJA 4, on the future of work. Yeah?
Absolutely. Future of work, new social contract.
Yeah.
ESJA 4.
Perfect. Thanks, Bettina, for giving your time and for being a partner. Yes, come on up. Tell us about the talk. Where should we find you? Hi there.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lina Lopes. I'm Portuguese. I'm a member of the Parliament, and I'm a trade unionist too. For me, it's nice to stay here in the Iceland. I like this country. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
And which Leader Talk are you hosting? Oops. Sorry. You're with Bettina as well. Perfect. Okay, thanks for that. Is there anybody else who's hosting a Leaders Talk who wants to give a shout out and an invitation for them as well? Michelle, are you here? She might be preparing for it to host it. Yeah? Super. After that, we're going to go straight into lunch that's hosted by the Government of Canada, and then we're going to switch gears for our afternoon, and I think it'll be a bit in a gentler, kind of more personal type of conversation where we'll be in storytelling there. But I think it's been a special morning to start off with what is the overall human story that is emerging? How can we be leading at the time this historic or historic moment in history, as it means to be, all of us to be stepping into our power as women across generations, across countries, across these other silos. So I want to thank you on behalf of the organizers and everybody who gave their time for giving your time and attention to us this morning. We're going to ask now that we grab a coffee and go straight into our Leaders Talks or in your national delegation. We'll have lunch together, compliments of Canada, and then we come back here. Does that sound fair? Yeah? Okay. Thank you for a great morning together. Looking forward to a fun afternoon.
Looks like a girl, but she's a flame.
fall, we rise, we fall. He comes in late, but it's okay. We do, I do. He knows the rules. He takes care of all. No, he's not alone. I'm on his team. He keeps me clean and gives me things. He makes me scream. He's so contagious. Returns my pages. He's got me anxious. He's what I waited for. He keeps me guessing. Spontaneous. He's so persuasive. And I'm his lady. Tonight is great. Tonight is great. And I ain't complaining. And I ain't complaining. I'm entertaining. I'm entertaining. My number one thing. My number one. My back is aching. My back is aching. From all I'm making. From all I'm making. No. Ain't no use in faking. My ups, my downs, my high and my lows. From head to toe, he makes me glow. He hits the spot. He makes me hot. I'm all that he's got, and he's all that I got. He's so contagious. Returns my pages. He's got me anxious. He's what I waited for. He keeps me guessing. Spontaneous. He's so persuasive. And I'm his lady.
Thinking of a master plan. You know anything you need, baby, ask your man. You was there from a half a gram. Now it's kilos and C-notes and high fashion brands. We ball like we own the world. The only concern is you, my only girl. And when we speaking in tongues, breathing hard when I'm squeezing your lungs, keep it strong. But I gotta hit the streets when I'm done. It's joy and pain. When you trying to get ahead of the game, it's fucked up, but you never complain. You just pray I don't get killed when I hit the hood. Just another 100 million, I'm equipped for good. No more drug wars, trips to jail and shootouts. Getting loot out, but lawyers and bail will get you through out. Just me and you, high off sex and twisted. You OG to you OD, addicted.
He's so contagious. Returns my pages. He's got me anxious. He's what I waited for. He keeps me guessing. Spontaneous. He's so
It's Beyonce, oh Beyonce, and that lingerie on that Chardonnay, scoring touchdowns on your runway. I'm Texas forever like Bombay, and I'm Rambo with yo. I'm Billy Rich like John Jack, I'm Camo and yo. These thoughts can't clock me nowadays. You wish I was your pound cake, boy. You know I look good at food. Wish I was your baby mom. Want me to come around and give you good karma, but no, we escalate up in this bitch like elevators. Of course, sometimes shit go down when it's $1 billion on the elevator. Of course, sometimes shit go down when it's $1 billion on the elevator. Goddamn, goddamn, goddamn. Mama taught me good home training. My daddy taught me how to love my haters. My sister told me I should speak my mind. My man made me feel so goddamn fine. Wake up, post up, round in it, flossing on that. This diamond, my diamond. This rock, my rock. I woke up like this. I woke up like this. We flawless. Ladies, tell them I woke up like this. I woke up like this. We flawless. Ladies, tell them say I look so good tonight. Goddamn, goddamn, say I look so good tonight. Goddamn, goddamn, goddamn. I wake up looking this good. And I wouldn't change it if I could. And you can say what you want, I'm the shit. I'm the shit, I'm the shit, I'm the shit, I'm the shit. I want everyone to feel like this.
Porque nos gusta hacer varios idiomas también, pero vamos a hacerlo los dos. Hacemos
got that yucky, that wavy Brazilian.
Them bitches thirsty. I'm Hungarian. Nikki BB eating diamond fangs. Barbarian.
Yo, like MJ Doctor, they killing me. Propofol, I know they hope I fall, but tell them winning is my motherfucking protocol. Cause I score before I ever throw the ball. These bitches washed up and ain't no fucking soap involved. It's every hood nigga dream, fantasizing about Nicki and B. Curvalicious, pussy served delicious. Mayday, mayday, earth the bitches. Slap these hoes on they ass like we birthing bitches. The queen of rap, slaying with Queen B. If you ain't on the team, you playing for Team D. Cause we A-listers, we paid sisters. This watch right here done phase blizzards. I confess I woke up like this. All this drink in my cup like this. All this ass on that flawless dick. Instagram another flawless pic. Flawless city with these flawless titties. I got all these hundreds, you got all the 50s. I'm with some flawless bitches cause they mild and pretty. Cause niggas love bad bitches that be on they grizzly. Throw that ass back, I be on my frisbee. Princess cut diamonds on my Disney. He want Monster, Nicki, and Sri Lanka. I told him meet me at the Trump Ivanka. I said, come here, let me show you how this cookie tastes. This, that, yeah, nigga, eat the cookie face.
This is it.
Said I paid my dues for all that I've done, and I showed you that I loved you more than once. There's nothing left there to decide. Said you might trick me once, I won't let you trick me twice. Freedom to us has always been a trick. Freedom to you has always been whoever landed on your dick. Seen it in you one too many times. Said you might trick me once, won't let you trick me twice. No, might trick me once, I won't let you trick me twice. Might trick me once, I won't let you trick me twice. No, might trick me once, I won't let you trick me twice. Don't let you trick me twice. Those days are old and overdone. And it's only cause I'm not with you that you make me number one. Though I may love you, it hurts me deep inside. And now you no longer have to hide.
I used to be down with the late night hit. Started getting heavy when I really wasn't ready. Used my past to get my mind, so I fell for your lines like all the time. Thought you were the shit to be playing around. Call the police, there's a mad girl in town. Could get even here without a sound. It's not how I wanna get down, yeah.
Might trick me once, I won't let you trick me twice. Might trick me once, I won't let you trick me twice. No, might trick me once, I won't let you trick me twice. No, I won't let you trick me twice. No, I won't let you trick me twice. Well, I pay my dues for all that I've done, and I showed you that I loved you more than once. There's nothing left there to decide. Take me, I won't let you take me twice.
True story. No glory. Let's go.
Yeah, the old me used to love a Gemini. Like a threesome, fucking with them every night. A lot of two-faced people show me both sides. So I figured out I gotta be my own type. They used to say to get a man, you had to know how to look. They used to say to keep a man, you had to know how to cook. But I'm solo and Soho, sipping soju in Malibu. It's I me, myself, kinda attitude. 'Cause I'm my own soulmate. I know how to love me. I know that I'm always gonna hold me down. Yeah, I'm my own soulmate. No, I'm never lonely. I know I'm a queen when I don't need no crown. marry me one
Dear
day.
conversationists, please take your seats for the national delegation statements. Thank you. Please take your seats for the national delegation statements.
Dear participants, first of all, I would like to thank the President, Silvana Koch-Merin, President of Women Political Leaders, for the invitation to participate today in this important meeting in Reykjavik, an important event to discuss female leadership. Leadership is about women's empowerment, and it has been placed at the core of the Italian presidency of the G20 in a cross-cutting way. The first G20 conference on women's empowerment set a first important milestone within the G20 community, which allowed the recognition of gender equality as a shared priority within the international community and at a global level. The final declaration of the leaders of the G20 sent a very clear message. Women must be protagonists of a sustainable and inclusive growth, and all the involved governments are now committed to make this a reality. Women's talent must be recognized and encouraged on a global scale, and it is our duty to ensure the full and equal participation of women in our societies and economies. We must fight the many factors that persist and undermine women's empowerment. There are still too many stereotypes and unacceptable stereotypes, which are often the cause of gender-based violence. These stereotypes prevent women from expressing their full potential and from taking leadership positions. Pivotal is the full participation of women and girls in STEM fields and the promotion of effective financial and digital literacy. These are all factors fundamental to the promotion of a gender perspective and women's leadership in the development of the technologies which are necessary for the ecological and digital transition, for the protection of the environment and the fight against climate change. Our government, the Italian government, continues to do its part at a national and international level. The Italian Domani Plan, approved as a part of the Next Generation EU, has recognized gender equality as a cross-cutting priority and includes measures to support employment, female entrepreneurship and parenthood. The Italian path towards equality also includes the reform of the Family Act, a law proposal that I have submitted to organize family policies on several levels, starting from women's employment, educational services, sharing of care laws and work-life balance. Furthermore, Italy can finally count on a national strategy for gender equality to provide an integrated approach to the promotion of equal opportunities and to prepare the country to face the challenge of the times to come. Full equality needs a global transformative agenda, which addresses with cross-cutting and systemic policies all the different aspects of women's life. For this reason, the persistence of high degree and multilateral coordination, which can also be promoted through moments of exchange, such as this one organized by the women political leaders, remains an essential element. So thank you very much for your work and thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, again. As Speaker of the House of Alþingi, it is my pleasure to welcome you to Iceland and our 4th annual Reykjavík Global Forum. I want to thank you all for joining us and for submitting your delegation statements that we are about to hear, either in person or virtually. These statements are representative of legislators who are advancing the participation, leadership, and decision-making power of women within political structures to accelerate legislative and societal transformations. This is essential for all of us. It improves economies and it strengthens communities. Thanks to all of you, women political leaders, for bringing us all together here today. I am very happy to announce that this fall, the Government and Parliament of Iceland renewed our partnership with women political leaders. So we hope to welcome you back to Iceland 2025 to share the good news about our power together for progress. But now it's time to start the national delegation statements. As many of you already are aware, some of the delegates are attending virtually this year, and their statements can be found on the forum's virtual platform, and I encourage you all, of course, to listen to the statements. So, first I present from Andorra, Monica Bonnell-Tusseit, Honorable Monica Bonnell-Tusseit, with a virtual statement. Next from Australia, Honorable Sue Lines, also with a virtual statement. From Azerbaijan, Honorable Konul Nurlayeva, with a virtual statement. And from Bahrain, Her Excellency Ebtisam Al-Dalal, with a virtual statement. And from Bahrain, Her Excellency Fatema Al-Kohai. And now I want to call forward from Canada, Honorable Marilou McPhedran. The floor is yours.
Greetings, everyone. It's an honor and a pleasure to be in Reykjavik. I just gave a 15-second interview and said that women leaders need to come together in person and online because together we are beating the COVID pandemic and we have to be ready for the next. This is a new reality for our world. On behalf of other members of the delegation, Senators Kim Pate and Donna Dasko from Canada, we thank you. And we want you to know that we're establishing a Canada-Iceland Parliamentary Friendship Group because in 2022, it will be 75 years since we have had diplomatic relations with the country of Iceland. It's a great pleasure to be with you, and on behalf of senators, as well as members of Parliament who are just returning to Parliament because we just had a federal election, I bring you greetings from Canada.
Thank you. Next, I present from Cape Verde, Honorable Orlando Maria Duarte Santos Ferreira, with a virtual statement, and from Cyprus, Her Excellency Anita Demetriou, also with a virtual presentation, and from European Parliament, Honorable Evelyn Reiner, with a virtual presentation, from Georgia, Honorable Nino Chilosani, with a virtual presentation, and from Greece, Honorable Olga Kefalogianni, with a virtual presentation. And next forward is from Iceland, Honorable Guðrún Hafsteinsdóttir. The floor is yours. Some mistake the speaker is making here. So the next speaker I call forward is Honorable Þórunn Sveinbjarnardóttir from Iceland. The floor is yours.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Dear colleagues and participants, as women political leaders, we have a duty and a moral obligation to work together to better the lives and livelihoods of women, to ensure that their human rights are respected and protected. There are, of course, many means to this end, but I would like to call your attention to one particular tool. The UN Security Council Resolution number 1325 on women, peace and security, which was passed more than 20 years ago. It addresses the important role of women in the prevention and resolution of conflicts, peace negotiations, peace building, peacekeeping, humanitarian response, and in post-conflict reconstruction, and stresses the importance of women's equal participation and full involvement in the maintenance and promotion of peace and security. It calls on all parties to conflict to take special measures to protect women and girls from gender-based violence, particularly rape and other forms of sexual abuse in situations of armed conflict. We all know that civilians, particularly women and children, are the majority of those affected by armed conflict, and that they are increasingly targeted. It is not an exaggeration to say that women's bodies have in effect become a war zone, with horrific consequences. Women in leadership roles everywhere must hold government responsible so that women everywhere are guaranteed the protection that they have an inherent right to, and a seat at every table where peace is being negotiated. I call on participants in the Reykjavík Global Forum to speak out against this pandemic of violence against women and support with all necessary means the Security Council's resolution on women, peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I present from Indonesia, Honorable Puan Marani, and next I call forward from Ireland, Honorable Jennifer Murnane O'Connor. The floor is yours. I read this again here from my list to call forward from Ireland, Honourable Jennifer Murnane O'Connor. The floor is yours, please. So I do not see anyone coming here to the floor. I will present the next virtual presentation from Israel, Honourable Mikhail Rosin, and from Italy, Honourable Maria Risotti, with a virtual statement also, and from Jordan, Honourable Rabia Al-Dabbas, with a virtual statement, and from Malaysia, Honourable Suraida Kamaruddin, with a virtual statement. So we keep on going, and I call forward the next one in person to take the floor from Monaco, Honourable Nathalie Amorati Blanc. If she is here with us, the floor is yours, please. No. So we move forward, and from Nepal I present Honourable Hira Kurang with a virtual statement, and from New Zealand Honourable Ingrid Leri also with a virtual statement. And now we're going to see on the screen a virtual statement from Pakistan, Honourable Malika Ali Bokhari.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. It is my utmost honor as a member of Parliament from Pakistan, representing the ruling party, Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf, and as Parliamentary Secretary Law and Justice for the Ministry of Law and Justice in Pakistan, to be part of this very important global forum. The Reykjavík Global Forum this year is extremely important, as it is every year. Global leaders, women leaders from across the globe are convening on a very important topic. Naturally, Pakistan, as the sixth most populous country in the world, has an active and important interest in this forum. The population of Pakistan comprises of 50% women, and women and girls across the country are deeply embedded and represented at all levels of decision making, at the political level and all structures of governance. Pakistan, as an important democracy, has an active interest and stake in the discussions being undertaken at the Reykjavík Global Forum. We will also support and take part in finding solutions to the problems that are being faced by women across the globe. The Reykjavík Global Forum this year is extremely important, as it has been every year. This year, all the global women leaders from different parts of the world will be faced by an important question, which is on how to tackle the realities of the pandemic. We all need to, as women leaders, collectively find solutions on how the pandemic has impacted the lives of women and girls across the world. We need to find solutions, we need to discuss ideas on creating a world which is more equitable, and where gender parity is deeply embedded in all levels of decision-making and governance, as it should be. Pakistan's commitment to gender equality is inspired by its founder, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who has famously quoted that no nation can rise to the height of glory unless its women are side by side. This year's theme for Reykjavík Global Forum is Power Together for Progress. We know that there is nothing in this world that cannot be achieved if a group of women come together. Women leaders from across the globe have excelled in politics, in economics, in art, in media, in governance, as teachers, as scientists. Therefore, we all need to come together for progress, come together as powerful voices for women across the globe, come together to find solutions that are important, in particular to take stock of what has happened in the pandemic. We need to take stock of the new realities faced by the pandemic. We need to understand how the gains made for gender equality has impacted women and girls across the globe. We know that women and girls across the globe, whether at home or at workplaces, in politics, in media, in governance, or any other level of decision making, or any other profession, have been deeply impacted by the pandemic. The solution to these global issues being faced by all of us today is in today's theme: power together for progress. If we come together, we are powerful. We can achieve the impossible, and together we can make progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's try to go back on the list of speakers now and check if the representative from Ireland, Honourable Jennifer Murnane O'Connor, if she is here, the floor is yours. And next is from Monaco, Honourable Nathalie Amorati-Blanc. And they are not here yet, so let's move forward on the numbered list. I represent from Philippines, Honorable Laureen Legarda, with a virtual presentation, and from Poland, Honorable Gabriela Morawska-Staneka. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Deputy Speaker of the Senate of the Republic of Poland, and this is the great honor for me to lead the Senate delegation this year at the Reykjavík Global Forum. In our delegation, there is another senator, Ms. Joanna Sekuła, and in our national delegation is Ms. Joanna Szojring-Wielgus, MP from Lower Chamber of Polish Parliament. I'm really pleased that we can meet physically at this conference in Iceland after the COVID time. After the COVID isolation, in-person meeting is what we need the most. And now is the special time, but because everybody saw how difficult is time for women in Poland now. Everybody saw the protests against abortion law after the young pregnant woman's death, because the doctors waited for the death of the child and didn't save her life. In 21st century, in Europe, we still have to defend our rights and fight for it. That's why the most important thing is to strengthen and support female activity and promote women's position, especially in politics, because only through politics we can change this situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And also from Poland with a virtual presentation is Honorable Marcina Marchalek. And next I will call forward from Portugal, Honorable Lina Lopes. The floor is yours. I don't see her approaching the floor, so let us read the next representative from Romania, Honorable Oana Silvia Toiu. I'm not seeing her approaching the floor. This is going to go faster than I thought. It looks like it, but then again, let me present while we are waiting. The next representative is from the Russian Federation, Honorable Galina Karilova, with a virtual presentation. And then I will call forward the representative from Serbia, Honorable Sandra Bosic. The floor is yours. This is and the next one is I call forward is from Slovenia, Honorable Masa Kosiper. And if she is ready, if you are ready, the floor is yours. So I just keep going down the list. So from Spain, I call Speaker Ana Maria Pastor Julian and welcome her to the floor. No? So we represent now, I represent now from also from Spain, the next one, I call forward Speaker Maria Gloria Elizo Serrano. The floor is yours. And I don't see them here approaching the floor. It's a bit strange. It's like but let me read the virtual presentations. Now from Sweden we have Honorable Åsa Lindström, and from Thailand Honorable Chitpas Kritakon, also with a virtual presentation, and from Trinidad and Tobago Honorable Bridget Marie Anisette George. And the next to speak here in person, I called forward from Tuvalu, Honorable Puakina Borham. Welcome, the floor is yours. She's not. So it seems nobody wants to approach the floor. So I keep reading the list and the representatives to keep time. We have the next one in person from Ukraine, Honorable Lesia Saburana. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine presents the best compliments to the VPL team for organizing this unique event to consolidate women political leaders from the entire world in Iceland. Ukraine once again reaffirms her aspiration to build a prosperous, pluralistic and inclusive society. Ukrainian women continually demonstrate examples of strength, intelligence, and bravery. They are professional businesswomen, mothers, scientists, doctors, politicians, and warriors. Today, more than 32,000 women serve in Ukraine's military to fight for our democratic principles against armed aggression of the Russian Federation. For them and billions of others, we are here today. In the Parliament of Ukraine, we always aim to reflect our commitments, not only in our words, but in our actions too. To promote gender equality and safeguard human rights, we establish an interfraction union for equal opportunities. Remarkably, it is the largest one in the Parliament. Both women and men are in this union. As a result of successful policy making, we have 21% of female members of Parliament compared for 2% in 1991. And the number of women in politics continues to grow as the gender quotas and gender equality strategies continue to develop. The COVID pandemic has deepened the problem of domestic violence. In this regard, the ratification of Istanbul Convention remains a priority issue for the Ukrainian Parliament, and we will make all the efforts for its ratification. It is our shared responsibility to advance the steady and sustainable development of our countries and our world. Women political leaders shall be agents of change. United in values, we can do it together. Our leadership can save the world. Thank you.
Thank you. And next I call forward is from the United Arab Emirates, Honorable Mariam bin Thenaya. The floor is yours. And I don't see her approaching the floor. So next I will call forward, there is a virtual representation from Uzbekistan, Honorable Tansila Narbayeva. And then I will call forward from Zimbabwe, Right Honorable Mabel Memory Chino Mona. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Mr. Speaker, sir, all invited guests, allow me to begin by thanking the organizers of this annual event for a job well done. I am grateful and honored to be part of the conversation, and it is important for women to always carry the conversation forward, regardless of the circumstances. COVID-19 threw the world into a situation we were not prepared for, and its effect will be part of our lives as we adopt to a new way of doing things. In Zimbabwe, the fight against the pandemic drew extensively on the health budget, which in turn affected the management of other diseases and conditions. This meant that whilst lives were being claimed by COVID-19, more people also succumbed to cancers, malaria, diabetes, and AIDS. Lockdowns and movement restraints disrupted both formal and informal economic activities. Smaller economies, such as our own, were drastically affected as they did not have sufficient resources to cushion on their people. This meant that a lot of our people lost everything trying to stay afloat during the pandemic. There was also disruption of education systems, the effects of which have not yet been measured. Women, the majority of whom are in the informal sector, were seriously affected by the pandemic as a result of the closure of informal businesses and marketplaces. The pandemic also resulted in the increase of domestic violence cases, recording an average increase of over 70% compared to the pre-lockdown trends. The government of Zimbabwe responded to COVID-19 by launching the Zimbabwe National Preparedness and Response Plan for COVID-19 and establishing an interministerial task force to plan and monitor the COVID-19 response measures. Measures were put in place to protect vulnerable households with cash and stipends to cushion them against the effects of the disease, including the COVID-19 Informal Sector Relief Fund. As a result, and in spite of the effects of the pandemic, the IMF forecast the Zimbabwean economy to register a 5.1% growth rate. Can I say thank you, Mr. Speaker, and all participants?
Thank you. And thanks to our last speaker on the list. And now this session concludes. And I want to thank all the speakers for their excellent statements and contribution to this program, and thank you all.
I've been told that she's good as gold. Yeah, and she'll leave you wanting more, laying low. But I could see the smoke, yeah, and I knew it wouldn't be long. Well, I could stay, whoa, I could stay away long enough to die another day. Well, I could try to get it right, where it's gonna keep you alive, keep you alive. Saying, who is smoking cigarettes? Who is smoking something else? Who is smoking cigarettes? Who is smoking something else? Let it go, or just take it slow. Don't you go looking for trouble now. I don't know why I can't let go. That woman's got me here and naked show. The mess I know. Woo! Hey, gringo. Whoa, you gotta stay out of Mexico. And I see the wall. Hey, tranquilo, amigo. I didn't know she was spoken for. Now I'm a lover, not a fighter. It's all bueno. Saying, who is smoking cigarettes? Who is smoking something else? Who is smoking cigarettes? Who is smoking something else? Is it you? 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 I sold my soul for the sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Said I sold my soul to a woman in Mexico. That woman in Mexico. Oh, yeah, come on. You know how I go. Smoking cigarettes. Who is smoking something else? Who is smoking cigarettes? Who is smoking something else? Is it you? Is it you? Is it
Ekki standa upp, sýstu niður. Ekki vera feimin með mig. Reyndu bara að koma þér fyrir. Þannig að þú sjáir mig vel. Ekki taka augun þín á mér.
Góttu inn að kóta þig fyrir. Ekki vera feimin með mig. Langar bara að taka þig
koma na na na.
Like you were famous. Como dale koma na na na. Like you were famous. Oh, like you were famous na na na. Hjälpade mig att näppa ner.
Lite mer och kläder det går.
Säger jag vill att du delar och blir. Bara se jag sa det så.
Para ti jag faller tú. Jag söker när man med drömmer till.
Ekki vera feimin við mig. Nei, nei, nei. Ekki vera feimin við mig.
Þú mátt alveg koma na na na.
Ekki vera feimin.
Þú mátt alveg koma na na na.
Ekki vera feimin.
Oh, ekki vera feimin.
Segðu mér að toga þín að mér og sýna þér allt það sem að leynist innra mér.
Leyfðu mér að toga þín að mér og sýna þér allt það sem að leynist innra mér. Yeah, na, 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 na. Ekki vera feimin. Ekki vera yeah, na, na. Ekki vera feimin. Þú mátt alveg koma na na.
I've been told that she's good as gold. Yeah, and she'll leave you wanting more, laying low. But I could see the smoke, yeah, and I knew it wouldn't be long. Well, I could stay, whoa, I could stay away long enough to die another day. Well, I could try to get it right, where it's gonna keep you alive, keep you alive. Saying, who is smoking cigarettes? Who is smoking something else? Who is smoking cigarettes? Who is smoking something else? Let it go, or just take it slow. Don't you go looking for trouble now. I don't know why I can't let go. That woman's got me her naked show. The mess I know. Woo! Hey, gringo. Whoa, you gotta stay out of Mexico. And I'll say the war. Hey, tranquilo, amigo. I didn't know she was spoken for. Now I'm a lover, not a fighter. It's all bueno. Saying, who is smoking cigarettes? Who is smoking something else? Who is smoking cigarettes? Who is smoking something else? Is it you? 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 I sold my soul for the sad drugs and rock and roll. Said I sold my soul to a woman in Mexico. That woman in Mexico.
supposed to say that we're done? How would they know? We're in hell, it's disguised as a paradise with flashing lights. I just wanna believe there's so much more. It's way too late to save our souls, babe. It's way too late. Baby, I made mistakes. I did you wrong, babe. It's way too late to save my life. Like, I told myself I should get over you. I said, I know I'd rather be all over you. Trying, but I just want your body. Bottom slow on top of me. Get on top of me. I want you. It's way too late to save our souls, babe. It's way too late. Baby, I made mistakes. I did you wrong, babe. It's way too late to save my life.
I ain't sorry. I ain't sorry. I ain't sorry. Nigga, no. I ain't sorry. I ain't sorry. I ain't sorry. You trying to roll me up. I ain't sorry. I ain't picking up. I ain't sorry. Headed to the club. I ain't sorry. I ain't thinking about you. I ain't sorry. Me and my lady sip my juice a cup. I don't give a fuck, fucking my juices up. Suck on my balls, pause, I had enough. I ain't thinking about you. I ain't thinking about middle fingers up. Put 'em hands high. Waiting in his space. Tell him, boy, bye. Tell him, boy, bye. Boy, bye. Middle fingers up. I ain't thinking about you. I ain't sorry. You, I ain't sorry. You, I ain't sorry. I ain't nigga now. You, I ain't sorry. I ain't sorry. I ain't sorry. No, no, hell no. Now you wanna say you sorry. Now you wanna call me crying. Now you gotta see me wildin'. Now I'm the one that's lying, and I don't feel bad about it. It's exactly what you get to stop interrupting my grinding. I ain't interrupting my grinding. I ain't thinking about you. 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 Middle fingers up, put 'em hands high. Waiting in his face. Tell him, boy, bye. Tell him, boy, bye. Boy, bye. Middle fingers up. I ain't thinking about you. reveal what his truth is. I left a note in the hallway. By the time you read it, I'll be far away. I'm far away, but I ain't fucking with nobody. Let's have a toast to the good life. Suicide before you see this tear fall down my eyes. Me and my baby, we gon' be alright. We gon' live a good life. Big homie better grow up. Me and my woodies bout to stroll up. I see them boppers in the corner. They sneaking out the back door. He only want me when I'm not there. You better call Ricky with the good
Ég bið til Guðs þegar ég vakna að hann passi mig. Læt á mig gull og fæ mig svo fleiri skartgripi. Svo gleru Guð sem kostar mikið á andliti. Allir að bulla mig þar til ég labba inn. Mér fer að vanta peninga hvelfingu. Komin fyrir löngu og ég sé enga lendingu. Ger þetta fyrir seðla og menningu. Já, ég hetjan úr hverfinu.
Já, við vissum vel að þetta myndi fara svona. Já, við vissum vel að þið myndi tala svona. Það er fátt sem ég heyri sem ég tengi við. Cowboys Entertainment, nýgreisla frá nýjum tengilið. Segir voða mikið, hlusta ekki á það. Kemur allt til mín, þú þarft að elta það. Hún spyr mig hvar hún hefur séð mig áður. Út allt ég þessi eini strákur. Fer ekki för fyrir minn, fer ekki för fyrir nýndum að mína. Vakandi klukkan seint, nótum svo björt því cowboys að skína. Það ekki neitt sem þið segið sem fer í gegnum. Ég greiði, ég heyri ekkert, ég fljúandi út í geimi. Ég gleymi mér oft en ég fatta það sem betur fer. Þeir læðast mig en þeir ekki, þeir undir hér. Það allt margt sem ég ætla að ná á næstunni. Vinna, 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 vinna á daginn og á nóttunni.
Ég bið til Guðs þegar ég vakna að hann passi mig. Læt á mig gull og fæ mig svo fleiri skartgripi. Svo gleru Guð sem kostar mikið á andliti. Allir að bulla mig þar til ég labba inn. Mér fer að vanta peninga hvelfingu. Komin fyrir löngu og ég sé enga lendingu. Ger þetta fyrir seðla og menningu. Já, ég hetjan úr hverfinu.
Í byrjun var það bara ég. Núna það huginn frá Reykjavík. Ég stækka innan í á hverjum degi. Vex og dafna, dreg og hafnast en við það sem ég segi. Aldrei þið þekki mig, ég efa það. Viti hvað ég heiti, valla meir en það. Samt lætur eins og besti vinur minn þegar ég sé þig. Hefur aldrei setið á stöðunum sem ég seti. Fættur 96, þú mátt alveg reyna. Erfiðari hlutir en það sem ég náð að gleyma. Ég sá það voða fljótt og menn hald ekki trösti. Elta það sem enda þeim það fyrsta sem að skurstinn. Ég góður hér og verð trú sjálfum mér að eilífu. Vinna betri dögum alla daga handa mér og mínum. Þetta mun alltaf snúast okkur. Þangað til við höfum fengið nóg og við stoppum.
Ég bið til Guðs þegar ég vakna að hann passi mig. Læt á mig gull og fæ mig svo fleiri skartgripi. Svo gleru Guð sem kostar mikið á andliti. Allir að bulla mig þar til ég labba inn. Mér fer að vanta peninga hvelfingu. Komin fyrir löngu og ég sé enga lendingu. Ger þetta fyrir seðla og menningu. Já, ég hetjan úr hverfinu.
The green moment and away remain the California dream. Riding a unicorn don't get struck. So bubble hills, don't you ever burst. Never let it down. Tossing out time on the dry dark crumbs. The birds ain't around. Hawaiian drinks and a famous face. You're posing as
Dear conversationists, please take your seats as we will convene shortly. Thank you.
but it could pay your rent. You magnify the universe. Grab your purse, grab your love. Pretty girl, don't get stuck. You're aiming for the royalty. Your fast luck, TV dreams. Pretty girl, don't get struck. Pretty girl, don't get stuck. Pretty girl, don't get struck. Pretty girl, don't get stuck.
Caught in this pool, held in your arms. Caught like a fool without alarm. We're in a natural spring with this gentle sting between us. I wanna make this play. Ooh, stay open. Ooh, stay open. Stay open. Stay open. I wanna make this play. Oh, I know you're fading, but stay. Don't close your eyes. I wanna make this play. Oh, I know you're fading, but stay. Don't close your eyes. Stay
All good, my dear. Sounds like a good idea to me. Ooh. Hi. Good afternoon. Welcome back. How's everyone feeling? That was a delicious lunch from Thank You Canada as well to do. I'm so glad to be able to join you there. I wanted to invite us in as we shift gears into the conversation this afternoon. If you're comfortable with where you are, stay there if that works for you. But also we have a little bit of a living room set up here if you want to kind of move around and come in close where you can sit next to each other. It's like we've been in this Zoom land and everything's been virtual and spread out and all of that. So I know we need to keep social distancing and all that, but you're safe here. We're tested, we're safe here. And actually, we're going to be in a bit of conversation with each other as well. So if we can see each other and be in that yummy, warm connection, then that's great. I'm so glad that Silvana is taking a few minutes to sit up here as well with us. Yeah? Hey, can we get a round of applause, please, for the amazing Silvana for creating this? Sorry, I keep doing this. If you guys remember the last time we had a physical gathering, she invited me to speak and give an award, and I ripped the script up, and we gave Silvana a standing ovation because she had just literally come on the other side of breast cancer and surviving. Yeah, exactly. So amazing. So I will not lose the opportunity when she invited me to come again. I was like, good, I can have a chance to give Silvana another round of applause. Oh, it's super important to be there for our friends, right, who are also there for us. And honestly, the opportunity to come and be together with human beings who are really creating in such a powerful way. And hey, I also, speaking of human beings creating in a powerful way, can I introduce you to Silvana's daughter, who also, by the way, adopted me. So can I introduce you to my goddaughter, Alessa? Stand up, say hi. Alessa adopted me in a tree in the Masai Mara earlier this year. So we had to come up with a ceremony on how we were going to adopt each other because we make family in this life. And so we found the tree of life naturally. And Alessa brought us both tiaras because, of course, as one does. So yeah, so it's so great to have all of the sisterhood and how we all support each other as we go. I wanted to invite us actually to start the afternoon with a video that I actually think makes a beautiful container segue from this morning's conversation about where we are in the world and what is being called of us as leaders on the global stage with the COP and what's happening in terms of all of the fields that you're playing out with the G20 and in all the other spaces. Also then thinking about what's needed for us as people as we think about our health and wellness and resilience, which is going to be a theme of the afternoon in addition to connections. So I'm going to introduce just as a very, very short video, but I thought it was beautifully, powerfully said. And one of the things that came up for me when I was watching it again, and this is somebody that you will recognize as the former Prime Minister of New Zealand and the former administrator of the UNDP, who also happens to be, is she the chair of the board of Women Political Leaders, Helen Clark. And when I was watching what Helen Clark was talking about and the invitation that she'll give us here, one of the things that was really coming to mind was one of the mic drop moments that we had from that amazing panel that closed us out this morning, was saying we've come up with a vaccine, right? We've been able to do that. We mobilize and see what humans can do. Can we please have a vaccine for inequality? Yeah? Yeah, exactly. It was one of those, yeah, let's do that, right, as Katja is saying. So the invitation for us as we're listening to Helen Clark, and she is talking about the mobilization and vaccines, but I think that also the invitation for us is to keep that in our mind that says, is there a solution as we're holding for not just the inequality of access to health and wellness and vaccines, but a vaccine for inequality overall? Can we have the video, please, and the message from Helen Clark?
Helen Clark, recording for Women Political Leaders. As chair of the Women Political Leaders Board, I want to thank all of you for taking part in the Reykjavík Global Forum Women Leaders 2021. We are so grateful once again to be hosting this important event in person and virtually with our partners in the government and the Parliament of Iceland. Over close to 2 years now, the world has been facing the worst pandemic in over a century. And that's obviously made face-to-face meetings very difficult. So I'm pleased that now quite a number of participants have been able to get to Reykjavík. Unfortunately, I and many others can't be there with you, but modern technology means we can participate nonetheless. A simply amazing group of leaders is meeting at this forum to discuss so many issues, ranging from international tax policy to the climate crisis and the pandemic, and looking at these through the lens of how to build a more inclusive and equitable world. A commitment to equity is so badly needed now in the rollout of COVID-19 vaccines, and let me say a few words about that. For close to a year, I was involved as the co-chair of the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response, which was called for by the World Health Assembly. When our panel reported in May this year, we called for urgent action to get vaccines out to those countries which haven't been able to get supply. While promises have been made to share vaccine doses, the delivery is just far too slow, and it is very urgent now for high-income countries to share their surplus doses and for pharmaceutical companies to enable production to be scaled up rapidly. During the recent G20 summit, the World Health Organization wrote an open letter saying, and I quote, "The current vaccine equity gap between wealthier and low-resource countries demonstrates a disregard for the lives of the world's poorest and most vulnerable. For every 100 people in high-income countries, 133 doses of vaccine have been administered, while in low-income countries, only 4 doses per 100 people have been administered. Now is the time to increase vaccine supply and ensure access so that the world can put this chapter of the pandemic behind it. If that doesn't happen, this pandemic will continue far longer than it would if we could just combine forces to get an equitable vaccine rollout. Real progress is always made when leaders work together towards a common purpose, as they did to achieve the eradication of smallpox more than 40 years ago. There is surely no greater purpose than serving the health and well-being of humanity. I know that all of you meeting in Reykjavík will appreciate the urgency of this call for equitable vaccine rollout around the world. Please make your voices as women leaders heard loud and clear to keep this issue at the top of the global agenda. Lives literally depend on it. Thank you.
Real change happens when leaders work together across a common purpose, and there's no greater purpose, surely, she said, than serving the health and well-being of humanity. So that's the common purpose that we share, and as well today. I want to invite us now to switch gears into a connection with each other, but also as we think about kind of the connections and the that we have across those that we work with, across that we share our lives with. But if you think about the conversations that we were having this morning, so much of what is missing is the power of us to be able to listen to each other and to create in our listening. So we think about, this kind of othering that happens around the world right now. And if you think about, I said I have a U.S. accent, right? So think about what was happening from the United States and this kind of othering, that this meta thing is that what we need now more from humanity is the ability to listen to each other. And the ability to then see what happens when we deeply connect in and when we can create in our attention and our focus. So if you're up for it, I thought we might take a few minutes before our panel, the conversation that we're going to talk about resilience and the power of connection, to be able to have a little bit of a shared experience in conversation. And this is something that, as I was sharing with Silvana, over the years, as I facilitated a gathering for the World Economic Forum Young Global Leaders, and we have the leader of that community is here with us, Mariah Levin. Thank you for joining us. And I think, spoiler alert, there'll be an award given tomorrow that is part of that the power of that community and connections. things. But I was sharing with Silvana and with Mariah that over the years, as people would come on this Oxford experience, they would come back to me years later and say, you remember that time that we talked about the power of creating and listening? And he said, it's fundamentally changed my relationship with my kids, it's changed some of my relationships with my team members, and it actually started to shift how I think about my power of creating. You guys are masters at listening. Look at how you're sitting here right now. Look at how you showed up playing it with me this morning as we're trying to get ourselves in the game and warm up. So this is not something that's new to you, but it's going to be something that's one of the fundamental tools for being a human being, and that if you really get the power and the depth of it, I think it can be something that will be something for your own resilience and creation. Fair? Okay, so we're just going to take 5-6 minutes to do this, but you need to find a partner, find a buddy. So somebody sitting next to you, yeah? Close enough to hear each other and see each other. Does everybody have a buddy? And if you're in a 3, it's okay, but it's better if it's in a 2. So, oh, look, butt around. Come on, she's got a buddy. You guys get close to each other. Get close to each other.
Are you drunk enough? Now to judge what
Thanks,
I'm doing. Are you high enough?
2 people, it's better if you do it in 2s. Find a 2. Who's alone? Who needs a buddy? Who's got a connection there? We got one person who needs a buddy. Who's one person? There's 3 over here. Yeah? Yeah, right here, right in front of you. Perfect. This is also a way for you to get to know people you're not with. You 2 people together, yeah? And also here. Okay. Can you bring the music down? Thank you, Sawyer. Okay, so here's how we go. You ready? We're going to do this very fast. We need an A and a B partner. So pick a partner. Who's going to be my A partners? Raise your hand. Okay, A and B. So A and B. This is not hard. We can do this. This is the warm-up, right? Okay. A partner. Yeah. Okay, A partner. Listen to the instructions. We're going to go very quickly, so I need you to listen. The whole exercise is about creating and listening, so we can do it. A partner, I want you to think about something that excites you, something that's special and meaningful for you. And it might have been something about the COVID experience that was an aha for you. A lot of us went through some big changes in COVID. It was an intense period of our life. Or maybe it's something else that excites you and fulfills you. Okay, you have it? Think about it. A partners, you got it? Okay. B partners. Who's my Bs? Raise your hand. Okay. I'm going to give you permission to be a disinterested listener. What? Okay. Okay, not rude, which won't be a problem for you, but just not interested. Yeah? You've got other things to do, right? Okay. So, we're just going to go literally for 60 seconds. I'm going to have 2 more invitations for you. 1, don't laugh. When we get uncomfortable, we tend to laugh to try and break it a little bit, right? Plus, you're connecting, and that's the power of us being here. It'll be a natural feeling you want to do. Don't do it. I'm inviting you not to so that you can notice what you feel. And that's the second invitation, is to notice what you feel, okay? A partner, something that excites you, fulfills you, that you're really turned on about. B partners, an opportunity to be disinterested. Some of you are sitting on your iPhones right now. Exactly, perfect, right? Okay. 60 seconds, go. Do it. Can you play it? Seconds. seconds. Okay, stop. Don't hug, don't make amends yet, right? We're going to quickly switch it. You ready? Yeah. Be partners. Yeah. I want you to think about something that excites you. Something you're super committed to, it turns you on. Maybe it was an amazing COVID aha moment. A partners, we call this round revenge. B partners, share. A partners, the opportunity to be a disinterested listener. 60 seconds, go. Are you mic'd up? "20 seconds. Don't laugh. Okay, stop. Stop. Let's come back into one conversation. Let's quickly unpack it. Do you want to give him a mic as well? Okay. Literally, what happened? What happened? Talk to me about how you feel. What happened when you weren't listened to? What? You don't like it. Of course you don't like it, right? What else happened? Good. Thank you, Belen. Say again? It's more difficult to be interactive.
Ignorant. It's more difficult to be ignorant and not listen.
Yeah, that was hard for you to not pay attention. Okay.
That's harder that she doesn't listen to me.
Yeah. What else happened? Tell me just really quickly, what happened for you? What did you notice?
I laughed because it was so awkward.
Yeah,
it was
of course.
So awkward.
No, you can't follow instructions, but okay.
I did then stop myself from laughing,
Yeah.
but automatically
awkward.
It was awkward, and I laughed.
What happens to the thought process? What happens? How did you feel?
Discouraged?
Discouraged. Okay. Anybody else feel discouraged? Yeah. What else? What else did you feel? Self-conscious. Okay. Then what? Rambling. Okay. Who else felt rambling? Yeah.
No, you want.
Loss of energy. We are energetic beings. Somebody drained your energy just by not paying attention to you?
Actually, the weird feeling I had is the frustration of ignoring the others. I'm here.
It was hard for you to ignore.
Yes,
Okay.
it was. I couldn't breathe. I was just waiting for
But
that
when
60
you were
minutes.
when you were not listened to, what did you feel? So discouraged, loss of energy,
Frustration.
loss of concentration, right? Rambling. What's that? Artificial. You start faking it a bit, right? It's a thing. It's this way. Yeah. So what happens, and it's the power that we have to literally create each other. Because if we had time, we would flip the exercise. We don't have it. I'm going to invite you to take the opposite of this into our conversations later, to listen for the people that are sharing with you as if they're your best friends, and to feel that they're going to be listening to you this way, and watch what happens in terms of our ability to think and make connections. So what happens when the focus of our attention shifts is we start to lose our train of thought, for sure. The other thing is that we actually start to lose confidence in what we're saying, which is what you were saying, Pearlie, as well. And the third thing that happens is that we actually start to doubt ourselves, right? So the very act of a focus of concentration, of that power of connection, which can literally stimulate energy, and allow us to think and to connect and to create into new ways. So that's the power of the tool that we wanted to give you here, so that we're going to be in conversation to bring your attention, bring your full energy as we think about the connection that we have for our own health and well-being. Fair? Yeah? Thanks for playing with that as well. I'm going to invite now to join us on stage, and we're a little pressed for time because we want to make sure that people can catch their flights as well. But I'm going to ask, as we look at our conversation around connection, and that we've all gone through these challenging times in COVID and what it means to be in connection with each other, I'm going to ask the Women in Global Health co-founder and executive director, Rupa, to join us on stage with her amazing panelists. Please give them a warm, welcoming, full attention, full listening round of applause.
What a great exercise, right? So we have decided that we're going to continue on stage, just ignore each other. What do you think? No, great, great. Well, I am so excited to welcome you to this particular session on the prevailing force of resilience. We all have been tested. COVID-19 has tested our societies, our health systems, our economies, and us as individuals. COVID-19 has also shown us that we have deep inequalities between countries, between societies, and gender inequities. So as we talk about building back better, as we talk about building back with resilience, we must address these inequities. And I'm so fortunate to have these esteemed panelists with us that don't need an introduction, but to make sure that you've met them. First, we're going to be joined by Shannon Begley, who is the Chief Administrative Officer at Centene Corporation. We're also joined by Dr. Anino Imwaf, who's the Avandis Consulting Lead, and then we're also joined by Ulrich Knudsen, Deputy Secretary General at OECD. So as we kick off, I'm actually going to turn to you, Shannon. Shannon, your corporate culture is about looking at the whole system approach. And as Centene has been approaching its workforce, how have you adapted to really use the same model and look at the whole of person, especially looking at well-being?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you for allowing me to share a little bit of our story. And just a bit of background, Centene Corporation is a Fortune 24 multinational organization that has operations in 3 different countries with a workforce of 80,000, and we serve healthcare services to over 25 million individuals across the globe. Just to give a bit of perspective, our workforce is about 75% female, which is staggering across all 3 countries. And then at a people leader level, at our middle management and upper management level, more than 50% of our workforce are female. So resilience and the impact of the pandemic has certainly been something that we have closely watched, as well as enacted a number of new benefits, a number of wraparound services, and employee programs to really ensure that we are building empathetic and compassionate leaders that truly understand the challenges of what our parents may be going through, what single mothers may be going through, what caregivers most often are female. And so really trying to build that type of education and wraparound support to help nurture this workforce over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and when we were chatting earlier, you also talked a bit about how particularly you're looking at mental health and some of the ways that technology has helped you reach that whole of person approach.
Sure, and I'll look at this more from the patient lens. So we have 2 operations, one in Spain under Ribera, who is led by CEO Dr. Elisa Gaines, and then Opera Rose Health in the UK, which is led by Liz Perry. And in both of those organizations, we've really pulled together and enacted very quickly an online virtual health platform, a health portal. And what that enabled us to do with our patients that are in different care settings, we knew that isolation, that quarantining, that social distancing was only going to exacerbate mental health challenges. And so by enabling direct access to personalized psychological and behavioral health services to our patients, we really tried to keep that connection throughout the pandemic. And we've seen that to be just the case.
Great. Well, I'm going to turn to Annie-Nino. Particularly, one of the things you've been doing is you've been training many executives and CEOs. You've been seeing firsthand what kind of skills are needed to adapt in COVID-19, the resilience aspect. You must have so many stories and examples. Can you share with us some of your experiences?
Thank you. And the first thing I'd like to say is a big thank you to women political leaders for the forum and inviting me here. I'll start with a question to everybody to think back to March when the pandemic was declared. And just very quickly, think back to March, and please put up your hands when I ask this question. How long did you think it would last? Anybody for 1 month? 2 months? 3 months? 4 months? 5 months? 6 months? Hardly anybody. When the pandemic was declared, we thought it would be only a couple of months. And very soon, this health crisis became an economic crisis. And we talked about the health of human beings, obviously, and we were talking about the health of organizations. And we're talking about economies. But there was something missing. And what was missing was leadership. We weren't talking about leaders who were actually there to run these businesses. So leaders were caught with this problem of the health of their staff, health of their families, health of the organizations, dealing with their boards, because boards wanted day-to-day results. They wanted to know what is happening. Organizations had to deal with this change, move to digital technology, and pivoting. But no one was talking about CEOs. And in our work with leaders, this was something we spotted immediately. And what we did was put in interventions with leaders. In fact, we gave leaders coaching free of charge right at the very beginning. And some leaders, they found it fantastic. They thought, I mean, leaders are heroes, aren't they? It was a challenge until we realized that this was going to take months. And all we hear about resilience, which is about how do you bounce back from challenges. But how do leaders bounce back from challenges? And that's the work that we had to do, helping leaders. And all the things we hear about are the same things that happen to leaders. So resilience in leadership required things like networks, supportive networks, required things like mindfulness, self-care, and leaders had to think about themselves. In my example, actually, I found it quite shocking when a member of my staff said to me, "But how do you feel?" Because we are busy thinking about others, right? Mm. And so resilience is important to look at in terms of leaders, because at the end of the day, they are the ones who have to deal with crisis, whether it is politically, economically, or in organizations.
And just building on that, what was the top challenge that leaders expressed, and what top characteristics led to success?
One of the things that leaders talked about was actually the relationship with boards for big organizations, because board members, you have board meetings maybe once a quarter, but all of a sudden the board wanted to know about everything every day. So there they were trying to run the organization. This vast unknown, they had to deal with boards. So we had to work with boards to help them, with that. But with owner-managed businesses, funding, especially for females, we knew that would hit women-led businesses. So funding was also a big issue. So innovation suffered at the very beginning because investors didn't want to go into something that was uncertain. So those were a couple of things. But what we found is that, that aspect of being a hero, you had to be very careful. Because if you didn't look at yourself, that could be problematic. So what we found was when leaders starting to look inwards and saying that we need to look after ourselves as well, and seeking for help, because leadership is a lonely job. So once they started doing that, seeking for help, networking, and calling for help, and it's okay to be okay, those are the kinds of leaders where we actually saw good success.
And we are at the Women Political Leaders Forum, so I have to ask you, any particular trends that you noticed, especially when it comes to resilience in women leaders that you worked with?
I probably am biased, but I actually found that, women did well women leaders in terms of mental health, in the sense that it was natural for us to network, natural for us to talk about issues, natural for us to reach out. So that was a positive thing about female leadership. But at the same time, a lot of organizations felt that this issue about gender equality, we're dealing with COVID, why must we look at that? But quickly they found out when, especially when the news broke by a colleague of mine, Aviva Wittenberg-Cox, who wrote the article in Forbes, read over 8 million times, which showed that female leaders, heads of state, were better at the initial COVID response than men. And then the world started to notice and take cognizance of female leadership.
Thank you for those insights. So we're going to switch gears a little bit. And Ulrich, you know, one of the key values, and particularly in your work, is looking at well-being. Can you share a little bit about what OECD's mission is, especially looking at individual well-being and addressing inequities, especially in the post-COVID-19?
Sure, thanks. We've been on quite a journey at the OECD, I'd say, over the last 25 or 30 years. And we've tried to become a global leader when it comes to putting the concept of well-being on the global agenda. That may not sound very dramatic to you, but to an economist who's been used to measuring human progress in terms of GDP, finding out that there are other concepts out there, trying to develop well-being concepts, is actually quite a revolution. When I was a young student, it was all about macroeconomics and microeconomics, and the OECD was a source of reliability and credibility on that, but maybe not on inequalities and wider well-being. So we've done quite a lot in this area. We changed our motto 10 years ago to now call it Better Policies for Better Lives. We invented the Better Life Index to challenge the traditional GDP. We're publishing reports called House Life. And then actually we took what I would call the organizational consequence of all this when last year we developed a whole new center at the OECD. We call it the WISE Center. We'll see if it's wise or not, but it stands for well-being, inclusiveness, sustainability, and equal opportunities. I normally joke, I know that many of you also rely on the UN. The UN could never have done this, because in the UN this center would have been called Unwise, and that's why we chose the name. You talked, Valerie, about how can you develop vaccines against inequality. And maybe we should redo the motto for this WISE Center, because that's basically what we're trying to do. We are the economical, we are the political, experimental center for trying to develop vaccines against, if not inequality, then at least inequality of opportunities and social immobility. That's what it's all about, really. And if you think it doesn't matter more now than it did in March 2020 that you mentioned, you can think again, because we might all in this room think that the COVID-19 crisis has been tough on us. And even though most in this room are women, it's not only women that it's been extra tough on. It's been tough on migrant workers. It's been tough on the young. It's been tough if you have less of an education, if you have a low income, and in general, if you're people belonging to a minority. But yes, it has also been tougher on women than on men. And there are basically three reasons for this. One is that women are more likely to be employed in the industries that were faced with government shutdown. I think Shannon can speak to that, surely. They were also more likely to be simply fired from their jobs. And then, not least, it was more difficult for these groups to go telework. So we need to build back better, as they say. I know it's a cliche, but instead of moaning about all this, we have to, because we need to put the evidence on the table. We should also look at this as an opportunity for all these recovery plans to be really once in a lifetime. I think in our lifetime, this is really maybe the only time that we have a chance to rethink how we provide economic, political stimulus to our economies and societies, and there is a real chance here to let that recovery be more gender sensitive, be more equal, at least in terms of opportunities.
And Ulrich, so many priorities there, and kind of building on what you've already said, it's great to see that you not only pointed to the gender, but the broader intersectionality agenda, looking at migrants, looking at, again, people that we often tend to forget. When we're looking at building back better, what would you prioritize, since there's so much work to be done?
We've had really, really interesting discussions about this at the OECD. And last year, the ministers of the OECD actually asked us if we could come up with some sort of measures, some sort of indicators on how to build back better. And they agreed with us. You could say that this recovery should not only be strong, it should also be green, it should be resilient, the focus of this panel, and it should also be inclusive. So we set out on a quite an adventure, trying to find 5 indicators for each of these 4 categories, so strong, green, resilient, and inclusive, to measure that. And we've just presented that dashboard to the ministers last month, and I hope that this can become sort of a competitor to the normal GDP way of measuring human progress. In this, we have all sorts of things like health and pollution and gender equality. So it's another way of measuring how we build back. So we're trying to put our, what's the expression, our money where our mouths are.
Well, what an exciting dashboard. And I could say these are themes we've been talking about all day today. So keep us posted on what happens. I'm going to actually come back to you, Shannon, sort of similar question, but coming from the perspective of private sector, but also having this broader responsibility of patient care and taking care of such a large workforce. What do you see as a priority in the pandemic in building back better?
It's a great question. And just from a workforce lens, I think we've got to ensure that we are pulling in those individuals who maybe aren't in the workforce quite yet, that maybe haven't had access to the skill building that typically will happen in a corporate setting. So constantly working at an organization, we are always looking to build skills at scale across our entire workforce, but how do we really find new opportunities of talent that maybe haven't developed those digital skills yet or haven't had the opportunity? How do we find them, pull them in, and then embrace and nurture them throughout a whole new level of engagement that maybe they haven't had access to in the past? Certainly that's a priority for us.
Great to hear that. And just sort of, again, building on what you're saying there, if there was one takeaway message you want everyone here to walk away with, really coming from your perspective, what would that be?
You know, I'm a numbers person by trade, and I always have believed that what gets measured gets done. And I think you have to be deliberate. You have to be deliberate on what your objective is and concise. How are we going to measure it? And then execution. To me, I don't know that I'm answering it as directly as I probably should, but I do think you have to be deliberate. What are those 3 or 4 priorities? How are we going to measure them, and are we succeeding? And if we're not, are we pivoting quickly to ensure that we're adjusting so that we don't find ourselves 5, 10, 15 years and nothing has changed, or it's only incrementally changed? So be bold and be deliberate.
Strong words there, and keep measuring. So coming back to you, Ulrich, I wanted to acknowledge that Anino had to unfortunately leave. She had a flight to catch, but she did leave us with some words to really consider about leadership and women's leadership particularly. We were also chatting, Ulrich, a little bit about in that definition of like well-being, mental health is one that particularly does not get recognized. There's still a lot of stigma associated with it, and you had mentioned that there's some recent work that came out of OECD to address some of these issues. So what would you recommend to make sure that we reduce the stigma around mental health?
Well, it's true, and we've done the scientific research to show it. It's not something that we all just sense. We may not think of ourselves as mentally not healthy, but it's actually something we can measure. In all countries where this has been tried out, it's totally clear that mental health is an increasing problem during the COVID pandemic. It's isolation. It's all sorts of issues. But we've also seen, because of that, there's been a realization among governments that this is actually a problem, and not only a problem that should be addressed politically, but maybe also a problem that should be addressed in terms of communication. So I think we've seen over the last 18 months that it's become more comme il faut, it's become more okay to talk about mental health. We've even had some of the biggest sports stars of the world, women, by the way, Naomi Osaka from tennis, Simone Biles, the American gymnast, and lots of others, even also in very male-dominated sports. We've seen macho men come out and say they have mental problems. So I think perhaps also here there's the reason to be optimistic, that governments have realized that this is a problem we need to address, and we've had role models also actually putting words to this problem, make it perhaps easier for people to come forward if they have mental health problems. So I think there's some good has come out of this mental health crisis as well.
Great to hear that, and seeing that so many celebrities, known people have actually tried to, address this issue of mental health, and that's a critical part of resilience. And also, the same question to you: what would be your one take-home message that you'd want everyone in this room to walk away with? We'll be looking out for that dashboard for sure.
Right.
But in addition,
So if I can't point to our well-being budget or the WISE Center or the dashboard, maybe I would just go really, really global here and say that I think for somebody who's a multilateralist and we depend on international cooperation, I think that the world has not done a tremendous job of addressing the dual crisis that we're in right now. We've talked about the COVID-19 pandemic here, and in Glasgow, only a few hundred kilometers to the southeast of here, they're trying to address the other big crisis of our time. And in both of these crises, I have to say that solidarity from the rich part of the world is really lacking. It's been like that for a long time, but it's becoming ever more apparent right now. I think what's going on in Glasgow and the lack of progress there is not least due to the fact that the developing countries have lost faith in developed countries, and who can blame them when you look at the way that we have distributed, or rather not distributed, vaccines, even in a situation where we do ourselves good to distribute those vaccines to make sure that we get past this crisis. So I think one thing I would leave us with is that if we don't get that solidarity equation right, it's going to be very difficult to solve the problems of climate and digital transformation, geopolitics, and so on.
what a great message to close with. And building on that, COVID-19 has tested us all. We might be on the same boat, but we don't have the same supplies. So we might have different jackets, some of us have vaccines, but going back to this message of global solidarity, when we also take a look at inequities, gender inequities have been pretty pervasive. We've touched upon that on the panel of the added care responsibilities women have, the fact that women have left the workforce or being forced out. We also know girls in many parts of the world no longer have the choice to education. So we have some massive challenges. But in closing, to make it a more positive message of how we come together, there are some key ways on resilience. We'll be looking for the dashboard. We'll be looking to some of the technologies you've used in your workforce. And I know Nina had to go, but some of the key points she talked about, looking at our leaders and supporting our leaders, and making sure that well-being is really seen as a comprehensive aspect. So I hope this pandemic comes to an end everywhere soon, but I do have a lot of confidence that we can do it together, and let's do it in solidarity. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rupa. Thank you, Shannon, Ulrich, and Anino. And also wanted to say thank you to Centene Corporation for your partnership. Shannon, we're thanking Centene. Thank you for the partnership of Centene with women political leaders and the work that we guys do as well. Thank you for that conversation. As you can see, we're wanting to accelerate also on time. So since a picture is worth 1,000 words, how about a very, very short video that introduces our next speaker, which is our Paralympic gold medalist, Susie Rogers, who we'll hear in a moment. And Susie actually had the courage that she'll show to get in yesterday in the icy baths. So most of us go to these saunas, steam baths, right? And we're in the warm waters. But what I want to show you right now, as Susie comes up on stage, I want to invite her in, is a picture is worth 1,000 words. What do you see and what do you notice? And why is this woman going to talk to us about courage and the power of water? Paralympic medalist, Susie. Gold medalist, I should say.
I didn't stay in long. Thanks. You don't need to clap that. That wasn't that impressive. But anyway, no, thank you for having me, and thanks, Valerie, for the lovely introduction. So I'm here today to talk to you about the power of water. I feel like I'm going to have to circle the whole time just to see you all, and I don't want to get dizzy, but forgive me if I'm not looking at you directly. So we're surrounded by water. Oh, take that one down. We're surrounded by water. Around 70% of the Earth is made up of water, and water makes up around 60% of our own bodies. Right now, in this beautiful venue at the Harper Concert Hall, we're surrounded by water. Water sustains life, and it gives life. Water has also changed my life, both professionally and personally. Directing my life, that's fine, don't worry, I can. Okay, I'll take it, thanks. Does save me. So water has changed my life both personally and professionally, directing my life's course and leading me to discover the world and also to reconnect with myself. In fact, I won't use this because I can't see you all. I was born in the 1980s, missing my lower leg and arm on the left side and with a malformation of my right leg and foot, and that was due to birth complications. You probably can't tell that from me standing in front of you today because I'm wearing a prosthetic arm and leg on the left side and orthotic devices for my right foot. And these devices and this assistive technology enable me to walk and to function on land. But when I'm in the water, I'm completely free. I take off my arm and my leg, and I'm just completely myself. It's pure freedom, nothing constraining me, nothing causing me any discomfort. I began swimming when I was 6 years old. I lived in Egypt at the time. My dad had a job, he was an engineer, and we lived in Cairo. And I learned to swim in a 50 meters Olympic pool under the searing 40 degrees Celsius heat in Cairo. My dad taught me to swim, and by taught, basically I mean that one day he took off my inflatable armbands that I used to keep me afloat, pushed me out into the water and just was like, swim, kick, copy your sister. So yeah, not exactly the best lesson, but it did work. I managed, I didn't drown. I found that movement which seemed so unnatural to me on land just made complete sense in the water. Everything just clicked and just made sense. You would think that I would be unbalanced when I swim. If I'm right side dominant, and I'm missing limbs on my left side, then surely you might ask the question, how do I swim in a straight line? And actually, this is not an invalid question because many coaches, very highly qualified coaches that I've worked with, couldn't figure it out. And even the biomechanics team at British Swimming had no clue how that worked. But I guess probably the reason I think that I've been able to swim in a straight line from an early age is probably because I just belong in water. Fast forward many years later, I was competing for my country in front of 17,000 people and millions globally on the television at the Aquatic Centre in London at the 2012 Paralympic Games. That was my first Paralympic Games, and it was my second level, international level competition. It was at this point that water really brought me to myself again. As a woman with, obviously you can't tell right now, but as a woman, in my opinion, with a fairly obvious disability, when I'm on poolside, when I'm wearing a swimsuit, I could not hide the fact that I have a disability and I'm missing an arm and a leg. Basically, there were cameras following me everywhere when I was racing, following my every move. London 2012 was a great Games for me. I won 3 bronze medals, and I came away with lots of European records. I went on 4 years later to compete in Rio 2016, and I won gold in the 50 meters butterfly, and I also won 2 more bronze medals. So in total in my career, and this includes everything, I won 30 international medals, and 17 of them were gold, so pretty exciting. But water didn't just help me win medals and awards. Water reconnected me with my disability during this time. I'm really quite proud of my body because it's led me to achieve so much. I've had some of the most, I suppose, some of the darkest times when I've lost races, and I've had some of my highest of highs when I've been on the podium after winning and realizing that I'm the best in the world at what I do. But the constant in those times was always the water and the pool. Whatever happened in the races and in the training, I knew that water was my happy place, it was my home. When I'm in water, I'm in my element, because I always say water is a great leveler. I am equal to, if not better than, anybody else with 2 arms and 2 legs. There's no difference to me in the water. What seems cumbersome and difficult on land just feels really easy and natural to me in the water. I'm now a retired professional swimmer, and I work as a global advisor on disability inclusion in the UK government currently. But even though I'm no longer racing and I'm no longer winning awards and hanging medals around my neck, I still am very much connected to water. I live in London by the river, I go swimming regularly, and as much as I can, I swim in open water. I swim in nature as much as possible. But let me bring you to another power of water, and that is the power of water for mental, not just physical well-being. Water has saved my mental health many times, and by water I mean the ocean. I grew up with a love for the sea. I used to visit the UK coastline on weekends. When I lived in Egypt, some of my earliest memories are of going to the Sinai and being in the Red Sea, jumping off our rental boat and just into this deep, infinite, vast blue. It was just amazing to be feeling like I was in a safe environment, but also like I was connected to something that was bigger than me. In my toughest times throughout my life, I've sought out water wherever I am, to sit, to listen, to indulge my senses in everything that the environment can offer me, to swim, to just play around, really. I'm now an ocean ambassador for the UK's Marine Conservation Society, and by that I do as much as I can to raise awareness of ocean conservation, and particularly of our blue hearts. And by blue hearts, I mean our connection, our true connection that we have with the water, the world of water and the oceans and our environment, and the importance that it has for our mental and physical health and well-being. There is power in nature, yes, but I do believe that I have such a strong connection and relationship with water. I just get so much from it in so many ways. It's taken me to the top level of the podium, to the top of the world in Paralympic sport. It's led me on a journey of acceptance of my disability and my own body. It also took me on a journey of understanding of the power of nature, and particularly the power of water to heal the mind and the body. And then it's brought me to understand through all of these things why we must do all we can to protect water resources and to use that power of water wisely. As the debates and discussions occur around climate change at COP26 in Glasgow, it just seems so clear to me that we must do all we can to protect water in all of its forms, for giving life to us and the natural world, and for the role it plays in all our lives every day, bringing us back to ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie, Olympic gold medalist, and I'd like to also say a fellow member of the World Economic Forum Young Global Leaders. Thank you as well for embodying courage and resilience and the power of nature to heal, but also just your courage and your resilience, Susie, is inspiring for all of us. Thank you. So while Susie was talking about a world where everybody can make their own way through it, and we often talk about needing to have a seat at the table, how about just having a seat, period? Who in here knows the term Sofagate? Sofagate. Yeah? If you don't know what it is, you will after this video.
Cannot find any justification for what I was treated in the European treaties. So I have to conclude that it happened because I am a woman. Would this have happened if I had worn a suit and a tie? In the pictures of previous meetings, I did not see any shortage of chairs. But then again, I did not see any women in these pictures neither.
So the invitation that Women Political Leaders is giving us is to add our voices and our stories to SOFAgate. Who in here can relate to a similar type of moment and feeling of like, that is just not okay? When we were having a little bit of a meeting, I mentioned this morning, a couple of us who met up, Pearlie, Donna, yes, in the pools yesterday, we formed a circle and we started almost talking over each other, telling each other like, oh my God, can you believe this happened? Like I was sharing a story, I'm the majority shareholder of a company and I had a chief executive who wasn't hearing me. I had mansplaining happening 3 times in a row in the same conversation. So when I talk, it's like, I don't have a voice. I'm not talking, but he can't hear me. And I said, what can I do to help you hear me better? And he said, well, you could try lowering your voice. Like, oh, okay, that's an option. That was one of these tiny moments of stories that is just like okay, that's just not okay. And I think what's so inspiring about what Women Political Leaders is inviting us to do when they invite us to go and find the pink sofa, if you guys may have seen it up at the gate there, is to sit for a few minutes and tell our story. That it isn't just Ursula who's experienced it. It isn't just me, and that was one of the conversations. I mean, Pearlie, we all had others there. That to start to tell our stories in solidarity says that this is what's happening. This is not okay. This is not the norm. And that if we just start sharing the power of our stories, oh my God, I can't believe that happened, it helps people see, and not just the guys too, but everybody, be able to see, okay, that's not okay. So the invitation for us is to share our stories, take a few minutes and be part of the SOFAgate kind of conversations. And I think it's a really powerful opportunity for us to start saying, this is a shared experience and how do we change it together? Part of that is just by amplifying the stories. Yeah? So the next set of conversations is about kicking the sofa to the curb once and for all, which also sounds like a worthwhile use of our time. To set up that conversation, actually, we're going to see a video from the new head of the, yep, we got it. Is it coming up? Thank you so much. The new executive director of UN Women, Sima Sami, who is actually going to start to provide a keynote address, also on behalf of the Secretary General, as you'll hear her say. In the address, she actually mentions that there was a video from President of France, Emmanuel Macron. In the interest of time, we've decided that you can hear his video later. How's that? So we're going to now hear from Sima Sami. You're also, many of you may know that the government of Mexico co-hosted a gender equality forum and UN Women Convention, so that's why she's referencing them. But the invitation to the next conversation for UN Women and generation equality, and so turn our attention to Sima Sami.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, it is my pleasure to be with you today, representing not only UN Women, but also on behalf of the Secretary General. I am proud to represent the Secretary General, who has prioritized gender equality not only as catalyst for sustainable development, peace and security, but also within the UN system itself. He is spearheading women's leadership and gender parity within our own ranks, and has ensured that his own senior leadership team and the resident coordinators are gender balanced. Thank you to the Reykjavík Global Forum and to women political leaders and the Government of Iceland for hosting this important event. Iceland continues to rank at the very top of the Gender Gap Index rankings as the most gender equal society in the world. Notably, in 2018, Iceland introduced the first policy in the world that requires companies and institutions with more than 25 employees to prove that they pay men and women equally for a job of equal value. It is these bold legislative decisions that create change at the speed we need. Earlier this year, UN Women, in partnership with Mexico and France, hosted the Generation Equality Forum. This landmark effort brought together governments, corporations, and changemakers from around the world to define and announce ambitious investments in advancing gender equality. It is wonderful to see that the conversation which began with the Generation Equality Forum is continuing here in Iceland today. I thank President Macron for his strong support throughout this process. And I would also like to thank the Government of Iceland and women political leaders for being Action Coalition leaders and for advancing the work on gender equality. Ladies and gentlemen, we have made some progress on gender equality in the last decades. Today, more girls are in school, more women are in the workforce, and more women are in leadership positions, including as heads of state. However, we still have a long way to go. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a grave reminder of how fragile the gains made are. As schools shut down, as businesses closed, we witnessed not only the health and economic impacts, but also horrific increases of violence against women in every corner of the world. Women were more likely to leave their work, both because they are more likely to be employed in vulnerable sectors or being paid less on the dollar compared to men, but also because norms are such that they were expected to do the additional work at home and care for children, the elderly, and the sick, all while risking their own lives in being exposed to the virus. As we recover, we must take the gendered elements of the crises into consideration. We must take the hard lessons we have learned forward. Where women are active in peace building, the peace secured is more durable. When women are equally represented in leadership, in government, the investments in sustainable development and more equal outcomes are better for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I speak to you as my peers, as women leaders. While we have made some advancements, the reality is we are still seeing far too few women in positions of power, in parliament, as heads of state, as ministers, judges, as CEOs, and board members. It is for this reason that the Secretary General has emphasized women's equal representation in all sectors as a priority for his second term, and the promotion of ambitious actions such as quotas and special measures to achieve this goal. Gender equality is a cornerstone of sustainable development. If we are to make progress towards Agenda 2030 and achieve the targets we have set out in SDG 5, we must include women. We also must ensure that no one is left behind. Different regions and countries are progressing at various speeds, but no country having achieved full gender equality. Conflict, political instability, and climate disasters further inequality and hinder progress. UN Women is committed to changing the landscape of women's leadership. I would especially like to recognize women political leaders for the work and collaboration on the call to action to parliamentarians that national delegations are reflecting on today. Iceland is one of few countries in the world that has near 50% women in parliament, a threshold no country has yet been able to breach. And finally, I thank the Prime Minister of Iceland, who has been a spokesperson for gender equality, not only in her own country, but on a global scale, currently as one of only 25 women heads of state in the world. I wish you all fruitful days in Reykjavík this week, and I'm looking forward to working closely with you and with women leaders all over the world in the years to come. Thank you.
Dear conversationist, we of course thank the ED of UN Women for her message, and I'm sure that I can speak on behalf of all of us here when we congratulate her on her new journey and wish that we will have and know that we will have a great cooperation with the new ED. What we wanted to do here now, and this is why everything is happening so fast, that we're moving furniture, and thanks for sort of being tolerant around that. We would like Loba Banerjee to be here on stage as well with us. Why don't you sit and I'll stand?
We don't want another sofa game, Hannah.
Okay, please, let's then all sit.
Where would you like to sit?
What we wanted to do here, dear conversationist of the Reykjavík Global Forum, is to follow up on what we have done for 3 consecutive years here in Iceland, Reykjavík. and that is to discuss the opportunity and what we feel can be done via the generation equality process. We, of course, had a wonderful moment, as was described here earlier by the ED of UN Women in Paris, France. Many of you were there, where we were able to announce, that is for women and girls around the world, $40 billion that will go into actions for gender equality and actions that we believe firmly that will change the world. So on that note of cooperation, because the generation equality has been a part of the Reykjavík Global Forum the whole time, and WPL is one of the leaders of one of the action coalition, meaning that they have a big role in there. So what we wanted to do formally today, we've done informally for several years, is to formally announce that we intend to continue this cooperation, because UN Women and its partner have decided that the journey will continue. This will not be something just happening in Paris, France and Mexico, but a continuous 5-year plan to make sure that we utilize this opportunity that we're faced with. And having said that, I would formally like to give it over to Lopa, that is a director within UN Women and the executive coordinator of Generation Equality. So she will be our leader in this journey ahead, and Silvana Koch-Marion, of course, the president of WPL, and we would like to make sure that our community is aware of this cooperation. Lopa, what is the magic behind Generation Equality? Why is everybody so excited?
So the magic behind generation equality is its impatience for action. This impatience that is shared by young people, older activists, governments, private sector, philanthropies, international organizations, the UN, and many other stakeholders. The magic of generation equality is that it is co-visioning. All of the stakeholders who participated and who are part of generation equality dreamt this agenda for action together. The magic is co-leadership, that nobody is at the table as leader and follower or speaker and listener, but they are at the table as co-decision makers. So it's a shared agenda for action, impatient action, because the world has been waiting too long for gender equality. And generation equality is about equality in this generation now and across generations. So older people and younger people, older activists and young people, governments and private sector, UN, working together impatiently in shared mutual accountability for action. That's the magic. And the magic is also the failures and the challenges that took place, that have informed, because we learn from failure. You know, leading together is not an easy task. Leading homogeneously is hard enough. Leading across heterogeneous groups is a really tough act. But the leadership, co-leadership happens because you build trust. And that is the magic of generation equality also. Building trust together, solidarity together for shared action and shared impatience for change.
Thanks, Lopa. And you will get a better opportunity later to hear from the main actors within, or some of the actors from Generation Equality, and Lopa will be on that panel, and I and Silvana will leave. But Silvana, why did WPL invest in becoming a leader of one of the Action Coalition? And this has been, I mean, not just has Generation Equality been here on the States always. I mean, at the annual summits of WPL, there has been a call to action to parliamentarians around generation equality. There has also been a dedicated campaign on women leaders for generation equality. Why is it important for parliamentarians and our community to be part of this?
Well, generation equality, in my view, is really the place, the most ambitious place where collaborative action and across-sector partnerships are happening to really go by 2030 with this big goal, this big vision, this big dream to a world where gender equality is reality. And that big goal, big vision, needs this spirit of cooperation, and being part of that was for WPL a great honor, a great responsibility, and you will see our fantastic Shefa Okore as the chair of the next panel, who is representing WPL in this action coalition. But we are very, very humbled, honored, delighted, and also fueled with ambition that we embark on this even stronger cooperation, and are in a way the go-to place, if I can call it that, in a bit of a colloquial term for generation equality, when it's about women's leadership, about women in political leadership, because what is so important is that we've heard this before this morning, that there is, from Susanna and from Maria Espinosa, that there is no policy that is not gender policy. And this is what we strongly believe in, that we have no defense policy that has no relevance in a gender perspective, or we have any policy area. So cooperation in terms of leadership, focus on political leadership, being for generation equality, that partner in that sphere is a great honor, and we look very much forward to doing this cooperation.
So on that note, I think we will just, for our conversationist, I know that it is music to our ears to hear about how the generation equality is built with different kinds of leaders and not leaders and participants, but in line with the way we do things here. But on that note, I would like to give it over to, where do we have our dear moderator? Please, if the ones that
she's there. Yo.
Yeah, please. And we have several that are going to take part in this conversation on generation equality and the road ahead. But for the Reykjavík Global community, we know that we will be learning more about generation equality. Thanks, Lopa. Over to you, Shakar.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm officially baptizing the circle of magic, based on what you said. Welcome, Vivian.
Hi, Vivian.
We can't hear you, Vivian.
I think maybe we can now, though. Say hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. How are you? Greetings from Reykjavik. It's so lovely to have you. Thank you. I am honored. I'm deeply excited. I think in many ways I am many things, and I have many titles, but today I'm just a storyteller, right? I often introduce myself, and Silvana laughs every time, that I'm a retired politician. Right? And I'm taking rest from the unrest that I used to have. And one of the loveliest things that I get to do now is sit with fantastical women like all of you and discuss why we are so impatient and so adamant and so insistent that this is the time for women's leadership. So thank you for being here. Lopa, you're welcome. Michelle, you're welcome. And Vivian, welcome. Thank you. One of the things that I want us to talk about, especially in this panel, is to tell this story of generation equality. And not from a place, and we've been reminded by the impatient youth, and not from a place of promise and dreaming and wonder, but from a place of action and from a place of progress, because we were reminded that this is not the time for progress. For promise. We are tired of promising women to earn twice what is rightfully theirs, a seat at the table, if not the entire table. Right. So I'm going to ask one question to all of you, and I will start with Lopa, so you can take us to the magic, and then I will go to Vivian, and then I will come to you, Michelle. Great. And my question is, what does progress actually look like? Not just for your work, right, but the practices that we can employ or use, all right, in order for us to actually advance generation equality.
You know, progress is what we started putting in place. Progress is, first of all, shared action. With some of the models that we want to take forward very much is this multi-stakeholder collaboration. $40 billion for gender equality is a first. We have said people have said over and over again, that the reason why we saw such sluggish progress for gender equality in the 25 years since the 1995 Fourth World Conference on Women and the adoption of the blueprint for gender equality, the Beijing Platform for Action, the reason we saw such slow progress is because of lack of political will and lack of investment. And those two things are what generation equality brought to center stage. Cooperation, multi-stakeholder cooperation, and investment. And that's what we want to see going ahead in terms. And what is progress? Progress is that in 5 years' time, this is a 5-year acceleration agenda. It is nothing more and nothing less, but in that, it is everything. Because progress is to see that acceleration year on year, moment on moment, to hold our feet to the fire and to see that we are indeed mutually accountable and delivering on those promises that we have worked together to create.
Excellent, excellent. Vivian, I will throw it over to you and I'll repeat the question. What does progress look like, and what are some of the tangible strategies that we can put together in order to ensure we actually move forward generation equality? We've heard political will and investment. What are some of your thoughts?
Thank you again for the opportunity to be a part of this forum today. I'm so excited to be part of this discussion, which I'm very passionate about when it comes to driving change and progress for gender equality. So when you ask me about progress, for me, progress looks like the room that we are in today. A room full of educated, empowered, exposed women leaders who are driving change in their communities and countries. And for us to get to that level, we need to expand this room, okay? The room that we are in, we need to expand it. But how do you expand that room? And for me, that starts with access to quality and safe education for all girls. And we've seen with COVID-19, girls have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic. And many young girls are going to drop out of school. And we've seen some of them dropping out of school from my visits to different communities. So for me, progress will be to ensure that the partnerships that Lopa is talking about, right? It's political will, it's civil society groups, it's the private sector, it's the multilaterals coming together and pushing for that change. Because Lopa has said we are impatient for that change, and that is true. When it comes to girls' education, we cannot continue having it as a normal conversation. We have to push for the investments. Right now, there's a political will around girls' education, and we saw it with the recent Global Partnership for Education Summit. There's a lot of conversation, but the conversations are not going to drive change. What's going to drive change are the investments. And we saw with the Generation Equality Forum, they were able to mobilize over 40 billion. So that 40 billion needs to be followed and to be put into use. And when you look at also education, it cuts across all the 6 generation equality action coalitions. So it's fundamental for most of young women and girls, if we want to get them into these spaces, if we want to see the progress on gender equality when it comes to leadership, when it comes to politics, when it comes to corporate leadership, we have to make sure that our girls are educated, they have access to information, they are empowered, and also create those spaces for them to be empowered. One thing that really frustrates me is when it comes to these forums, right? We invite young leaders and they come and share their expertise, their experiences, their knowledge. And then when a consultancy comes up, the young girl is no longer considered an expert in her area. They're looking for another expert. So we have to also make sure that we move from this tokenistic kind of engagement within our spaces. And that's why even within the generation equality, we have to make sure that all voices at the table are respected, their backgrounds are respected, their expertise, their voices. If we're all going to be able to drive this progress most in the next 5 years, that is paramount.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And over to you, Michelle. What does progress look like?
Well, I want everything that Lopa wants. I want acceleration, I want magic, I want impatience, I want investment, I want political will. I also want everything Vivian wants. Okay. I want representation, non-tokenistic inclusion. And I guess if you put all that together, what I really want is this to be a problem that is no longer the problem that can wait, no longer the problem that someone else is to solve. This tent is big enough to contain everybody. I want a dramatic crowding in of actors such that it becomes seismic. That's what I think progress looks like. And I think there are maybe a couple of ways at that that I'm so pleased UN Women and its leadership is beginning to prioritize too. And one is that I was so pleased to hear what Hannah said. That was actually big news. We should have been doing a standing ovation then. This was not just one moment. It was a point of departure for our movement, Paris, I mean. So we have a 5-year trajectory. It's time to centralize and mainstream generation equality across the multilateral system in all of our big moments to make sure that it is part of SDG progress. It's part of the Commission on the Status of Women. So we have to do that. And the other thing we have to do is, to get that progress we want is, back in the United States, we're talking a lot about infrastructure. Who is tired of talking about infrastructure? Well, our movement needs it too. We have some rusty bridges and we have some bridges that are non-existent when we talk about our sectors. We need really good infrastructure for our movement. Bridges between our elders of our movement, the young women and men and women in our movement, between the member states, between private sector, between the private sector, between civil society, that kind of trust building that's essential and that maybe can happen a little bit more now that we maybe see a future where we can gather together. Some durable trust between actors so that we don't have tokenistic representation, so that we can crowd everybody in. The action coalitions give us a great model for that. We put all those people around the table, and you're right, it's hard to lead when everybody is the same. It's much harder when everybody is different, but what you gain when you actually do that. So yeah, that's what I want. And I think we can do it.
We should be able to, I think so. We're on the right track, right? Yeah. And I want everything that everybody wants. I support it. I have nothing else to add apart from I want it all. And now I'm going to throw in a spanner in the works and ask a little bit more technical question and wonder, how do we measure if we are moving towards the right direction? Right? Because we've said what we want. We want the political will. We want the investment. We want partnerships. We want diversity. We want leadership that's not tokenistic. We want the voices of the youth. All of that, we want it. How do we make sure we are able to measure? And I'll go in the same order. I will start with Lopa, and then I'll go to Vivian, and then I'll come back to Michelle, so that we can know. If we look back and we are wondering, where are we? We are not lost in the fog of all of this, right? How do we do this?
So generation equality has two connected pieces, resulting in a third piece. The first piece are the action coalitions and the commitments that all of the stakeholders, the leaders, and the commitment makers have made. So the first part is to develop a simple, predictable, 5-year, measurable accountability framework for those commitments. The second is the movement building. The generation equality was not about status quo. It was about transformation. And transformation happens through movements and people coming together. So movement building, but putting in place a partnership sustainability index or a movement sustainability index that measures how are we strengthening movements and measuring that on a regular basis. And these two, the Action Coalition commitments and the movement sustainability and measuring it, leading to an energized, engaged multilateralism, a multilateral system that works for gender equality, that sets the standards for gender equality, that upholds those standards, that implements those standards for gender equality. And so over the next 5 years, to put in place this transparent, shared, mutual accountability framework that we can then measure on a regular, annual, biannual, and then finally towards at the 5-year mark basis.
Wonderful. Vivian, over to you. How do we measure this impact, all of those wonderful things you told us you want to do?
I feel like Lopa has said it all. But I think for me, the first thing that we need to do is, on top of what Lopa has said, we have to localize the generation equality. It has to go to the ground for the people on the ground. That's the only way we can be able to measure progress and ensure that nobody is left behind. So how do we make sure that at country level they take ownership? at the community level, they take ownership, and then there are systems that speak to each other so that we can be able to quantify what impact looks like on the ground. So for me, I think that is what's very important. But also right now, from the departure from the Paris Forum, what are some of the deliverables that we have for the different action coalitions? Because it's these different action coalitions that are going to feed into the bigger umbrella of the generation equality. So I think from now we need to have defined deliverables for the various action coalition, but also with that we have to make sure that they are localized for the young people, for the civil society groups, for the government, community leaders, and then government leaders in the private sector and the multilaterals to chime in. Because if we leave it at the global level, I still feel like then we're going to have the same conversation 5 years from now with so many voices being left behind, and we cannot afford that.
Agreed. Michelle.
Well, first, I want to thank the people who came in already. There's more than 1,000 commitments that were made, $40 billion, and everybody jumped in before there was an accountability mechanism. They showed us enormous trust in the system and an unwillingness to be left behind. And I think that's really remarkable because the process, as Lopa laid out, it was beautifully messy, and there was great power and beauty in the mess. And so many people raised their hand anyway and said, "In we go," which I think is just extraordinary and matches the urgency of the moment. But also, UN Women has done all these incredible consultations with all the different sectors about how they want to be measured. And people have put forth important ideas that UN Women has captured and just released yesterday about how they're going to do this. And there's such clarity in what they heard and what UN Women is reflecting back to all of us. And that even though there's power and glory in the mess of getting to where we were, that now there's going to be a beautifully simple accountability process. And that's what we're asking for, and I think that's what we're going to get. But the other thing that I'm so interested in is the more than 1,000 commitment makers, the people behind those commitments are actually raising their hand and saying, hold us accountable, measure what we do. And I think there's great power in that. No one's trying to hide behind commitments of which there is no force or meaning. Instead, they're saying, no, we mean it, and hold us to account.
I agree. Thank you so much. I think such an esteemed panel. And one of the things that I take away from this conversation and just going forward and inspiring all the women that are here.
Shafa, I just wanted to add one thing before we end.
Right.
I just wanted to say that I hope that all of us in this room today, we understand that we are the generation equality. And it's not just people who are part of the Action Coalition or the people who made the commitments. There's still room for many more commitments. So we are all part of the generation equality. And that's the message that when we leave this space and go back to our different work and communities and engagements, that is the message that we need to take and continue building that momentum and being impatient about change.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think finally, I just wanted to conclude by saying that it is wonderful because generation equality not only reminds us that women are not asking for what is just fair, we're asking for what is right.
Yes.
And we're asking for what is owed to us, right? Yes. And it is impressive that a lot of women, we see multitudes of women and organizations like WPL, and all of you being here in Reykjavík, recognizing the effort that it takes and that we build as a community and as a collective. So it is wonderful to have you, all of you, Vivian, Michelle, Lopa.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And this is to a generation that actually gets us equality.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say, please join us in this revolution for action.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Off we go. Oh, my God.
Thank you, Solveig, for the conversation. Also, we were thinking maybe it was time for an Energizer break via some coffee. Who would like a little Java break as well? So we do a little Energizer break. We say, can we do 5 to 7 minutes? You kind of wake up, shake up ourselves, go grab a cup of coffee and come back in. Enjoy some of the amazing music from our DJ, who, by the way, I'm going to ask her to give us a song gift when we come back in. So that'll be my invitation to get you out for some caffeine and in for a song gift. Fair? Yeah? 5 minutes, see you back here? Super. And we have the First Lady of Iceland who has a really strict schedule, so we want to make sure that we don't keep doing dominoes. So 5 to 7 minutes, we come back in here for our song gift. Thank you.
You're my last breath, you're a breath of fresh air to me. I am empty, so tell me you care for me. You're the first thing and the last thing on my mind. In your arms I feel sunshine. The night is young. Flowers blossom in the winter time. In your arms I feel sunshine. Give up yourself up to the moment. The time is now. Give up yourself up to the moment. Let's make this moment last. You may find yourself out on a limb for me. Could you accept it as part of your destiny? I'd give all I have, but it's not enough, and my patience are short. So I'm calling your bluff. Give up yourself onto the moment. The time is now. Give up yourself onto the moment. Let's make this moment last. Give up yourself onto the moment. The time is now. Give up yourself onto the moment. Let's make this moment last. And we gave it time. All eyes are on the clock. Time takes too much time. Please make the waiting stop. And the atmosphere is charged. And in you I trust. And I feel no fear as I do as I must. Give up yourself onto the moment. The time is now. Give up yourself onto the moment. Let's make this moment last. Give up yourself onto the moment. The time is now. Give up yourself onto the moment. Let's make this moment last. Tempted by fate, and I won't hesitate. The time is now, and I can't wait. I've been empty too long.
komst við hjartað í mig. Ég þori að mæta hverju sem þú komst við hjartað í mig. Ég dansaði frá cirka 12 til 7. Við mættumst þar með hjörtun okkar brotin bæði tvö. Ég var að leita að ást, ég var að leita að ást. Og þegar þú komst inn í líf mitt, breytist ég. Þú komst við hjartað í mig. Ég þori að mæta hverju sem þú komst við hjartað í mig. Það munur á að vera ein og vera einmana. Ég gat þeim ein, var dauðþreyttur á sál og líkama. Ég var að leita að ást, ég var að leita að ást. Og þegar þú komst inn í líf mitt, breytist ég. Þú komst við hjartað í mig. Ég þori að mæta hverju sem þú komst við hjartað í mig. Ó, sem betur fer. Á diskóbar ég dansaði frá cirka 12 til 7. Við mættumst þar með hjörtun okkar brotin bæði tvö. Ég var að leita að ást, ég var að leita að ást. Og þegar þú komst inn í líf mitt, breytist ég. Þú komst við hjartað í mig. Ég þori að mæta hverju sem þú komst við hjartað í mig. Ó, sem betur fer. Ó, sem betur fer, ó, sem betur fer. Þá fann ég þig hér. Ó, sem betur fer, ó, sem betur fer. Þá fann ég þig hér.
Dear conversationists, please take your seats as we will convene shortly. Please take your seats as we will convene shortly. Thank you very much.
Who run the world?
Is there anyone else who is dancing to DJ Soleil's song gift? Can we please ask DJ Soleil? Hi, everybody. I'm on this stage over here. Hello. Dancing over here to DJ Soleil's song gift. And actually, Savannah and I were admiring not only her song gift, but the gift of beautiful DJ Soleil, right? So, breast cancer survivor and amazing storyteller extraordinaire and song gift. Can I invite her out over here so you can see this amazing woman and we can thank her for her song gift? Grab your microphone as well. So grab your microphone. We wanted to actually just show you as well, totally rocking these amazing vegan red leather pants, right? And boots, because we do dress up for each other, ladies. I want you to know these shoes are for you, okay? Not for me. So, DJ Soleil, thank you for giving us the gift of music. And tell us about the song gift you just gave us that had us dancing.
Beyonce Run the World, Girls. Could not be more fitting to this event.
Yeah. All right. It had me up here dancing. I saw a couple of y'all doing that as well. Thank you so much for giving your time and your talents. And also, she's happy to take songs from us. And if you want to put them on social media and hashtag them for the event, she's going to capture them on it and create a song gift list for us. So the songs that move you and inspire you, and the forum leaders and DJ Soleil are going to collate them and share them back with us as well. So I think that's a perfect song gift setup to the next part of our conversation, where we say, who runs the world's girls, but who actually thinks that girls are suitable to run the world? Well, to help to answer that question, we have the CEO of Kantar Public, Michelle Harrison. And many of you know the Reykjavík Global Index that she's going to share with us. It started with the original founding of this global forum, but across the G20, they've been measuring the perception of men and women on women's suitability for leadership. Michelle, tell us what we need to know, and what does the data and the evidence say? And then Michelle is going to invite a panel up to have a conversation about it. Michelle.
Valerie, thank you. That was a very elegant segue to this. So, and it's really lovely to be back here in person this year. Some of you are familiar with the Reykjavík Index if you've been at the forum before, but today we've had conversations about the need for data to really understand what it is we're measuring and progress, and we've also talked about Sofagate. The Reykjavík Index for Leadership gives you the data on why things like Sofagate happen, and it doesn't matter how senior you are as a leader, that prejudice against women in leadership does tend to follow us. So this is the evidence of what is now 4 years' work. So 4 years ago, women political leaders and Kantar Public came together, coming out of a roundtable discussion with a group of female leaders who had a lot of anecdotes that women, even in very senior leadership positions, often found themselves working harder than men, being silenced more than men, finding it difficult, more difficult than their men who even worked for them, to have a voice at the table. And so we discussed whether or not it was possible to create a very high quality, quantitative measure of this experience of prejudice. And over a period of time, we were able to put one together at Kantar Public. So the Reykjavík Index for Leadership is the measure of how women and men are viewed in terms of their suitability for leadership. And a small number of things to remember about it. It's a measure of how people across society view men and women. It's not what do leaders think, it's about what the whole of society thinks. So the data I'm sharing today comes from 35,000 interviews between July and September of this year across the G20. It's also a measure of many different aspects of corporate and political and community life. We look at 23 different economic sectors. The other thing to remember is it does pick up prejudice against men, if it exists. It asks a question about, for a particular role in society, do you think a man or a woman is more suitable to lead? And we are looking, our index is created from the sum of the number of people in each society who say they don't mind that men and women are equal. So it's an index of 0 to 100. 100 just means that men and women are viewed as equal in terms of their capability to lead in any of the sectors we've looked at. A figure below 100 is a measure of prejudice. So, What I'm just going to do first of all is share with you the figures from this year's work. And so for the very first time, we don't just have G7, we also have been able to bring to you some G20 data too. So the G7 score has stayed exactly the same, more or less over the last 4 years, very steady, which is not a good thing when the measure of prejudice is as significant as it is. So we have a G7 score of 73. The way to think about that is, if men and women are running a race of 100 kilometres, they're doing absolutely fine until at 73rd kilometre the women hit a brick wall and the men carry on running. That would be a metaphor for what this shows. When we look at the G20 data, which we got for the very first time this year, it's lower. However, averages are dangerous things because there are some countries in the G20 that are not in the G7 who have a more gender equitable view of leadership, and others that are much lower, and I'll share that with you. So just to tell you a little bit then about the G7, for those of you who've tracked this over the last 4 years, we are in a period of no change. Now, it could be that you might say, coming out of COVID, perhaps that's a good thing, but what we do need to remember is what these scores reflect, and what they reflect is categorically and significantly women are held back in their journey to leadership through societal prejudice. So everything we've ever felt or experienced or have anecdotes about, why Ursula von der Leyen doesn't get to sit at the main table, this is the data that helps us understand it. And the one thing as well to remember about this is the G7 splits 2 ways, and now we're in the 4th year of data on this. We can start to understand why. UK, Canada, US, France, broadly similar in the way those scores vary between sectors. Italy, Japan, and Germany, quite different. And we can see something really important. You see it so significantly in the German data, which I encourage people to look at all of the data. We published the report live today. There are a series of sectors that are technical, scientific, or defence and policing, or to do with international affairs, what you might call hardcore politics. And in those countries, Italy, Japan, Germany, women have made no progress at all. You may still have the majority of people in that society think they're not really entitled or suitable for leadership, whereas when you look at those top 4 countries within the G7 group, women have made more progress into those, what you might call technical or defence sectors. Now, I've got some good news for you. With the collaboration of the University of Iceland, for the very first time, we were able to do the research this year on Iceland. And so we do have a good news story. And I think for all of us concerned, when we saw the data, we were like, thank goodness for that. Iceland is almost at genuine gender equality in terms of the way men and women are viewed for their suitability of leadership. It's at a score of 92. The other thing to remember about this, and this is very sobering when we've just had a conversation about generation equality, in Iceland, young people are more progressive than their parents in terms of the way they view women and men and their equality when it comes to leadership. In every other one of those G7 countries, this is the most staggering thing. We saw it last year. The data this year has reinforced it. Younger people are more prejudiced than their parents. So I'm just going to leave that to land there and encourage you to look at the data. It's irrefutable, it's utterly depressing, and it gives us another hurdle to think about. Now, that's a G7 issue. You don't see it across the G20. There are variances between countries, and younger men in particular are more prejudiced than younger women. Thank you. Right, and just to, on this issue of Iceland being the most progressive society we've ever managed to research, just to let you linger on this for a moment, this shows G7 and G20 data from this year, and the interesting thing is to note the little baubles in black are G20 countries that are outperforming the G7 countries, and that also includes Spain, actually, and Poland. We put some countries in because we had to make a proxy for the EU 27, and we measured 5 countries and made a proxy of that. Also, just to note, if you do get into the data, there are certain questions that we didn't ask in Saudi Arabia, Russia, or China, because it's very difficult to ask them and get a result that would be comparable. So before I invite my panelists up onto the stage who are from Iceland, from which I think we all can agree we've got something to feel inspired by and to learn from out across the rest of the G20, I just want to raise another couple of issues with you. And I've raised this before in terms of what the Reykjavík Index shows us is something we refer to as dissonance. Women are definitely prejudiced in every society against female leaders, but never as much as men. Men are always more prejudiced. And when we look at this for the G7, you can see women have a slightly higher score than men. And when you look at it for the G20, you see the same thing. So it's quite small as an average. In some countries, it's significant. It's more than 10 points. In a country like Italy or Germany, it's more than 10 points. That suggests to us you've got a lot of challenging conversations going on every day in households, etc. But you also may have the drive for change, whereas when you look in Japan, very little dissonance at all, which suggests you're probably not going to be getting much appetite for change. Now let's look at Iceland. And the figure is very small. The dissonance is pretty small. Women are a little more progressive than men, but not that much. But what I'm going to do before we get too excited about all being in a country where we've made it and gender equality is there and nailed down, I'm just going to show you another couple of data points before we talk about this. One of the things we do alongside measuring the index is we ask a question that is designed to pull out, to expose what might be prejudice that people don't really like to think they've got. So if we say to people, how comfortable are you with a woman as head of state? You'll get everyone, oh yeah, I'm comfortable. If you ask the question in a slightly different way and say, are you very comfortable? What you then get is the flip if people aren't actually very comfortable. If you look at this G7 figure, so this is a straightforward percentage of all of the people that we've asked, the tens of thousands of people that we've asked in the G7 this year. Are you very comfortable having a woman as head of state? 57% of women say they're very comfortable, but only 47% of men. So just to imagine what that means the majority of men in the G7 group and a good proportion of women are not very comfortable with a female head of state. So that means if you're running for political office, you are starting a couple of miles back in this race. And then if you look at it from the point of view of whether or not you're very comfortable as having a woman as a CEO of a major company, 59% of women are happy with that, and again, less than half of men. So, you know, for all of the CEOs in the room, you turn up in the office anywhere in the G7 and kind of half of the people in the room aren't entirely comfortable with your presence there. And that's one of the things that once a year I force myself to think about before I put it to the back of my mind again. Now let's look at Iceland. And this is interesting because we've had such high scores for Iceland, but this question is intended to draw out residual bias. So 86% of Icelandic women are very comfortable with having a woman as head of state, 71% of men. So we're getting to almost a third of men who aren't, and exactly the same figures bar 1 point on CEOs. So I'm going to just ask, actually I think we're about to bring chairs up and we're going to sit down and talk about this, but really just to confirm what we've seen then with the Reykjavík Index for Leadership. So this is our 4th year of tracking. We've seen no progress in the G7 at all since we began tracking in 2018. In the last 2 years, we've seen younger people express deeper bias against women in leadership than their parents. Some G20s, though, for instance, Spain, for instance, Argentina, for instance, Mexico, are doing very well compared to some G20 countries compared to G7 countries, and that should give us a lot of pause for thought. And Iceland has made transformational progress when it comes to perceptions of women in leadership. And whilst there is more to do, there's a lot that we can learn from them now. So let's start that conversation around that specific issue. So I'm going to ask that we just bring the chairs up, and I'm going to ask my conversationalists to come and join me. Thank you, everyone. So, very, very pleased to welcome Asta. I can't pronounce, I'm going to do very well if I'm pronouncing your surname, but I've been told I don't need to. So, Asta, Chief Executive of Cronin. Very, very pleased to have Bjarni back on stage as the Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs, and Sigridur. And we are so pleased to have you here to talk about the specific issue of defence and policing, which is such a bugbear in terms of female leadership outside of Iceland. Right, so, Bjarni, can I start with you then? I don't know whether or not you found the data surprising in any way, but let's start with a very nice kind of positive outcome of the research. We find that Iceland has in so many ways pulled it off. And if I think about Britain, I think about Iceland, equal pay legislation, equality legislation came out at about the same time. So what is it, do we think, that has allowed Iceland to get so much further ahead than a country that within the G7 is doing well, but nowhere near as well as Iceland?
Well, I think it is a combination of a lot of different things, and it did not all happen at once. Certainly did not. But we've had milestones that were hugely important. You mentioned some legislation, but we also had the first elected head of state in the world in 1980. And since then, that was, to me, kind of like an icebreaker. So that for one example, ensured that generations of kids grew up in a country where it was okay to have a female head of the country, so to speak, president of Iceland. And that has a lot of meaning, I believe. Then later on, you had the Speaker of the House, you had the head of the Supreme Court, you have female leaders in more and more big positions. Today we have the Prime Minister, Katrín Jakobsdóttir, obviously a woman, and not the first. So when you break the ice, people's eyes start to open and you start to discuss it. And I was just thinking about it when we were looking at these numbers. 100% score is not there yet, but that, to me, is something that should be like kind of the goal. Yeah, I mean, else we have prejudice, right?
So just to ask on that, though, because we often say about Germany, they've had female political leadership for so long, and yet we see no progress. So was there, at the household level, the way men and women were relating to each other, or young boys and young girls, what was it that you think that allowed the culture to shift behind those leadership role models?
So let me name two examples. So one thing is to have the idea. Another thing is to make it practically possible, okay? So paternal leave is an issue where you made it practically possible for women to go out and join the workforce. Okay. Another thing is good access to childcare. So, like in my municipality, all children get daycare from 12 months. So first you got 12 months paternity leave, which makes sure that you don't lose your pay whilst you go and take care of your daughter or son, and you can split that time between the father and the mother. And after that, you have access to daycare from day one, which means that the employer does not need to worry too much that there will be issues with the relevant parent and so forth. So you also have to look at the practical side of things. You know, one thing is what you want to have happen, and the other thing is for policy to push for that being practical.
Thank you. I think that's really helpful. So, Sigridur, if I could come to you. So, there's the legislative changes that happen, but it's almost like then there's sort of what we might call behavioral nudges. The structures went in that allowed change. But from your, I mean, any reflections from you? You've ascended into leadership in an area, in a sector that we've seen across the G7. Some countries have simply not made that adjustment. So anything about your experience or about Iceland that you think has facilitated that?
Well, there are many things. Of course, the education and the culture that women can actually do whatever they want to do. But within the police and this kind of hierarchical structures, the steps can be difficult. So we needed to level the playing ground. And we had to do it actively. It's not enough to have the legislation in place. It's not enough to implement it. You have to enforce it, you have to measure it, and you cannot stop. That's the key thing. And often you have to do it by hand, because it's the culture that eats strategy for breakfast, as we all know.
Yeah.
And that is so true within this organization. So we need to put on the agenda equality issues, but also gender-based violence. We need to put all these issues that are so important to half of the people that we serve, and also to approach our work as a service organization, not a power organization. As soon as you shift this and focus on the people that we serve, not as an outside-in thing, but not inside out, not what I want to do for you, but what you need and want me to do for you. That's the approach. And if you do that, do it like this, then what can I say? The issues are more important than who is saying what or doing what. You know, we can gather around the issues, and everybody can gather around that we want the welfare of children to be as good as possible. We do not want people in the household to be abused by their spouse. We want female officers not to be harassed by their co-workers. We want both genders to be able to proceed up the ranks. So when you have the issues and the service mindset, then it tends to follow, but it's not enough. You have to enforce it by hand if necessary. Sorry, this is very close to my heart.
But this is very important. This is very, very helpful. So, but where has the energy come from? Has it been female-led, or has it been led by men and women? It's the way in which Iceland has managed to shift society, whereas in other countries you can see that women are moving ahead and the men aren't coming with them. So just your reflections on where the energy was coming from.
I think it's female-led, but I think we would not have been able to do this unless we had these great male co-workers. But there was once a really energetic feminist that told me that the good guys are the greatest enemy of equality. And I didn't understand it at the time. But it's because they don't imagine how bad it is. You really put the surveys on and put the reality up on the table. And when you do that, and you put this on the agenda, and you put this in the strategy, then it's so important to have the good guys with us, and they can empower, especially the young. If you have the testosterone leaders, they're also so important for our organizations. They can do things that I would not be able to do. So together we can do it, but it's definitely, and I'm sorry to say, but it's female-led.
Okay, well, I remember once coming out of some gender equity training at work, and a senior man saying to me, "I've just realised it's not enough just to be a nice bloke." And that was a sort of revelation. It wasn't enough to not actively be sexist. Right. Okay. Asta, can I come to you now? And you saw the data in terms of across the G7. Many countries, you've got almost a majority of women and a majority of men who aren't entirely comfortable with female leadership in the corporate sector. You're a female CEO in Iceland. Does that data surprise you, shock you, or even the data in Iceland, which does show a little bit of a lack of support from around about a third of men?
Obviously, I'm happy to see that Iceland is, we're doing better than many of other countries. Myself, haven't been in Japan for a while, so I know the difference between countries. But it's always shocking to see, because to be honest, I'm a young woman in Iceland. I'm standing on the shoulders of the generations that came before me. And just as Bjarne was mentioning, the whole history of all the fights that have gone through, the highly substitute childcare, you know, the equal pay law that we have, the quotas on the boards and so forth. I know they've been fighting for this for years, and now as a young female CEO, I'm standing on the shoulders of this generation and enjoying and reaping the benefits, basically. But I also want to quote the Prime Minister this morning, that Icelandic women will stop at nothing. We want to continue, and we need to change it, and we need to get it to 100, such as Bjarne was saying. But what I'm wondering, while looking at these numbers, I'm thinking whether it might have an impact that actually many countries have been putting a lot of effort in focusing on women and getting women into leadership and so forth, both at the school level but also at the more professional work level. And perhaps some feel that they are getting the shorter straw, so to say, that they are actually getting lost in the system. And I think that's something we should think about and worry a little about, that if they're not seeing the mutual benefits, the advantage of actually women being in leadership and having the diverse teams, then there's something wrong in the battle. We need all to understand that it is the mutual benefit for everyone to actually have diverse teams. And if it's something we are just saying here, if you look at, for example, research that has been done throughout the years, year by year, for example, by McKinsey, Women Matter reports and so forth, that actually show, for example, for companies, that more diverse teams, they actually have better performance. They're more profitable and so forth. It's good for business. So I don't see, you know, the issues that we are facing there, that they don't understand that it's for the benefit of all.
And they have a different appetite for risk, a more varied or balanced view around risk has been my experience. So thank you. I mean, Bjarne, can I come back to you then? So the data for Iceland is so positive, and in particular, you know, this awful thing that we're seeing in the G7 of young people showing less progressive attitudes than their parents. We don't have that in Iceland. You've got a very progressive group of young people who are more progressive than their parents. So that bodes so well. But nonetheless, there is this discomfort with some women and double that amount of, you know, we've got 15% of women, 30% of men who aren't yet there, not yet entirely comfortable with female leadership at the top of the country or the top of a corporation. Can I just ask you what your thoughts are on, are you surprised? And what do you think Iceland should be sort of doing in reflection of that?
Yeah, I have to admit, those numbers come as a surprise to me, because I live in this society, and I believe as a politician, I get thousands, tens of thousands of contacts with people every year. We just came out of elections. So it comes as a surprise that we find that high numbers showing some sort of prejudice, because I think we are building up a good story, a good track record, that if there were prejudice before, we have already many examples. Well, the latest example, maybe we don't have too many, but the latest example is that we just listed in public offering one of the state-owned banks and privatized a third of it. So that became then, following the first head of a financial institution in the listed stock market. We got 2 out of 3 women leaders in the financial big banks in Iceland. So maybe we are still creating the story. Maybe we still have some job to do, that it will be okay. There is not a lot of risk taken. And to be honest, I'm already starting to, in my mind at least, go a bit further and ask myself if we need to start talking a little bit more about what Ásta just mentioned, which is the balance which we will gain from all of this, and the overall, 1 + 1 is 3 in this case situation. which is not only about let's get women in so we got everything equal there, but also there is something to be extra expected from that. Okay. Maybe that will help. Maybe that will push it a little bit further. But I just think we are still creating the examples, still creating the story, and the numbers will show that we still have some job to do to get things better in the private sector. We have come further in kind of the administration.
Agreed, but what you do still give us, though, is something to be optimistic about because of what's been achieved in Iceland. And I'm aware, I think I'm going to get told okay. I thought I had to go. So I'm going to just ask for me to have the opportunity to ask you all one last question. If you could just give your answer on this. When Iceland is very important in bringing its gender equity through its diplomatic mission, but could I just ask all of you, and I'll start with you, Asta, just if you were, and we do have an international audience today and people listening in, what do we say to the G7 and G20 leaders? What are the things that they can learn or be inspired by from Iceland that you'd want them to hear about? So if I can start with you. Asta, and I know because of the looks, I've got to go very fast.
Apart from the facts that are actually there, we could look into research and so forth, and measurements and so forth. I think what is really important is everyone have their phone all the time. We're looking at news, media, all kinds of social media. We need to make sure that those who are in charge are actually putting in front the role models, the women out there that are actually doing, leadership jobs and actually doing a great job, and promote them. And this goes both externally for companies and institutions, but also internally, to actually put them forth and almost think about quotas. If you've spoken to 5 men, you need to speak to 5 women.
So media representation, absolutely key. Sigurdór, from your point of view, and I know we'll keep it very, Sigurdór.
Okay, I would say that we are aiming towards a society where the gender doesn't matter anymore. And we are close, but not there. So my advice would be the leaders need to put the issue on the agenda. They need to enforce it and measure it. And it has to be real. It has to go really through all the organization and, of course, hopefully in the society.
So you're talking about organizational governance and constant commitment.
You have to have constant commitment, and you have to really enforce it. It's not enough just to have it as a sign or a signal that you're sending out weekly. You have to send it really strongly and keep on sending it all the time, because otherwise it will just go away. You have to really put it up there and be visual and actually follow it through.
So it's being very, very clear on media representation, very strong governance around all aspects of gender, diversity and balance. Bjarni, what about you? What's your message to G7 leaders?
You have to believe in the matter. You have to believe in the importance of equality. You have to be brave. You should look at the examples. You don't have a single example of a country or a society, part of a society, company, administration, anything. You can't find a good example where you took a step towards more equality and you said, well, I don't think so, let's go back. So step up as a leader. You need to do your job as a leader, and this is something that you were put on the podium for doing. So you just have to be brave, and the good examples are there, and just go ahead and believe.
Thank you. Bravery and belief. So I'm just going to say, again, thank you to the University of Iceland for their partnership, because otherwise we wouldn't. And I've got a sign saying Viking Squad. Okay. I think, given I've been given a sign that says Viking Squad, I think I'm allowed to say, can you just give us a bit of background on the Viking Squad before we wrap up?
Okay. We have actually the current issues in many police forces where women are not part of the weapons and the most trained divisions. is the Viking squad. And yeah, we are actually actively working towards leveling the playing fields.
So is this like the elite forces?
Yes, it's the elite forces. And so far, no woman has come into play there. But we're actually taking measures, actively taking measures to change that. So hopefully, the next recruitment will include women. The other option is to build a new force with only women, better stuff. So,
thank you so much. I mean, I want to say every year when we get the Reykjavík Index data, I kind of look at it and our methodologists look at it and we all sit there and there's like this long pause as we go, oh my God, because you manage to actually, you don't spend your entire life thinking about gender-based, what we all spend our entire lives thinking about gender-based prejudice, but you also have to get on with life, right? And not feel too depressed by it. But what I have to say is thank you, Iceland, and thank you for you wonderful conversationalists for inspiring us, because it really is uplifting. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Good. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Michelle. And now, as our panelists are exiting, leaving the stage, although we're talking about how Reykjavik takes the global stage for gender equality. Joining me in conversation is a woman who both represents and is contributing to the conversation around Iceland.
I have no idea where to stand.
I know, global equality. Let me introduce us to Eliza Reid, who many of you may have known as the First Lady of Iceland. And she also has just written a book on gender equality, which actually came out today.
In Icelandic
today. In Icelandic today.
Yeah. In English in February.
Yeah, exactly. So please help give a warm welcome to the stage and in conversation with Eliza Reid.
I have to I'm going to just do a little 360 here, okay?
Exactly. What we can do. Eliza and I were in conversation backstage, and we thought it would be nice for us to be in conversation together up here, if that works for us here. Yeah? So one of the things that I was curious about, and I was sharing with her about, or asking about, what does it feel like to be a First Lady, and how it just felt awkward for me to introduce her as the First Lady. Right? I mean, that's like, what is that term, right? She's this amazing human being and conversation. And we were talking about how in Iceland, it's a small country relatively, and so it's very normal, right?
We're very egalitarian and informal. And I was telling you a story backstage that I've never told in public before.
And I asked her if she would share it. Is that okay?
And for some reason I just said yes, so you'll maybe, I don't know if it's a good story or not. But it's a story about, exactly, how we're all kind of egalitarian and informal here in Iceland. And I was saying to you that our family was at a spa a couple of years ago here in Iceland. And it was 50% tourists, of course, who didn't know who we were, in quotes, and 50% Icelanders who just sort of nodded hello to us and let us go about our business, and our kids were there. But then I went back into the change room and I was having the shower after being in the spa, and I heard two young Icelandic women who were in the change room about to leave, talking to a tourist, and they said, "Can you believe that the president of Iceland was there with his family, and nobody was tired, and he was there with his kids, and he didn't have security, and it's amazing." And of course the tourist said, "Yeah, wow, that's great. I can't believe it." And they said, "Yeah, here's his wife now, and I'm in the shower, like." So they really introduced them to all of me.
It's a good story, right?
And I was like, "Hi." So that's Iceland for you. You should go to the swimming pools. It's the great equalizer.
In water, as we heard from our Paralympic gold medalist earlier today. Okay, so when I met you yesterday, you had clothes on.
Yes. And I still do.
She still does.
Yeah.
Exactly. And she had these amazing shoes, right? So, of course, as we are also looking at DJ Solei's shoes, and I'm doing this self-sacrificial thing for us, I couldn't help but notice them. And, of course, she immediately Eliza, the woman to my left here, goes into a great conversation about how they were made out of fish, right? So we were admiring the fashion and fish as another, and
Yeah.
sustainability, and
right.
geothermal energy as well. So I was just interested in kind of, you were a brand ambassador for this. What are you seeing in terms of fashion, sustainability, and Iceland leading the world on that? And then we'll
Yeah.
talk about the gender equality.
Right. Well, I mean, obviously, I do try to, showcase Icelandic style when I can, and I think that's a great example, of being sustainable and using fish, which we have a lot of fish in this country. And hopefully we are leaders, and I think as a country and as a society have also prioritized the importance of taking the climate crisis seriously, doing what we can to help global warming. But I think that for me, at least personally, something like the climate crisis is such a massive issue. It's very similar to gender equality, because for me as an individual, I sometimes feel like I have to let the politicians deal with it, or it's such a huge issue. For me as an individual, I can't have an impact on it.
Yeah.
And yet, if we all had that attitude, nothing would get done with anything.
Right.
And I think that we have to be cognizant of that when it comes to the climate crisis, and we have to be cognizant of that when it comes to gender equality and trying to work towards gender equality.
Yeah.
And that's what I talk about a little bit in my book.
Beautiful. Thanks for that. Tell us a little bit about its Secrets of the Spraker.
Yes. Very good.
Said in Iceland. Secrets of the Spraker. What does Spraker mean, and what are the secrets there?
Yeah. So Spraker is a very old and obscure Icelandic word that means outstanding women. And so it's Secrets of the Outstanding Women. I thought it was such a wonderful, evocative word that I wanted to try to introduce it into the English vocabulary. And the book is a little bit my love letter to Iceland as an immigrant who grew up in Canada and moved here and chose to settle here and make it my home. But it's also trying to paint a portrait of what it's like to be a woman in the country that is so far closest to achieving gender equality. And so I profile about 40 different women, not maybe the most obvious women, but women who are doing different things around the country and leading everyday lives, but yet somehow in a remarkable way.
Yeah.
And so you asked me what the secrets were, and the secrets were, well, I don't want to tell you. You have to read the book, but...
Well, tell us some of them.
I mean, I guess
we'll start building up. The global launches in February, right?
February,
you need some advance press, right? Secrets of the Sprakers. So tell us a couple.
The secrets and the potential is really that while we've been very fortunate in Iceland, and we have a strong base, and we have a society that values the importance of gender equality, and our size helps us, that Sprakar, or outstanding women, are everywhere around the world. They're in our neighborhoods and in our families and in our places of worship and in our companies and in this room. And what we need to do is elevate them and inspire them and help raise each other's voices. And that will help get the message across eventually.
Yeah, beautifully said, right? Do you have any hope or any invitation? You've got global ambassadors. You've got good Canadians, friends as well.
Yeah.
We enjoy our lunches too. So, as womanity, as we go out into all of our places, how can we help to elevate the Secrets of the Spraker as well? Is it about taking the term and making it something that's a word that we start to live into?
I mean, I love the term. I think the idea is to elevate each other's voices, to live lives with those gender equality glasses on, so that it isn't just about electing politicians or having legislation that is going to support this sort of thing. It's about watching sports games by women and reading books by women and interviewing female subjects as well as men subjects, et cetera, in media.
Yeah.
And I think, making the most of unexpected opportunities. And that's what links to my story, that, I grew up on a farm in Canada. I became the first lady of a country that I'd hardly ever heard of when I was growing up. And either I could sit there and think, am I allowed to talk about gender equality? Am I not allowed to do this? I didn't run for office. Or I could just use the moment while I have it and try to speak out for what I believe in.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you for being you and for... Thank you. So thank you for both going from the farms in Canada to be able to go to Iceland and use it as a global platform, right? That this is a moment and Iceland is leading. I'm going to put you on the spot with a question. Okay?
Well, I've already told the shower story, so it's only going to go uphill from here.
It's actually just leading to the conversation we were just having about Reykjavík, the Global Index in Iceland leading on gender equality. And one of the things that was very optimistic was that, you're leading and that it can be done, right? So being in a role and showing it can be done and the stories of others is there. What was deeply concerning was the data that we saw on young men. Did you guys saw that? So early humans, so young guys, early humans who haven't come into this world patterning are actually feeling less supportive or less confident in women leadership things. What do you think this is?
I mean, I haven't seen the report until that. I think, we just have to, I think what we have to work on there is this idea that gender equality isn't a zero-sum game, and it's not something that benefits women at the expense of men or other people. It's equality between everyone. Yeah. And, I have 3 sons, and, I think we all are told to raise our daughters with these gender equal glasses, but actually what we really need to be doing is raising our sons with those ideas to know. And so I try to focus on that probably more than they want to because they're very small. And they're like, Mom, stop talking about why the woman doesn't talk enough in this movie or something like that. But I'm harping on about it with them. Yeah. And I think that that's important for them to know that. They'll see that it benefits everybody overall.
Yeah, so you're inviting them to put on the gender lens and the gender glasses for an equal world. Yeah, and I'm optimistic that having you as their mother, as helping to help to raise them is something that gives me hope for humanity and the next generation of young men as well. Is there anything else that you would like to share with us in our time here as well?
I just want to thank everybody who has taken the time to come here to Reykjavík and to Iceland. I know we're very proud of what we have achieved so far here in Iceland, but we're all very aware that we have a long way to go. And there are a lot of areas where many other countries are far ahead of us already in this fight. And we have a lot to learn from each other. And maybe as someone who kind of was thrust into the public spotlight because of something my husband achieved rather than what I achieved, I want to express my respect and admiration for everybody here who has had to really put themselves in the firing line in order to attain the heights that they've attained and where they are, because I think that that's not something to be taken for granted, and I think it's admirable and important, and we need more people to do it.
Yeah. Very well said. Thank you for that. Thank you for using your position to tell the stories of others as well. I wanted to mention, I don't know if you heard it earlier because I know you had a busy agenda, but we've also invited, via Women Political Leaders, has invited something that they're calling Sofagate. So they're actually inviting women to tell the stories of where there's been like the moment where there wasn't a seat at the table. Of course, you know the Sofagate with, and so I think that's just kind of reinforcing the theme that says we tell our stories, right, of where it doesn't work, that starts to amplify for others, and we tell the stories of where other women have then been able to share their secrets and to amplify it. So
exactly, yeah. And I think we don't have to be afraid that I at least have found that I be nervous sometimes about talking about something that people would think I'm being very petty, or I'm in such a privileged position I shouldn't complain about something, and so many people can relate to so many things. If just a matter of we speak up about it, we'll realize that there's a lot that unites us, and sometimes those challenges, and that helps us put our minds together to work on solutions.
Yeah. Beautifully said. Thank you so much for your time with us.
My pleasure.
Yeah. Thank you to the First Lady of Iceland. And as of today, published author on gender equality is telling the stories of others. So thank you for your time and for being with us, and we will help to share the word and to amplify the secrets of the Spriker as well.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another gift from DJ Sole as well. So speaking of amazing Icelandic women who's sharing her gifts in song, I asked her for a bit of an invitation, a song gift for us as we go into a conversation around freedom and what is necessary for freedom. Press, yes, exactly. So thank you for the press panel. She's giving us a shout out for that as well. So before we go into a conversation with press freedom and healthy democracy, I'm going to invite Christy Tanner, the president of Tanner Media, up on stage. Solveig, what was our gift, our song gift for freedom?
Hampton and Isabel Tribe to the stage. They are the co-founders of Teens for Press Freedom. And they're both New Yorkers, and they are both teens, and they were both doing homework in the hallways today. You might have seen them. Yeah. And their school may or may not be watching at this point. So first of all, I'd like to say that one of the things that inspired this panel was the 2021 Nobel Peace Prize this year, which was awarded to Dmitry Muratov and Maria Ressa, who are both journalists, one in Russia, one in the Philippines. And in awarding this prize this year to those journalists, the Nobel Committee said that they were giving it to them because of their support for the right to freedom of expression, which is, quote, a precondition for democracy and lasting peace. So I want to ask you, Charlotte and Isabel, what does that mean to you?
To see our mission of preserving press freedom, protecting journalists, and defending truthful information recognized on a global scale, especially at a time when we're seeing the retreat of press freedom worldwide, when a generation, our generation, is being raised on misinformation and taught to vilify journalists, this was extremely powerful. And, you know, before Maria Ressa was a Nobel laureate, we were familiar with her work as a journalist in the Philippines at Rappler. And we came across a quote of hers that was really a wake-up call for us.
Yeah, I think Isabel and I both have a very distinct memory of the first time we read this quote, which is, "Our dystopian present is your dystopian future." And it scared us. It said that the tenets of democracy and free expression and press freedom that we largely enjoy right now are something that can't be taken for granted. They have to be fought for actively. Young people cannot be complacent because we are on the road to that dystopia now.
So Maria's oft-quoted quote, which is that the Philippines' dystopian present is the rest of the world's dystopian future, was one of your inspirations. Can you talk to us a little bit more about the other things that motivated you to start Teens for Press Freedom? Was there an aha moment?
I think the aha moments were every political discussion I had with my peers. I realized that we were all parroting the same exact quotes from random Instagram posts that had gained legitimacy through virality that simply weren't rooted in truth or nuanced information. And we thought we were having productive political debates, but in actuality, we were in echo chambers. And when we didn't agree, the debates just became contentious because we were caught up in this dogmatic absolutism that social media also creates. And I realized that if we want to create a better, more equal world, we have to be united on the facts. And so we had to create Teens for Press Freedom.
And that's also why we started our workshop series, which is a twice-weekly forum for young people to come together and discuss what it means to be a smart, active consumer of news, current events, and the state of press freedom internationally, because it's really important to us that our work connects teens to a more global perspective, because the erosion of press freedom is a global phenomenon, and it's a phenomenon that threatens the success of every social justice movement, whether it's racial justice, climate justice, or gender equality.
So to follow up on your points, this is a global issue, and we have a global audience, a global group gathered here today. Becoming united on facts, I think, is something that's become increasingly challenging. And then but to really put it in practical terms, you do twice weekly seminars for your peers in your spare time. So do you have advice for others who are leaders in their communities about what they might do and what actions they might take to help promote press freedom?
Well, I think the wonderful but also extremely frustrating thing about this issue is that it's very much about the individual. So yes, social media corporations must be more proactive about regulating the misinformation and disinformation that runs rampant on their platforms. And yes, governments have to take real legislative action to bolster local news publications. But everyone, and specifically for me and Isabel, everyone in our generation has to start thinking critically about the information that they're consuming. You can make a difference simply by questioning where your information is coming from, why your understanding of the world is the way it is, and whether or not your understanding of other people's opinions are fully nuanced.
And I also think it's really easy for teenagers especially to feel helpless in the face of these systemic injustices. You know, Charlotte and I can't even vote, but what Teens for Press Freedom has shown me is that teens should be empowered to take concrete action, whether that's turning to a local newspaper instead of Twitter for information, or starting these conversations in their communities, or simply fact-checking what they're reposting on Instagram. The future is young, and we have the power to shape it.
Well, I agree. And in summary, what I'd like to remind everybody is that if you've participated in this event in the past, virtually or in person, you would have seen Maria Ressa, who was interviewed in 2019 and in 2020. I want to thank Silvana and Hannah for bringing attention to this issue before it was a Nobel Peace Prize winning issue. It wasn't necessarily cool to be talking about this a couple of years ago, and now Maria Ressa is very much in demand.
Yes.
But the fact is, she also is facing multiple completely bogus lawsuits that have been brought against her by the Philippine government, and she is facing jail potentially. So her travel's been severely restricted. She remains committed to doing journalism in the Philippines, which is very difficult and a huge risk daily. So you know, follow her on Twitter and on Instagram, and subscribe to Rappler so that you can, number one, understand what's going on in the Philippines, because it very much could be a precursor to what happens elsewhere and has been foreshadowed what has happened elsewhere. And also, I really want to thank this group of women who over the years have supported Maria, and I'm very grateful that more attention's been brought to this issue. So thank you to the Reykjavík Global Forum.
Thank you
thank
so
you,
much.
Charlotte and Isabel.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think actually that might be a great segue to our next conversation about the power of purposeful play. Saleh, did you have a song gift for this part of the conversation as well? What's that? Yeah, to play. So I wanted to invite up on stage to join me here Silvana, because as we were talking about what is necessary for the energizing of the voice that we have, we also think that it's important for the power of play. We call it purposeful play and Imagine. And Silvana, before we tee up this next conversation, I think you were going to talk to us about how you were feeling yesterday about the football game that happened.
Yeah, well, I'm deeply honored and, well, actually just overwhelmed by the performance of the WPL team in the final World Cup of the Global Goals, which is a fantastic initiative of which we learn more. They only lost by 1 goal, and that is a miracle. And can I ask the team members, Jennifer, Stacy, Katja, Mogolo is not feeling well, so she's not here. And I can't really see against the light, but everybody was in the team. And I saw the pictures of you doing an air guitar. And I just wonder if you could do that again. I just want to say, I really would like these women, come here, please. And Anthony was their coach. I'm not sure if he's in the room.
Come on.
Anthony, if you could come up as well. All up here on stage. Maybe some music for them. But just to say, they were playing against a team of 5 women politicians from Iceland. 5 women, each from a different party, 3 of them cabinet ministers, seriously fit, home advantage, and they So that these women here only was, come on, Anthony, you were the coach, self-identifying as women political leaders, so you absolutely have a space on this. And just like, thank you, and really great what you did for WPL. Maybe can we have some music so that they're all inspired for doing this air guitar thing again? Oh, they're all a bit embarrassed. Okay, well then, just... You have a cheer? Yeah. You have a cheer? Well, go ahead, do the cheer.
They have a cheer.
We will shock you, shock you. Goal 17 will come through, come through. Women leaders rock you.
Woo! Thank you, fantastic.
Because it was pretty hard.
Yeah, I heard there were one or the other foul which was not recognized by the referee, but our team only lost by 1 goal. Please, let's remind that. So they're actually the winners of the hearts, right? So.
Exactly. Very well done. I'm going to ask that as we go to our closing panel for the power of purposeful play, as we look at how play is necessary, I'm going to ask that you turn your attention back to the center stage for the the sports reporter and TV host for the National Broadcast Service, Ida, and her panelists on stage. Can you join us up there? Please give them a warm, energetic round of applause.
Practice a song like they had.
Sure.
We will do that some other time, I think. Yeah, so I've been a sports reporter and TV show host for over 10 years. Been to events like the Women's World Cup and the Euros, and amazing events. But here today we are going to speak about the gender play gap and how we can close it. We have 3 amazing participants: Maiken Gilmartin, Shaima Saleh Al-Husseini, and Princess Lara Faisal. Welcome. I'm going to ask you all to answer the first question. Maiken, do you want to start? You have all been involved in promoting sports and physical activity for several years. What remains the biggest barrier to access to play, and how do we break down those barriers?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the world today and all the sponsor money that goes into sport today, there's only 1% that goes into women's sports. So of course that is a huge barrier in all the ways, but there's also that sense of belonging. You know, we have that feeling of, you know, us growing up and saying when we are young kids, we feel that sport maybe is part of our lives, but then suddenly it becomes something you watch on Saturdays on TV, and it's no longer yours to be part of or yours to own. So I think the idea of owning a sport and also shaping it, figuring out that we can actually all participate in shaping sport is play, right? So we have the right to play and come up with any rules or any way we want to do it. So these feelings in all of us and feeling that we belong, but there's a huge, I mean, there's so many barriers. The way that we look at the financial support, the structure, the way we build communities, we often kind of don't think about maybe with all different kind of lenses when we are building communities. Is that when we invest in a sporting event, what is the gender lens on that sporting event, right? What is the roads going there? What is so I think it's endless in many ways, unfortunately.
Yes, but do you have the feeling that we are getting there?
No.
No.
So I think that I mean, 1%, that's like bullshit. That's like going nowhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're just talking out here is that now it says in England, it's that 1% has gone down to 0% in COVID time, right? Mm-hmm. So I think, of course, I'm a playful, optimistic person, so I see so many great things around that happens, but we have a long way. Sport is, I would just tell everyone, I mean, even if you just do like this every day, say that you are in the world of sport and own it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Lara, your thoughts on those barriers?
So Megan spoke already to quite a few, but I guess what I would speak to is two things that we see a lot in our part of the world, but it exists everywhere, and that's cultural barriers, but also a lack of safe spaces. And I'm speaking specifically to safe spaces for women to play. I'll talk about cultural barriers. We know that girls that play sport from 0 to 12 or 13, they're out there with the boys playing football and basketball and tennis and everything else in between. But after that point, they start to drop out. And it's because we are not raised in a world or in an environment where girls see a future for themselves in sport, see themselves excelling in sport. It is the space for boys and men. It is not a space for us. So creating sort of not just the physical spaces, but the mental space for young girls to believe that this is their space just like it is anybody else's. And then the physical spaces. We were talking about this earlier. So a lot of the in our part of the world, again, I can speak best about that, but football fields and courts and all of the above, they're either for clubs or privately owned, and public spaces for women, again, in our part of the world. It's not easy for them to play in public spaces because of the cultural barriers and because of the perceptions that this is not a space for girls to be. So even when we think about building physical spaces, we also have to tackle the emotional and mental space. How do we also create a space where girls feel comfortable playing, not just actually having a physical space to play in?
Mm-hmm. Seima, your feelings towards this?
To answer this question, I would like to use the 3 A's. So it's about accessibility, affordability, and awareness. So accessibility, like Princess Lara said, it's not just having public places, it's also having the policies that empower females in specific regions to feel safe and comfortable to actually be physically active in such places. So for example, in Saudi Arabia, we did a survey, and one of the main barriers in physical activity is a proximity. So especially females now, most of them are working and they want something near their houses where they can be more physically active or take their kids. And also, it's not just about giving access to places, but also making sure that these places are culturally comfortable for females to be physically active. And that goes again a lot to policy change in terms of safeguarding for kids, whistleblowing for females, and so on. The other aspect is affordability, and because female facilities, like Princess Lara and Megan said, they're not as accessible as the public places for males, they tend to be more expensive or costly for females. And that's something that we need to work on in order to give more opportunities, affordable opportunities for females. And that this is not a luxury. This is for them to have a happy, healthy life. And the last thing is awareness. So it's just to raise awareness about the effect of physically active moms and how they will raise a new generation of healthy, happy kids.
It's so interesting to hear those different experiences from different places around the world. Maiken, I'm not sure people often equate achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals with football or soccer. How are the two connected?
It connects really well. So we just played the finals here in Reykjavík like an hour ago, and Jordan won. They ended up in the finals with Saudi. So Saudi and Jordan were in the finals, and teamwork is interesting now just because we've been playing, right? So there's a team, Lifamark from Jordan. So when they signed up in the tournament, they picked Life on Land to play for, and to qualify into the tournament, they have to do something for that goal, right? And in the beginning, people was like, okay, so do you mean that we need to go clean a beach or something like this, right? And over time, people start somewhere, and it can be from cleaning the beach or it can be anywhere, right? But they start somewhere, and then on that journey, they go practice their football and become better and better at that, but they also do their activations, and then suddenly you see them here today in the finals, and they have challenged the whole idea that there's only 1% green in Jordan, right? So that suddenly now it becomes planting fruit-bearing trees for low-income communities. It is about getting school kids to understand the easiness, in a sense, of planting, but also how do you maintain planting. And suddenly it becomes a huge government conversation about how do we grow this more green in the future of the... So the power of a team, I would say we all know this in this room, right? I mean, having a great team, there's nothing better if it's a football team that you activate with or any other team. So I think teamwork in that. Also, all statistics show that if a woman should come out and do sports, she doesn't really do it. She feels guilty about leaving her home, leaving her kids, leaving her studies. And when we 5 years ago started asking people what would make them come out, so adding purpose to our tournament was one of the key factors for them to join in. So it suddenly became a stronger issue that you're working for in just your own health. I think it's important also you just work for your own health, but adding that element of doing something together that was, above yourself. And then the global goals were, I mean, they are such an amazing to-do list, right? It's for all of us. We all signed on to them, so it's going from country to country.
And do you feel like we realize the many different aspects of sports, what we can get from it, like leadership skills and building confidence and so on?
Yeah, there's huge potential, because as soon as you have taken one step in that direction, you will keep walking or keep running and keep playing. So I think that there's a million things in that where sport can, and I will say to anyone in this room, understand that sport can be a really, really great partner, but you also have to kind of demand that sport becomes better for our community, for sustainability, for gender. So when we start looking at those different aspects of what sport can bring, our passion, our players, we meet people, we reach people at a very early age, right? So if we were all focused on from then they start doing sports to when we die, then there's a huge change that could be happening there. So I think they fit really well together for us.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Princess Lara, for people looking to invest in health and wellness, whether they be foundations or corporations, how should they evaluate programs? What is the criteria your organizations, Rise for Good, uses to identify and foster programs that meet the mission of providing positive experiences through sport?
So, just so I clarify, I'm the one that's looking for funding, not the one that's giving the funding. But it goes both ways. And look, I mean, there's so many different things that are important. And I won't go through the list of sort of the basic clear ones, capacity, capability, know-how, blah, 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 blah. I think for me, it's shared value system. If you find people that have same passion, that same purpose, and they share the same values, they have a love of what they do, that is extremely powerful. Because even without resources, if you have that motivation, that drive, that passion, that love for what they're doing, then you'll get somewhere. You'll have an impact, for sure.
Seima, your work relies on people prioritizing exercise and activity. Life is busy though, and often it feels like sport is just a luxury for the few. How can we open up the fields and courts to provide more access, especially to women and girls? What's worked for your organization?
I'll start with where we were and where we are right now, and then where we aspire to be. So Sports for All started in Saudi in 2016. Relatively, we're a young country, but still, even though we started really late, the turnaround is very fast in Saudi, that now we're global. We played global goals yesterday. But the first thing we did was policy change. We focus a lot on policy change. So ensuring there's more PE classes for girls in schools. That's by itself, you're activating 2.3 million females. Making it easier to get female gym licensing. So having it a one-stop shop where you can easily get an approval in one day. Just in order for us to expand and make it easy and accessible to the community. Where we are right now, we started listening to people. So we do a lot of surveys and see what females want, because when it comes to sports, it's not one tailored program that fits every country and every culture. So we try to tweak it in an aspect where this is what the community wants, this is what community looks for, and this is how can they be more physically active. So for example, 70% of Saudi females prefer to work out at home. So created all these online platforms and affordable, they're actually free, where we have female ambassadors from the community who are very happy to add content to the website. And just in the last 5 years, female physical activity participation in Saudi increased 170%. And where we aspire to be, I think sports brings people together. You get exposed to different cultural aspects, different people, and this is why we started international partnerships. And Global Goals was actually our first international partnership. So we want our girls not only to be physically active in Saudi, but also to be exposed to other people around the world. Thank you.
I wanted to ask you all just about one thing that pops into your head when I ask you what we can get done through sports concerning equality, gender equality.
I think we can bring women up to all levels using sport. Because again, there's a ton of leadership, learnings in it. There's a ton of friendships and connecting and building your society. And if you are playing in a team, you play in a league, that means that you have your close 10, 15, 20 people, but then you play against also those, and suddenly it's 100, and then you start playing in other countries, and then suddenly it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. So connecting, also recognizing, because we also as women need to be recognized for all the volunteer work we do. I mean, if we can get sport also to be, paid jobs for women in the world, I mean, more for sure, more PE teachers also, and coaches, more female coaches, we can't break the barrier. It's been lower than 10% of female coaches globally for such a long time. It's ridiculous. So I think that, it will open a lot more doors because we reach kids early on. If we are smart, if governments are smart, we will make sure that children have access. And then also, while we working with women, our tournament, Global Goals World Cup, is the women's activist football tournament. And that is also because we know that when a woman is active, there's like a 98% chance her children will be too. So that turning that health thing perspective around, right? Mm-hmm. And culturally, there's a scare, is 2/3 of all of us here, that's 2/3 of the world. Even, boys or girls, or we are physically active ourselves, we believe that boys are better at doing sports than girls. So we have to work with that culture in our mind, that it's not about being the strongest and the fastest, it's about we having to use our body, being physically active, and always have that access throughout life.
Mm-hmm. What pops in your mind, Clara?
So if you don't mind, I'd like to answer by giving you an example of how I saw it in action when we did the Global Goals World Cup in Jordan. So we completed the Global Goals World Cup in Jordan in May this year. And it took us a year and a half to do because of COVID. So we had to delay and cancel multiple times. But if I can give one example, we had a team from the Gaza refugee camp in Jarash, which is in the northern part of Jordan. And this is maybe one of the most oppressive communities for women that we have in Jordan. And for women to play football in this environment is near blasphemous, let alone like acceptable or maybe, it's just no-go 100%. These women, not only played football, they created a team, they transformed the only existing space within the refugee camp that was a public space, but a public space that only boys and men played in. And they made it clear what was needed to be done in order for it to become a space for women to play, and managed to raise the funds and bring about the changes to that space, and now have fans in the refugee camp. So when they took the bus out to Amman to play the finals, they had like a crowd cheering for them. And you're talking about women that a year and a half ago, if you walked into a room and had a conversation with them, they probably wouldn't look you straight in the eye. They would not have an opinion about things. And now they're doing interviews on television, and they're playing football in an outdoor space in Jarash. So for me, that's massive change, no? Yes, for them.
Shaima, do you have something to add before we finish?
Since we're talking about women's sports, when we started supporting women's sports, we looked at it from a holistic perspective. So we wanted to make sure that it's impactful and it's sustainable. So it's not just women entering the sports field, but women staying in the sports field. So for example, when we launched the first Women Football League, it took us almost 2 years because we didn't only launch a league, we trained coaches, we trained referees. We wanted to create a full infrastructure for women football, and that contributes to the GDP, job creation, give the females the opportunity to enter with very strong impact that they can have in this field to ensure the sustainability of this. And this is how we're moving forward with sports. So we ensure that women not only are able to play, but they are also able to contribute to the full sector.
Thank you so much. I'm so honored to have been here with you. I think this is all for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to Ida. Thank you, Princess Laura, for joining us. Thank you to all of our panelists for the conversation today on closing the play gap, and also just the story about taking up space. So thank you for taking the space with us as well. Thank you so much for completing our conversation around how we can help to close the inequalities through the play. Yeah? Thank you for that. Can I keep the ball? Excellent. Thanks for that. Yeah, thanks for joining us. Yeah, please give them one other round of applause for their work as much as for what they've shared with us today. Thank you. Thank you. I was sharing this with Silvana a little bit ago, but when we talk about purposeful play, it's because it also is about a way for us to think about how we do our work. And when we imagine my normal day job, when I'm not here holding the space with and for us, we bring together CEOs of companies together, and we would invite them to do what we call play. So when we've got them together, it's just that we're, at some level, we're all young boys and girls who just want to help live in a world that works for everybody. And so can we just be our human being selves as much as anything else? So we started off the day talking about the need for courage and how we come together in the collective, the power together. I think if you think back to the conversations that you were sharing, what you wanted to get out of your time with us today in terms of inspiration, insights, connections, and conversations, I don't know about you, but I think my brain is full and my heart are full, mostly also from just seeing the inspiration of the women leaders on stage here. And I think if we're talking about systems transformation and realizing the global goals in a world that works for everybody, the insight that came away from me is that humans are the system. We are it. So if we are more of us who come from the mindsets and the heart sets that the women on stage are living and that all of you are, then I have more hope for the systems change that we need to see in the world. I want to say thank you for the time that's here, but also invite you to help me to bring back on the stage Silvana and Hannah as we complete our time together today. I want to say thank you for sharing your time and attention on that. I'm moving to a conversationalist as one of you. I'm actually going to do that by taking off the shoes that I wore for you as my official retirement of this conversation. But just to say thank you for the opportunity to be together. I came because I needed some of that goddess energy that Pearlie was talking about. And being for that. So just to say thank you for being you, and ask that you give a warm round of applause to our hosts and curators who have invited us all here, representing the goddess energy and holding a space for true systems transformation where women can hold the space of leaders, Silvana and Hannah. Thank you.
Okay, just super short from our side. We just want to close off the day by thanking those that have been with us today, and also thanking those 400 that are virtually connected, and those that have been watching live all day. Thanks so much. And thank you also to our dear in-house guests that have managed and been great about following our COVID rules. We know that they are not the way we want to go in the future, but thanks for making sure that we could do this along those lines. Silvana.
Yeah, I wanted you also to just thank our partners. Without those partners, it would not be possible to have a forum like this. And these partnerships start from the co-hosts, but going on with Michelle from Cantor and this wonderful index. I see Bettina here from Adecco. I see Lopa from UN Women, Generation Equality. And when I turn around, I still see more and more. So thank you very much for these partnerships, this power together for progress. And the one sentence that really sticks in my mind from Vivian today, we said when she was asked, what is progress? When Shefa asked her, what's progress for you? She said, it's this room of women that are educated and empowered, and we need to make this room bigger. And I think that's such a fantastic description of what this is about. So thank you for all of this. And before you make the important announcement of what's waiting for us outside, I just wanted to give you also the context of this house and this power together moment of this house. Harpa. Harpa is an Icelandic girl's first name. And it's only built because two women powered together. And this is Hanna and Katrin, the now Prime Minister. Hanna was the mayor of Reykjavík, and Katrin was the Minister of Culture. And when the financial crisis hit Iceland, there was the question, can we still go ahead with something like this? And it seemed to all fall apart. But then Hanna and Katrin had the vision and saying, no, we want to make Iceland the place where people can come and have fantastic convenings. So that's an investment for our future. And it needs to be beautiful and needs to have a girl's name. So this power together example, and Katrin and Hanna are not in the same political party, actually quite the opposite parties, but they shared this vision, and it's so impressive just as an example, and we can enjoy the results of this cooperation. But now your important announcement, Hanna.
Thanks, Silvana, and thanks for mentioning this glorious house that we call our home for these 2 days, and thanks for staying in so long. I know that outside of this hall, Reykjavík awaits you and Iceland awaits you, so I'm applauding you for staying so long and listening for so long. I just wanted to mention in the end that we have a really great treat waiting for us outside. It's not just that we have something to drink, we also have 4 kinds of ice creams. Ice creams are a special treat in Iceland, and we gave them special names.
Comes with a name, right?
Yeah,
Iceland ice cream.
Name. Yeah, it goes without saying. We have 4 kinds of ice cream, so you can start thinking about which one you would like. We have lemon leader, we have Reykjavík blueberry, we have strawberry power, and we have conversationist coconut. So isn't that a real treat in the end? And we could not have hosted that really nice reception in the front here for you unless with one of our partners we've done that. We've done that with Landsvirkjun. That's the national power company of Iceland, who have been our partner since the beginning. And they are now the ones inviting you to have ice cream and something really nice and have a nice conversation. So please give them a round of applause for that gesture.
And see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Everybody get up.